are here for not the Tape Sigma, actually the GCT Poland tournament. Welcome, Chad. It is the day number 1 of Blitz, day number 4 overall. And of course, we're going to have 9 rounds of exciting Blitz chess. And Gukesh is ready, as we can see. Sahaj bhai, are you ready?
Absolutely, bhai. Absolutely ready. By the way, it is the first day of the Blitz segment in this event. And bhai, Gukesh, by the way, the games have already begun as we can see, 5+2. And Gukesh has already started off and knight f6 पे वो already सोच रहे हैं भाई second move पे.
भाई वो सोच रहे हैं कि हमारा बोर्ड ट्रांसमिशन एरर है होपफुली सोच रहे हैं दैट्स माय बिगेस्ट
अभी के
होप
लिए सोच रहे हैं. Oh, नहीं नहीं नहीं
मूव भी
सोचे.
चली गई भाई
It went. Oh wait. What? Did Gukesh just play old Benoni with d4 c5? So I'm guessing that was an error there, and but now it's switched, but it's weird, no? D4 c5.
Agreed. But I think I love playing this, against this opening as white. Great record, by the way. Gukesh playing it against his own second, and of course the pairings order have now changed. I think because Gukesh did not play Radoslav on day one, right? So it's going to be exciting to see, when Gukesh Sindarov happens actually.
Yeah, he played him on the the second day, round one, basically with the white pieces.
Yes,
And
yes,
now games are moving pretty quickly. I think he's gone rook e8 to play e6. I think yeah, kind of similar to whenever black plays like this, it's trying to avoid trades and trying to keep more pieces on the board. We saw something similar yesterday as well. But let's see, Tiku bhai, what are your expectations? Blitz hai, so not Gukesh's, let's say, strength overall.
yeah.
Like we know that in classical he is the, let's say, the strongest in comparison to the other formats. What are your expectations in
Yeah,
Blitz?
I feel like it's gonna be exciting regardless because Gukesh, even though he's not known for this, even like most Indians are not known for to be exceptional at blitz. I feel like it is something he must have worked on. And sometimes what happens is, the results are quite delayed from the effort. So we might see something dramatic. For example, we saw Gukesh play very well in the rapid at GCT Zagreb last year, which was unprecedented. He ended up ahead of Magnus in the rapid section. Of course, he got destroyed in the blitz one. So let's see what happens. I have a couple of questions in the chat I want to address quickly. No, chat, we don't have cameras. It's not on us. Of course, we would love to have cameras. Sometimes things are just out of our control. Nahi mile by organizers say. And second question is, why are we over emotional? Why, we are always passionate. If you are a passionate viewer, you will relate to it a bit more. So we want Indians to do well. Of course, Gukesh being the one playing here. So let's see what happens. Meanwhile, why is Gukesh worse, Sahaj Bhai?
Oh, I think right now because of the opening choice overall, because and thoda sa advantage increase हुआ है, but time is also more or less the same. A bit worrying already for Gukesh, yeah, because वो breakthrough is not happening right now with e6 and or maybe b5 at some point. Right now he just has to make some of those filler moves. कभी f4 भी आ सकता है white का and it starts to look really bad. But जब वो breakthrough आएगा, then I think slowly the position starts to increase. But for now, I would
Yeah.
definitely pick
Yeah, for now, I
White's
think my
position.
chat to nahi pad raha. I'm focused on the game right now, and I think like Bishop on H6 is a strong piece, though, Sahaj bhai. It really cuts across the Black King, and it feels like like one check could be checkmate. You can see f4 on the board, breaking your golden rule principle, Sahaj bhai, because here it is warranted. Black is not ready to face this attack.
Yeah, for sure. This e5 looks kind of very annoying actually for black. And समय भाई एक बार वो चेक कर लेना कि बोर्ड ठीक आ रहा है कि नहीं. चैट बोल रहे हैं कि लैग हो रहा है थोड़ा उनके लिए. टिकू भाई आपके लिए ठीक है?
I'm not sure actually because I was checking the board on the link, but I'll track it, chat. Let us know if it is laggy. Yes or no, just spam once and we'll fix it for you.
हाँ, okay, it should be fine now I think. हल्का सा अभी भी हो रहा है समय भाई I think. But let's see. I think it should be fixed soon.
By the way, very important chat. This is not 3+2, this is 5+2. So that means players have a little more time. And I think 5 minutes, Sahaj, by correct me if I'm wrong. I think it is enough time to have one long think. Long is relative here. You're not going to think for 67 minutes like the candidates for Hikaru, but at least you can sit down, pause, and think for a while at least once.
Yeah, but this might be a bit too long, bhai. But oh, this is why he was thinking he's looking for that breakthrough. So he does sack a pawn. Still a lot of advantage for Radek, but I feel some counterplay. A5, C4 could be possible. Maybe something on the on the C5 square. I would
Yep.
definitely not take on B5 here because bishop takes B5 or knight B5 feels like white's position is increasing. So A5 is what I'm thinking to keep the game going.
Yep.
Oh, he
And
takes
ooh, that's interesting. Would I really allow knight takes b5 with tempo or bishop takes
bishop
b5 with
B5
tempo?
also,
And
like both of them. Just now
yeah,
E5 also looks like E5. It feels like it because रुक भी नहीं है वहाँ पे. I'm guessing after you capture everything, maybe there could be rook e5 or some tactical ideas there.
and Mr. Barbar is saying Gukesh is, not great at blitz. I have to kind of agree with you there. So far, he's not shown great skills at the blitz format, and this game is not really turning that opinion around. However, I think it's a long day, so let's just kind of check it out how it goes. As of now, e5 at the right moment should be White's plan, because draw that rectangle Sahaj by once, because look at the rectangle on the right. There are literally no pieces for black. You can even include the D file. All of majority of black's pieces literally on those five squares on the queen side, and that is not good news for black's king.
Exactly. But he gives a check. I mean, right now also white is not generating something either. There's no e5 or f5 that I'm worried. Maybe e5 is something I'm careful about because takes ke baad queen e8 could be,
Hmm.
some checkmating ideas there. But uh, right now e5 is not also possible because the king is on h2. Let's see, he's
Yep.
holding on, but time thoda come, pawn become. I'm not so sure if he can hold this position. It looks difficult.
Yeah, usually pawn कम या चीनी कम कुछ भी हो सकता है मजा नहीं आता. You need the full chini inside to really enjoy the dish. And same way I feel like यहाँ पे the bishop on d4, the open a file gives Gukesh enough counterplay for the game not to be over, especially its blitz. And I think they don't have to look too far to gain the correct inspiration for blitz, Sahaj. We just saw Magnus play blitz yesterday. It was 3+2, even tougher than this one. I mean,
Yeah.
what a game he played. Of course, Arjun fought back in the second one, but he just he just showed why he's the GOAT. So I saw one quote from, and the reason I mentioned this, I saw one quote from Wesley. He mentioned, whenever I want to inspire myself, I basically look at YouTube videos of Magnus playing blitz. That's his preparation of blitz
Amazing.
tournaments. So that tells you even Wesley So, world top 10 player, looks at Magnus blitz videos just like us.
Array, amazing. And so sweet of him to say that as well. But yeah, absolutely. Why? GOAT is that conversation ended a very, very long time ago. But yes, good to see that he's still, able to outperform everyone and still win every single classical tournament. Still can't remember, by the way, the last event that he played and did not win. That was classical, basically. Or rapid or blitz or anything along those lines. Like you have to go way back. So yeah, what a performance.
Agreed. And meanwhile, Rook attacking b2, but White says, you know what, you can capture the b2 pawn. I don't care. I'm coming for your king. So Rook takes b2 already feels like a blunder. Maybe bringing the knight on a8. I don't like that knight. That knight on d4 or f5 could have been beautiful right now, Sehaj, but it's simply awkward on a8. And that means black has no counterplay right now, in my eyes, for the sacrificed pawn.
You think Gukesh is objectively lost here already, or do you think there is some chance? Because
Yes.
I feel like it's not objectively lost yet. Because I mean,
I
the e8 square is guarded. If you take on d6, maybe I can capture with the queen as well. I mean, you have a pawn, yes, but winning. I mean, objectively winning. I don't know.
I would actually say he's practically winning. Like
Practically
not
winning, yeah,
objectively.
maybe because
Yeah,
also
because
he
when I
has
look
he has
at
maybe 1 minute on
huh,
the clock as well, and that kind of adds on to the pressure as well. Oh, by the way,
look at
e6.
that
Okay,
move.
f takes,
Wow.
pawn takes, queen c6 could be interesting here. Also, this gives some life to the bishop as well.
Yeah, but I mean, if I had a pawn on e6, a bishop on h6 as the king, I'm thinking, I have no breathing room here. He would be feeling borderline claustrophobic at this point. F5 incoming, Sahaj Bhai. I mean, it would be so hard to defend this. If Gukesh defends this, that's going to give his confidence and a huge boost, I feel.
Yeah, for sure. And now, by the way, b3 has to be played because this pawn is under attack. to keep some advantage. And then maybe white can, try to go knight d5. And at some point, to go by f5 looks very, very dangerous to, go for the win here, because queen g3, some mating attack ideas
Rook e3, rook g3, for
would be
example. Yeah, even bring the rook in. It looks
exactly.
very dangerous.
So
And
maybe
chat,
bishop g7.
title is not clickbait. We do have Gukesh Sindarov today. That match is going to happen today, but we cannot change the title every single game. By the way, that's a mistake from his second Radoslav, and now the game is actually equal, Sahaj bhai. Doesn't look equal though.
Oh, but it's only provided Gukesh plays bishop g7 basically. That's the only way to make to just go for equality. Otherwise, some f5 idea and white could just be one tempo ahead. Even rook e4 is looks like a very nice move. Oh, he plays bishop g7. It's equal, but 18 seconds on the clock only.
Oh, wow. C3. Oh, that's a mistake. Bishop C3 now, even maybe slightly better for black, but oh, he takes it. Wow. Rook F1 maybe now, and now Gukesh slowly turning the tide. Chat, somehow he's equalized. I wouldn't say he's out of trouble though. The king on G8 is still stuck, but the material is even. The rook on B4 looks awesome, and white needs to attack instantly.
It's a bit strange, yeah, that he played c3, because Gukesh can literally take the pawn and then, which is a tempo, and then go back to g7 again, then and offer the trade. So same situation, just white is a pawn down.
Yeah, it feels like maybe he thought, okay, I'm attacking the rook. He can't take on h6, but forgot that bishop can actually take on c3.
Mm.
But regardless, I think a mistake there from Radoslav. And what does Ukesh do now? He plays bishop g7, offers the trade again. F5, tough. Oh, queen f8. What a nice
Beautiful
move,
move.
by the way.
Yeah, because now the pawn is pinned. You cannot take on g6. The rook on f1 is falling. And if you play f6 check, then pawn takes f6, and that's just completely fine. Actually, f6 is
Yeah.
the best move here. Wow.
Wow. And by the way, rook
But still
f3
10
played.
seconds.
Yeah, played by white. So defends the rook, rook d4, f6 check. Wow. He could have taken with the queen also, actually. He could have taken with the queen, Sahaj bhai. Is it lost now?
Yeah, it's completely lost. It's
Oh!
completely lost. Yeah, completely lost. Big, big, big blunder there. Okay, with 10 seconds, it was very unlikely, yeah, in the first place.
Ah, queen
Rook
takes
takes f6 now,
f6.
yeah, and now rook f8 check, and that's a loss. So, by the way, Radek then defeats Gukesh 2-0 in Rapid and in Blitz. Of course, they are yet to
But
play another game, right, Tikubai? But still, from a second,
yeah,
that's very impressive.
somebody saying his board is lagging. Let us know, chat. If yes, still, we will fix that. But yeah, I'm kind of half disappointed. I think Queen F6. Like I don't know how I saw it, Sahaj, by somehow for this moment I saw Queen F6. So I was hoping Ukesh sees it, and now Queen versus Rook. Any chances of a fortress? But the B3 pawn survives. Yeah.
Yeah, no chance of even without the pawns on the queen side. If we had just pawns on the king side, I think it would still be winning for
Yeah,
white.
two pawns versus two pawns. Yeah, easy win actually. Maybe Rook D4 if I play. If White doesn't take on D6 now, is there a possibility?
So your idea is that you put the rook on d4
Yeah.
and then you block my king from entering from any side. So, and I cannot give checks either. But there is a problem with this, which is that I can sack the queen for the rook. So I can give you like a bunch, like exactly queen
Ah.
f6 and now queen takes d4 would be winning.
Oh wow, that's it. Yeah, that's resigns. I think. Wow. So Gukesh loses the first Blitz game, Sahaj. By that is disappointing, and he loses. And by the way, Future still playing. Can we jump to that game?
Yeah, let's look at Firouzja versus Hans is leading the event, going into the first day of Blitz. Very, very impressive performance there. By the way, 1 second for Firouzja. Are they repeating?
Feels
Okay,
like it. By the way,
some more moves.
Sindarov drew against Duda. Important result there. That was a draw for the World Championship challenger.
Oh, 1 second. Again, bishop f4 played, bishop e3. Are we gonna go see rook bishop versus rook? Maybe.
Oh, definitely possible. But if that happens, I think the bishop side wins. No, white wins. Then I think. Then Hans loses. Very hard to defend that in game. By the way, look at that move. H3, exchanging pawns. Now we bring the king to D7 and F7. Okay, it stops it.
King e2. And now just you have to play f4 and basically black has if black ever captures on f4, then rook bishop versus which is possible. Like you could take it because there's not enough time.
Yeah, but you know
Once
what?
the
I would
pawn
love to.
reaches. Oh, bishop, that's
Ah,
clever. Wait, rook
nice move.
h5? Rook h5? Okay, that's
Bishop
fine.
E4.
Check now and let's push F4 again. So we continue.
Board is lagging, chat is saying. Okay. Interesting. Saibal, can you check if the board is lagging? If it's
Maybe we can put
lagging,
the live board instead until the
huh,
lag is fixed.
huh.
Oh, by the way, F6, and now it's a real chance. This is exactly what I was talking about. That once the pawn reaches F6, it's a big
Oh,
problem.
Rook
Now
A5
Rook
only
Bishop.
move.
Oh,
Blunder,
that's a
bhai, blunder.
blunder. Wait, Firouzja could win
Wow.
this.
It's completely winning, yeah? Bishop E5, King
Oh,
E6,
that
F7
Bishop
check.
E7. Wow. Did you see that? That was
No,
beautiful,
I didn't.
actually. Bhai, in this position also, Bishop E7 is what Hans has to place. Voluntarily sacking the bishop to go into Rook Bishop versus Rook.
Wow.
F7 check now. Oh, now it's too late. Too late. Check. That's also fine. And Rook C7.
Oh,
Oh,
Rook
Rook C7.
C7.
Beautiful.
Wow. Nice move. Nice move,
What a
actually.
move. Now, of course, White doesn't want to promote here because you basically want to block this bishop somehow. So maybe put the bishop on E7, like check or here, or just bishop D8 or there. Yeah. He's going to have to set it up, obviously, before.
Okay, Rook A7 seems to be winning the
Oh,
pairing. Okay, that was funny.
to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah, nice, nice. That was hilarious, actually.
Yeah.
He just blundered the Rook at the end, but totally understandable. Yeah, sometimes it just happens.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, I missed that too. This bishop takes h2. I thought the rook wasn't due to like nice, awareness there by Firouzja. But yeah, at one moment, Black had to voluntarily sack the bishop for the pawn to go into rook bishop versus rook, which is such a difficult decision here.
Hmm. And yeah, so that means chat. Do we have the standings for this? I feel like because this it might not be correct regardless because they give like extra points, right? It's not really 1 point for one win. So it's going to be interesting. Hans Niemann was leading with 13 points ahead by, but he loses the game. And the next game for Gukesh is against Firouzja. We already have the board set up. So white pieces of Gukesh, do you think he can pull off a win here or do you think the loss trend could continue?
I mean, you have to keep trying. Yeah, you have to just keep trying. It's only one round, and we'll see. But Firouzja is a beast in blitz. I mean, he's maybe the best player in the world when it comes to blitz. I mean, of course, alongside Magnus, but yeah, we'll see what happens. By hard to make predictions in blitz. In blitz, anything is possible, in my opinion.
Agreed, agreed,
By the way,
agreed.
Sindarov plays against Fabi, Hans goes against Fedoseev, Duda goes against Radek, and then MVL against Wesley. So, question to you, Tikuba, and question to the chat: who wins this tournament? Let's say who's going to be at the top of the leaderboard by the end of day one in the Blitz?
Oof, tough
Because right
question,
now
man.
it's Hans, Wesley, Fedoseev, Fabi, and Firouzja's actually he's not like in the top five yet. Where I think okay, this is Blitz. So Firouzja has a very. I mean, he's of course one of the faster players here.
I would say I think it's not bad if Hans wins. That would be nice. Who's in second place, by the way, right now?
Wesley. Actually, Wesley also could be,
Oh,
I think, a heavy
Wesley's
favorite as well.
a huge contender, by the way. Wesley
Yeah.
also playing Norway chess. If he can somehow win this at the right moment, that's going to give him a lot of confidence, yeah? Just before
Hmm.
the next major event. So Wesley and Fedoseev, you can never discount him as well. He won the last time.
Hmm. And Hans, of course, as well. I mean, the tournament leader, and he could technically win this. I know, okay, first round starting off with a loss is never ideal, but he's still leading by half a point. So
Yep, yep. And I see Radoslav is at the bottom of the table, Sahaj bhai. So without the Gukesh wins, he would have been like really struggling. Yeah, I think the only person he defeated is Gukesh. Yeah, it feels like it.
yes,
Wow,
yes, yes.
wow,
Actually, he defeated Gukesh in round four in the rapid, and then just now. Before that, all draws.
crazy. And chat, do like the
Maybe it
stream.
could
Let's
be that,
get
like as a second, the player much better. I don't know if that's a factor here in the scenario. Chat, what do you think about that? Is that, I mean, could be a factor, no?
I think that's definitely a good point because you might already understand his openings. So also Gukesh might not play his A opening choices, and you probably have insights into what his biggest weakness is. And yeah, and of course, if you beat him, then there's a lot to analyze as well. So huge incentive to, for example, even for Gukesh to learn something from that game. So he might also really push hard, right? He might not take that draw if it's needed because there's something to learn. So the results,
Hmm.
the chances for the result kind of increase, I feel, for an ambitious player. So good point there.
Yeah, possible, possible. And Chad, we don't have the the cameras for this event, sadly, but we do have the games, and games usually begin every 15 minutes or so, Tikubai.
Hmm.
So it should begin relatively soon. We have 9 games, 9 Blitz games incoming today, and 9 tomorrow as well. We just finished round one, so it's gonna happen very, very quickly. But before you know it, the tournament, not just the day, but the tournament is over because so much is gonna happen, I feel. Um,
Agreed. Blitz runs past like a bullet train. Yeah, I just want to point out the paying. So, okay, so round number one was against Radoslav. This round is against Firouzja. The next round after that one is against, I'm checking, it's
Fedoseev,
against
yeah.
Fedoseev. Then round number 13 against Wesley So. Round number 14 is against
Fabi.
Fabiano. Wow. Round number
So
16 against MVL, 15 against MVL. 16 against Hans Niemann, 17 against Sindarov. So second last round today, right? If I'm not mistaken, will be against
yeah,
Sindarov.
that would be the one against Sindarov. That is for sure. So he's basically playing Hans and Sindarov back to back, and in the end, take away who is Gukesh playing in the final round? I feel like this could be some strategy also. मतलब evening में धूप नहीं होती है, so
Yeah. That's
could be the
clearly
best
strategy
time
by
to play
Ukesh.
him.
Agreed. But I really want Mukesh to gather a few points before he plays Sindaro because that's going to give him confidence, of course, very important. I want him to be in contention for first place before the final day starts. That's what I want from Gokesh. Maybe even if he's not in the top two, at least he has a chance. He has a goal that he has tomorrow. That's very, very important, at least from his perspective. And of course, defeating Sindarov would be very, very crucial. And meanwhile, question from Mr. Dusk. Sahaj and Sahil, what are your Norway chess predictions? By the way, that's the next big event starting from 25th June. So would love to have you all there as well. And we'll have Gukesh, Prag, Magnus, Wesley, Firouzja, and Vincent. Sahaj bhai, who wins Norway chess? I guess like that's a tough choice, yeah?
I mean, like it's you cannot beat Magnus at his home. I mean, that would be very, very difficult. I mean, that would be even beating the boss at a much harder difficulty. So I'm picking Magnus there for sure. I mean, I think एक दो games में होता है ऐसा where Magnus gets into trouble or Magnus might even lose like a match, but tournament तो भाई no chance. Are you like yeah. But of
Yeah,
course,
man.
Gukesh versus Magnus is going to be fun, yeah, because last time was
Yeah.
let's say interesting to say the least.
Yeah, worldwide tables were in fear. They really didn't want to be shipped to Norway, at least for the next few months. So crazy moments there. Table समाज डरा हुआ था. देखते क्या होता है. Meanwhile, Gukesh 10,000, sorry, 100,000% gonna beat Firouzja. I think he almost defeated him in the rapid and then played that pawn takes c2, which led to a draw. And he has the white pieces now. So I am also hoping at least we see a sharp game. What I don't want to see is a tactical mistake, Sahaj. Like I've seen it a few times now. Mukesh has something, he plays something well. Or if he's worse, he'll counter back, but then he'll make a one move tactical error and time pressure. That's just tactics is something like you don't want a world champion to falter at. Like Magnus never misses tactics. It's very rare.
Yeah, true, true, true. But I mean, in Blitz, it's very difficult to say, what you spot and what not. I mean, it everything is extremely nuanced here. By the way, time control 3+2, right?
5+2.
5+2 because clocks में 3+2 दिखा रहा,
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah. I
I got
think
a
it
bit
will
confused
change.
there.
Yeah, it will
Okay, got
likely
it.
change, I think. Also, somebody asked, then wrong question. Then who will come second then? I think that's a better question. I can relate to that.
Firuja.
Um,
No, no, actually, no, Hans. Hans. I'm picking Hans.
they meant for Norway, I think, Saj bhai.
Hmm? Ah, Norway. I
Norway,
see.
yes.
Um, tough, bhai. Very tough.
Very
Very tough.
tough.
I'll be the vessel on that, bhai. Chat, what do you think?
I'm gonna hope it's Gukesh because would love to see like a run from Gukesh, kind of where he's playing fascinating classical chess. That's something that's very crucial because Gukesh will not play many events, and getting him in form before the World Championship would be amazing. Meanwhile, I can see a lot of people saying Gukesh, a lot of people saying other names as well. Fabi is not playing Norway chess. I think Norway ki baat kar rahe to. For this event, although I think Firouzja has a good chance to finish in top two.
Yeah, agreed. So waiting for the games, I think let me just put it
And
up.
in terms of when the games begin,
One
chat, they will
second.
begin every half an hour. We have one game,
Ah,
right? So
okay, got
whatever
it.
time zone you are in, imagine let's say in Indian time it's 5:30 p.m. the game started. So 6 p.m., 6:30 p.m., 7 p.m., 7:30 p.m. and so on. So every half an hour we have one game. The next game begins in 4 minutes.
So basically, the games are starting at 5 plus 2, so 10, maybe 15 minutes per game, and then 15 minutes like it
Yes.
takes, and the players get
Yes.
some rest. Of course, it's possible that one game finishes early. Some games could also go like a bit longer. If we for example got a Rook Bishop versus Rook or something, that would have lasted, I think, quite a bit of time.
Agreed.
So yeah. By the Tikubai question for you, which endgame, what type of endgame do you think in chess will have the most amount of moves, let's say?
I would say maybe the bishop versus rook bishop versus no, maybe actually rook knight versus rook even because people keep trying till the 50th move and not succeeding. Yeah, but
But
bishop
there
rook
is a
is
chat same question for you as well. Which endgame do you think will have the most amount of moves in that sense? But in what you're saying in Rook Knight versus Rook, na, like it is the limit is always gonna be 50 though. It can't be more than 50. If you I mean,
fair.
so
Fair.
how is it different to any other endgames in that sense?
I don't know actually. I don't know, but I feel like you will always reach 50 moves in that end game. Like he likely
Sorry?
you're not gonna win. It's gonna end in a draw, so the attacking side will keep trying. In rook bishop versus rook, white will the attacking side might just win in 20 moves. But
Yeah, yeah,
rook
but
knight
still the
versus
game won't be long, right?
it'll 50 moves of the end game. Yes.
Exactly, exactly. But I think the longest one, and I think chat also got this as well, and I think some of them actually got it, is it would be a queen pawn versus queen. Because what queen can deliver a lot of checks, and
True.
then after you have like move 30, 35, you can push a pawn. Like let's say you have a pawn on a4, you can play a5, and then and the counter just resets to 0.
True.
This is,
True.
by the way, how Nadirbek was able to continue the game against Erdomas for 190 moves. Right, because those many moves are okay. Otherwise, would be realistically impossible in any other end game.
Agreed. I think that makes a lot of sense, especially if both sides can often make mistakes, and it's very hard to defend in queen end games for that reason because the games
Yeah,
last so long.
exactly, exactly. आपसे क्वेश्चन है साहिल भाई, what are the chances of Gukesh winning the tournament?
I would say very low. And it's not because Ukesh cannot do it. It's just that he already is behind by 4 points. Sorry, yeah, 4 points to Wesley. And in rapid you get
Hans.
2 points per win. Sorry, Johannes. And in Blitz you get 1 point per win. So basically he has to catch up um, by 4 points from the leader. Yeah. So essentially he will need to score. Okay, 8 games remaining today. He will need to score at least 6.5 points today, and that would be a spectacular score, something he's never done before. Can he do it? Yes, but the odds would be low for that. What do you think, Sejbhai?
Yeah, I think fair. I think fair. It's difficult. Also, by starting off with a loss in the blitz section, also can also be difficult. So, but it's too early. By 17 rounds are yet to be played in blitz. So anything, and only 4 point deficit. Look, realistically, it's possible, but yeah, in blitz, anything is possible in that sense. Are the
Yeah.
scores combined for blitz and rapid, and then deciding the winner or separate winners for each? I think it's combined, right, Tikubai?
Yes, it's
That's why we are
combined. It's
seeing.
combined.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
but in rapid you get 2 points. In blitz you just get 1 point basically. And in rapid, if you draw the game, then you get 1 point, and in blitz, if you draw the game, you get only half a point. So it's like double essentially.
Oof, man. By the way, second game has begun. Pawn to d4 from Gukesh Dommaraju. Let's see what happens now. He plays knight f3. Will we see the London from Gukesh? No, goes to c4, e6. Catalan maybe, yeah? Yeah, played.
Catalan opening, I think solid choice. He's been doing that pretty much for a very long time. But many options there for Firouzja. Bishop b4 check, pawn takes pawn, bishop e7, short castle. He takes the pawn. Now bishop g2, knight bd7. Already some a little bit different than before, but Magnus has employed this before, including Arjun as well. a4, a5, so no more b5 anymore. Bishop can now sit on b4, but this pawn can be taken in the near future. Oops, I
Hmm.
think it refreshed there. Should be back now. Sharp position, I would say, more or less. Queen c2 is very logical to try and capture this pawn. कितने games हुए हैं यहाँ पे overall? Not many. Around 60, 65 games, something like this.
You said, how's married life going so far? It's great, bhai. You definitely prefer being married to being not married. Easier to, spend time with your partner, and also just easier, man. Life is easier somehow. Touch wood. Meanwhile, knight a3 and black just takes on a3. You know,
Wholesome, wholesome moment. Oh, ho, ho. Tikku bhai, I just know Gukesh is planning this. Okay, Queen C2, Knight E5, G4, and this rook is coming to H3. एक
there
एक
is no
मैगी
way.
टिकू भाई एक एक मैगी टिकू भाई
So
like
he'll
I
play
predict the move g4 from Gukesh in the next, let's say, okay, 10 moves. g4 आने वाला है यहाँ पे.
g4 and rook h3. आप कह रहे हो?
No. G4. Okay, Rook H3 is circumstantial, let's say, because you don't know if Firouzja will allow that. Yeah. Come on. Now is the time. Do it.
ठीक है, done by done. One Maggie bet. You already on -2, but I'm okay. We can do it.
Let's go.
But the questions from the
Oh,
chat.
wait, never mind.
Um,
Never mind. No more G4 now.
why
Even
do
Knight D2. Knight D5 was the plan. I thought you would go Queen C2, Knight B6, and then Knight D5. Arey yaar. Never mind.
he had to repeat the position? By the way, knight f3 was a
But
repetition.
it's
By the way,
still move
super.
9. That's when we did it. G4 is technically still
Huh,
possible, but
true.
looks very unlikely now.
Thanks a lot, Superstar Mr. Goku Wisdom. Why do elite players like Fabiano Gukesh seem weaker in Blitz? Since classical games often turn into time scrambles, why are they not able to show their true caliber in fighting controls? Huge fan of both, by the way. I think very good question. I think it's also how you are brought up. I feel like somebody like Nihal, if you look at him right now, like he's been like the online star for India, right? He came in second at the Chesscom Global Championship a few years back, ahead of everybody else. Only lost to Wesley in the finals, I think. So he was brought up that way. He constantly played online chess, got better. Look at Hikaru; he's so good at online chess and could match Magnus toe to toe in some events. But over the board classical, maybe he can't do that. So if you have if you have a decade of experience playing online chess, I think that translates into you playing faster, playing openings that work online better, and it's just experience at the end. For example, like look at Andrew Tang. He of course cannot even compete with these top players over the board, but online he can beat anyone. He can beat any top player online, and that's his strength. So I think it's more about experience, man. Ukesh doesn't play these Title Tuesday events too much, and same for other players, Fabi as well. So I feel like it's his experience, Sahej bhai. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, 100%. I think I relate to this to I mean to a very big extent where um I think growing up in the Indian chess scene, we were not playing as much blitz as we should have. You know, whether it was in tournaments, whether it was in practice, like blitz was in many ways seen as कि ठीक है आप थोड़ा like you are enjoying, आप थोड़ा time pass कर रहे हो. That's what the vibe it had back then. I'm not sure if the vibe has changed now, but we didn't play as many games, and I feel like in other sort of countries there is a bigger culture of blitz. Like you play it since a very young age, and then I think you develop that intuition early on in your game.
You
So
know,
that I think is a very big factor. You can still change that, I'm sure, because if you start playing a lot of blitz, but it's difficult to find a partner, I think, for a lot of people.
उस ऑनलाइन एक सवाल में आधी गेम खत्म होगी. So let's focus on the game now. We'll come to the questions in the 10 minutes break. Crazy था भाई. And by the way, Gukesh is slightly better against Firouzja. I love the center he has. No G4 Sahej bhai. So you are 3 Maggies down now. But rook d1 check maybe is the last try. At least exchanging a pair of rooks. The bishop on c1 still not developed. You need to put it either on d2 and then c3 or maybe on f4 as well.
Yeah, and but the double bishop advantage looks like amazing though. Bishop e3 played, and rook has to go back to e. Surely not. I'm not playing rook e5 again. Rook c4, but then bishop f1 and then rook b4. थोड़ा careful रहना पड़ेगा भाई इस रुक को लेके. Or you can just play rook d1 check
Hmm.
and bishop f1 and then you put the rook back to e5. I'm guessing that works.
I like rook d1 check actually because it also gives white a chance to go wrong. If you go rook f1, I can then take and play rook c2, for example. I'm maybe happier about that. So let's see what happens. Still, I think Gukesh, by the way, Firouzja is thinking a healthy time lead for Gukesh, though, right? That might be very useful in some double bishop endgame.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, 2 minute advantage, but also like Gukesh वो जो एक moment पे he thinks for like more than a minute, maybe minute and a half, 2 minutes or so, like that is the worry here. I mean, he's got all the things he needs, but just वो 2 minute का think नहीं लेना है अब. That's the thing.
मैंने
क्या
क्या
वर्डिक
पढ़
हुआ है?
लिया? What did I just read? Somebody said Mr. Dissonance of whatever something said Gukesh is charging his blunder. Wait, what? Bro, come on. Bro, come
कहाँ
on.
पे?
We covered that. We covered that. I think we covered that. Yeah.
Hmm.
By the way, okay. So Firouzja is still thinking, by the way. He has 54 seconds for somebody who's like super fast. It was the Chesscom bullet chess champion. He's playing a bit slowly, Sahaj bhai.
No, because he's waiting for it to get to bullet and then show that why he is the bullet champion. The Firouzja only gets stronger when there is less time on the clock. So with him, like this means nothing. He is the exception. When we say that every rule has an exception, he is the exception here.
And by the way, Ukeshofa playing well also. I love that move, rook c4 from Firouzja, using the pin of the bishop to put that rook there, attacking the a4 pawn, doesn't allow the white rook freedom to move as well. So he's fighting back. He doesn't have that much time, but a win for Ukesh here would mean the world. Let's see what happens. Also, back rank issues for black so far. So he has to keep an eye. Maybe brings the king to f8, king to e7 soon. Maybe just plays h6 at the right moment. You always have to take care of that as well, Sahaj bhai. Predictions, Sahaj bhai. Who do you think wins this game? Chat predictions.
No, still early days. I'll be the vessel, bhai. Still not sure. But look, after rook c4 and rook b4, I have to say black's position looks pretty promising with this pawn on b2 constantly being under threat. And now rook c1. Oof. Bhai, this rook on a3 is a big problem.
Yeah,
Either
and
you go
now
rook
it's
d3 right now, but the problem is if you play rook d3, then takes, and there is bishop b3, and I can capture this. Yeah, but you can play bishop b6 as well, so that would just be equal.
yeah, I'm somehow not able to utilize the power of my bishop on e3. Yeah, that's the strong piece I have. I've not used it so far. But chat also like any a double bishop endgame, you can never be sure as black you're gonna hold it because any pawn exchange makes the bishops more powerful. So let's say you trade off the rooks. You have two bishops against bishop and knight. Black might think, okay, let me trade pawns, move closer to a draw. But I feel like the bishops become more powerful and sometimes can be very tricky to hold that draw even in the endgame. Right now, even white has the rooks. The only problem is where do I put that rook, Sahaj bhai? I want to trade the rooks with rook d3 as well in some cases, but I can't do it because there's bishop b3 at the end, simply picking up the a4
Exactly.
pawn.
Because now this is why Gukesh played knight d7 to cover this bishop b6 square. Like after rook d3 takes, I have bishop b3 here, which is quite good.
Yeah.
But there was something else as well. I think there's rook f1 as well in this position. By rook f1, king f. Oh, what? That just woke me.
Oh,
Yeah, bishop c4, king e2, and knight e5. Okay, this is blitz,
wow.
bhai. Be very, very careful. That just woke me. Let's go. Rook b1.
Very tricky. By the way, Hans Niemann is completely crushing Fedoseev right now, so he's going to maintain his lead. Also, we have Duda winning against Radoslav with the sun shining bright. Duda is going to win. King f8 played now by Mr. Firouzja, bringing the king to the e7 square. What does Ukesh do? Bishop d3 maybe. Let's develop the piece. Let's play f4 at the right moment. Push that pawn. But he has that extra time. He should be able to put some pressure at least here, Sahaj bhai.
Yeah, goes bishop e2, but clockwise there is a pressure, but position-wise, I think it is Firouzja who's putting the pressure. But he has to go rook a3 in this position, which is a
Oof,
very,
that's
very,
tough.
very difficult decision. Because you're thinking bishop b3 and this pawn is getting taken and you just might be a pawn down. I don't think Gukesh plays rook a3 here. Very, very difficult.
Very unlikely. And also, by the way, just not a great day for both the world champion and the world champion challenger. Even Sindarov is losing to Fabi with the white pieces. So hopefully Gukesh doesn't do that. Rook a3 Sage by he had, but there's no other option. Yeah, b3. I'm guessing the bishop is just rook b1 and the pawn is gone. Yeah, so you literally have no choice.
Yeah, and this is where you take your time. By the way, in the previous move, he also took 44 seconds and now another at least 45 seconds think. B3 is possible, but then rook a3 or rook b1 could be just lethal, or you just give up the pawn, or you double your pawns. None of them look okay in the position. But according to the bar, only rook a3 gives white some advantage, which optically makes no sense to me. But that's what it is.
By the way, he goes
Yeah,
for
see,
f4, sacks the pawn. That was not the best plan, and the bishop comfortably sits on a2. And now, even though white has some compensation, black is a pawn up Sage by and should be the favorite.
yeah, exactly. But you just start charging the pawns. By the way, Gukesh has a low time on the clock as well in comparison to Firouzja as well. Bishop d3, another mistake. Rook b4. Is that a second pawn?
That's winning, Sage by. That's completely winning.
Oof.
Gukesh blundered. Somebody said charging almost finished. I think that's over. Yeah, that's over now. I think.
Charging is almost full. Chat, bhai, aap bhi na. Wait a second. Okay, some hope. Bishop c2. But black can play b6, c5. That should be fine. 9 seconds for the world champion.
Wait, what? Blunder? Oh, bishop a3 is the
By who?
move. Bishop a3 is the move. He doesn't find b3. Low, cold, and still he
Wait.
can play b3.
Wait a second. It's not getting loaded over here.
b3 and
Why?
bishop a3. He is
There
not
it
able
is.
to find it.
It was b3 here, chat. So sorry for that. But king e3 here, king e2. I'm not sure what happened there, but king d7. There was a moment where he could play b3 and bishop a3 and pin the
Ah,
rook, but doesn't find it. Both players are actually playing on second, so it's kind of understandable. Oh,
oh,
ba3, there's bishop c4
oh.
check, and the
I think
bishop
that's game over.
falls.
Yeah, resigns.
Yeah, game over, resigns.
In the break, could we switch boards? Maybe does that help? Samay bhai, कुछ issue है तो
By
I
the
don't know what the
way,
issue.
going to
Huh.
Sindarov also, this is the only game remaining. Fabi is completely winning in this rook endgame. Maybe he's trying to set up something here, but doesn't look like it. By the way, rook h3 should be a draw. A and h pawns is a very well-known draw here. So he needs to save this pawn somehow, I'm guessing. Yeah, check is
They
very
should check.
nice.
Yeah, king s3
And
should be
rook
winning,
g5.
right? I'm hoping. Takes with the
Oh,
rook.
okay. It must be a better version of it. Let's see. I would not have gone for king h3. You see, this is why if the king had been on g2, this was a draw. This rook g3 check was a very nice move by Fabi.
Hmm. Hmm.
And to play king h3, there is such goat understanding there.
That
Crazy.
is far too chess, Sahej bhai. That's crazy chess and
Oh,
check.
wait. That's a draw now.
Is it?
Why? Yes, it's a draw. It's 0-0-0. Fabi messed up. And wait, Sindaro blundered mate in one.
Are you kidding me?
You are in this
Are you
position.
kidding me?
He plays rook c4. But I don't understand how that's possible. He had a 2-second increment, right?
Are you kidding me? Can we show that move once?
No
What?
ways that this happened. No
What?
ways. No ways. I refuse to believe this, bhai. I refuse to believe this. There kuch galat hai, bhai. Like this is what
I
if this was like a online game, you'd be like rook c4, he pre-moved.
did we just want to mate in one? Chat like
No ways. And
bhai,
how much time did okay, I'm not
I
sure.
at this
Yeah.
fight at this point I feel chat I feel like world championship pressure is real, man. Like if that
Weight of the
world
crown.
championship title gets attached to your name, like just playing the world championship, your form is like bye bye, see you, tata, finish. Because I don't know what.
Yeah, it feels almost unbelievable. But there is a 2-second increment, right?
Yes, there is.
So I yeah, this is very, very
And
surprising. I'm
he
checking
just
if this
gave the
is,
check. He just gave the check on the last move. I mean, he should give the check again, right?
or surely it's a bug. Yeah, it could be a bug. There is no way I think Sindarov plays Rook C4. I don't believe this, bhai.
I mean, I'm sure he must have, no? Like, Rook A1 is mate. The game ended after Rook A1 check, mate. So I don't see how it can be anything else.
Also, Chad is saying, time pressure. That's a very fair point, but I feel in Blitz, you already have that pressure because you start off with 5+2, and so you are kind of ready to play with the time pressure. And 5 seconds is, I mean, if you are getting a 2 second increment, 5 seconds is still manageable, I feel. In such a situation, like to just give checks. And also, to play Rook C3 is quite common in such positions because you want to keep this pawn basically under control of this rook.
No, I agree. I think time pressure cannot be an excuse because this is, Chad, this is what you learn when you start chess and you learn on day number 3, yeah, how to checkmate with the rook. And this is how you checkmate, right? You put the king in front of the king. So by
Very, very surprising, bhai. Very surprising. But yeah, I think overall, maybe that decision to give up the pawn on e5 was not the best, yeah, for
yeah,
Fabi. This A and
agreed.
H pawns, I think it was. But yeah, it worked out well for him.
So
And
that means both the players who play in the world championship are struggling right now, at least on day number 1 of the Blitz. Blitz is clearly not easy for either of them, but maybe it's a bad start and they both, at this point, I want both of them to play well, Sahaj bhai, not even just Gukesh. I want both of them to play well so that there's a crazy world championship at the end of the year. Yeah, I want both of them to be in peak form. Peak Gukesh versus peak Sindarov would be a spectacle to watch.
yeah, for sure. For sure. But okay, we can't say that he's not. I mean, I don't think Sindarov. This is Blitz. That was classical. So for Sindarov, not the same argument.
Yeah,
But
for sure.
I
But
can understand what you're saying. Yes.
yeah. But okay, next game, by the way, it is Radoslav versus Sindarov and Fedoseev versus Gukesh. So Fedoseev, of course, doing very well in the standings, by the way, is in third place, pretty decent for, and that's not going to be an easy match for Gukesh. Gukesh in seventh place, Sindarov in eighth place. So not looking great for the two players.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, chat, since we don't have cameras, I'm happy to flip the board, or if that's not a problem. Tikubai, but let me know if you want me to flip the board or just keep
Let's
white
keep it
on.
white only. I think always white
It
at the
only is
bottom.
better, yeah.
That's sometimes it creates that confusion when you switch. I think
नहीं,
so.
लाइव
Let's keep
बोर्ड
it.
बॉटम राइट पे दिख भी रहा है ना वो जो वाइट वाला है, इसलिए आई वाज जस्ट थिंकिंग मे बी इट्स अ डिफरेंट पर्सपेक्टिव
Can
बट या.
we can we just keep Sindarov's board there? Is that possible?
Oh, that's a great idea actually.
Anna?
Or yeah, maybe even like the picture is, we could also have that board as well. But yeah,
Yeah, I think that will be helpful. But
birds eye
okay, even if
birds
it's
eye में
still
भी
a good.
देखने में मजा तो आएगा भाई.
But bird's eye, there's
Like
no
with just
point, chat, because there's blitz. Yeah, there's no time to go to the bird's eye view. We'll miss like half the game by then. So that's the problem with blitz chess. I think let's focus on Gukesh. When it finishes, you go to Sindarov, and then we check out any of the games that made sense.
okay. Sahaj, who is the best Indian blitz player? I think it's between Arjun and Nihal for now.
Hmm.
For now, but that spot can be taken, I think, by, of course, there are many contenders for it, but Arjun and Nihal are I think, the favorites right now.
Agreed. I think over the board, maybe it's Arjun and online it's Nihal, maybe. But Blitz over the board, I would say Arjun maybe is the best prospect. We already saw that yesterday, defeating Magnus in a must-win game with the black pieces. Not easy, but he did that. So that's a clear statement of approval that that's very hard to get. Uh, which is of course which is doesn't play nowadays, so hard to put. We of course gonna not include him in that list, but yeah, Nehal and Arjun, very, very strong players at Blitz.
Yeah,
Where
for
did
sure.
Vidit go? Good question, Sahaj Bhai. We've not seen Vidit play too much. We saw him, work on AI for a few months, and he was experimenting with some stuff. He is playing Uz chess though, right? He's playing that one event. I did see his name in the
Yes.
list. That's the only event he's playing, and that's I think in June. Arjun is also playing that along with Sindalav and Nodirbek. So that's the event you'll see Vidit Gujarati play. Wonder if he'll be in like if he'll maintain his rating, because sometimes when you play after a break, sometimes you play very well, sometimes you play very badly. Depends on, multiple factors there.
Yeah, I think will be interesting. But Magnus, they to bhai, after coming back, he won anyway. So, but maza to aayega. But I mean, yeah, I think good to see Virat back after such a long time. What was his last event, by the way? Was it Tata Steel?
I think World
He
Rapid
was
Blitz. Yes, Tata Steel.
World
Yes,
Rapid and
Tata Steel
Blitz for
India.
sure. Tata Steel as well. I think Rapid and Blitz, he was there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Who will play in Olympiad? I think Vidit, yeah. I don't know if this is why he's playing in June, maybe to complete his games. But Vidit right now is number fifth in the ratings. If he maintains his rating, I think he will likely. Oh, wait, very interesting. So, if April, May, June are the months that count for the rating, and Vidit plays in June, he completes his requirement, but the rating will change in July. So, his rating for June will still remain the same. Very
Yeah.
smart, no? Very smart, no,
Yeah.
actually. है ना, very smart actually. Wow. भाई वीडी भाई मुझे स्मार्ट थे, पता था मुझे भाई स्टार्टिंग से भाई जैसे गेम कमेंटेट कर रहा हूँ, वेरी स्मार्ट.
And speaking of, rating, gains and, uh, losses, Magnus still managed to gain plus 1 point something while having a rating of 2840 bhai. I think in the beginning
Wow,
of the tournament, you asked me this question, and we also kind of agreed, yeah, that either he maintains or like it will be a positive. But it's crazy that he's able to do that at 2840 when there is no other player in the world who is 2800.
agreed. And it just shows that, and he lost one game, which technically he should have drawn. Yeah, I mean, of course he lost, but um, in majority of cases, if he was playing classical chess regularly, I think he would not have lost that game, and might likely would have gained even more rating points. So Magnus is just Magnus. Yep, DJ Sahaj, missing him for sure. We'll have him soon as well. By the way, I
Better.
saw one question. Sorry, there cut your search by. Um, 3 minutes seriously, only who play regularly Blitz will be good at it. I can absolutely attest to that. I think when I started playing on chess.com Blitz, my initial rating was around 2300, 2250, 2300. And over the last 5 years or so, it's come to 2600 now. So the more you play, definitely you get better at it. It's just, I mean, practice makes perfect. It's not really something surprising or mind boggling, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Blitz concept is messed up. Only I'm not gonna read that. Only regular online players could do well. I think there's a difference between playing online and playing OTB for sure. Like I don't think it's always possible that if you're playing very good on chess.com, like you're winning events back to back, that you'll do really well in World Blitz. I'm sure there will be many examples like that. So I think it's different because और वो board पे blitz खेलना I think is very good. Like Nihal के लिए you can say I think because he has played so much blitz, he's dominated the online like bullet scene, blitz scene in that sense for a long time, and that's why it's kind of translating. But and yeah, but I still feel playing over the board blitz is very different. But like when Harshit for example was visiting me just last week or like 2 weeks ago or so, we were playing blitz pretty much every single day. And I'm saying like 10-15 games minimum, or something just for practice and such, not like every day, but 10-15 games or so. But it really, I think in the beginning, I think how I was playing and in the end how I was playing, there was a massive difference.
Hmm.
Like just with a couple of games, like 5 or 10 games a day can really change the way that you play.
Agreed. And I think you see the game sharper. You start to learn from your mistakes. Okay, this is where I made a mistake. I'm not going to repeat it, and span that over days, weeks, months, and years. Of course, you're going to become better at chess. So as long as you're learning, it's not just you play the game and forget about it. If you learn, analyze, use Chesscom game review, for example, that's going to be a tool as well for your growth. So, and of course, if you have a personal coach or you solve tactics daily, I think it's going to help you for sure. Um, Meanwhile, the next round begins in 5 minutes now. No, this will not be 10 hours long. The stream in total will be 4 to 4.5 hours long, and we've already kind of moved forward by an hour. So 2 rounds done, seven
No,
more
it's
rounds to
around
go.
two rounds going. No, not 4 rounds, right? It's 9 rounds, not today.
2 rounds finished and seven more rounds to go,
Yeah, 7 more
basically.
rounds.
And I think I'm hoping still Gukesh and Sindarov catch up. At this point, I'm cheering for both, man. I want to see them play some like a streak, yeah. Like both of them win 4 games in a row and then play each other. Oh my god, that'll be crazy.
Just wondering in the chat, has any of you played like a proper blitz tournament in your life before? Like whether it is, I don't know, a state event or whether it is a school event or whether it is a proper event. I mean, any type of event. Like, have you ever played one day of entire blitz? Like, anything along those lines? Because I would say it's a very different vibe from what you see at a classical event. Yeah, people are way more relaxed, and you can have your phones around as well. Like, it's not really a very big problem. I mean, I'm talking about like like a proper casual on blitz events and stuff like that.
Yeah,
National
and
Blitz, wow, National Blitz. I would love to play. Have Tikubai, have you played National Blitz before?
I've played it. I've had the trauma of playing it. Let's just say if you wanna give away your rating, Rapid and Blitz, it's the best event because not only are Indian players underrated, their Rapid and Blitz rating is underrated to their classical rating. So it's like a black hole within a black hole, Sahaj for rating.
Yeah,
So
actually, I
highly,
remember, I know the trauma way too well because in 2017, so 2017, yeah, it was about what 8 years ago or so, like 9 years ago, something like that. I played this event in Bangalore, and and the name was Chess Mine Rapid and Blitz event. I'm sure Tikuba, you would know what this event is. It was quite a lot of strong players would play there, and it's my first and only event that I went to that was just Rapid and Blitz, and I was just going for fun. So I showed up there. I had, I think, around a rating of 25 something. I don't even remember now. And I get paired in the blitz with Nihal, who had a rating of 2000 something. and then I, and then I got paired with Prag as well. It was Prag or Arvind who had a rating of 2100. And I was just thinking to myself, I'm just the luckiest person,
Sahej
in the
you are
world.
lucky. You're actually lucky because during the same time, or at least maybe slightly before that, Prag and Nehal were playing the Tata Steel India tournament when it happened for the first time. Hikaru, Magnus, and all these players played, and they had a rating of 2800 to 2900. Prague, I specifically remember, had a rating of 1800 while he
Wow.
played Tata Steel India. So imagine the look on Hikaru's face when he sits in front of a 2700 Prague who has a rating of 1800 in Rapid and Blitz. So I think you are lucky there. At least you saved 300 points, yeah?
Yeah, you could say that to an extent. I'm just checking how the event was going because I remember it was such a traumatic thing. And yeah, but playing Rapid and Blitz always a challenge. Next one, I think coming up very very soon. I think the break feels a bit long because of course we don't have the cam chat. But let me
Yeah,
promise you, why I'm asking you this question is when you play, a Blitz event, it just at the event at the venue, it just feels like you have just begun and you're just never stopping. Yeah, you just realize, oh, the tournament is just over. Everything just goes
yeah.
so quickly for the players.
And often I would say I would love to play Blitz whenever I have a free weekend. So if there are any organizers watching, do invite me, please. I would love to play. But the point is, it's like it's so exhausting, man. Like at the end of the day, you are just done. And I can tell you, do this thing, okay? Pick up a Sunday, go for a 2 hour walk, run, cardio, whatever you do. Okay, full workout, tennis, whatever is the favorite sport or whatever you want to do, 2 hour workout, crazy, get sweaty, whatever it is. And then next Sunday, play a rapid event. Just compare how exhausted you feel at the end of the day. You would have burnt more calories playing that event while sitting than actually working out for 2 hours in the hot sun. I can guarantee that way. So it's really
Hmm.
tiring.
Can be, can be. So one more minute
And
to go.
yeah,
Let's go. First move, Fedoseev versus Gukesh. By the way, यही जीता था ना पोलैंड का event last year, if I'm not mistaken.
yes,
Yeah.
Fedoseev won it last time, so not somebody to discount. And of course, he's still in contention for first place. Right now in third place, three. And but there it is, E4. Let's go, Guki. Can he win the third game? Sage by E4, E5 on the board.
Yep, pretty solid. Spanish, bishop a4, bishop c5. Okay, we've seen him play this out before as well. We know the ideas. Knight e7, knight g6 is the approach. Delaying knight f6 for now. Now white can go for c3, d4, or you can castle and then, okay, goes for c3.
Yeah, 97 on the
Really?
board as you predicted, and d4, of course, is the
And
obvious plan for white, taking the center. He first castles, of course, always doesn't hurt to keep your king safe. d4 played, bishop will drop to a7, and of course, d5 here might feel tempting, but usually you're going to just block your bishop. So white can play bishop g5, for example, can play rook e1, multiple moves for white. Let's see what he does. Rook e1 played, castles, and now it's time to do the bishop, bishop e3.
oh, he goes bishop e3 instead of bishop g5. That's the normal plan here because you want to provoke the golden pawn with f6 and then bring the bishop back to e3 because the
Hmm.
position looks very awkward like this for black. But in this scenario, maybe black can play h6 and queen f6 and try to create some pressure on the king side. But so chat, why am I not playing queen f6 straight away? Why to play? Why is h6 necessary?
Sahaj bhai, I've heard this. Don't bring a queen out early in the chess game, bhai. I've heard this. So, you know, maybe that's the reason.
10 moves हो गए भाई.
हाँ,
अब तो
अभी
कर लो.
9 हुई है भाई. अभी 9 हुई, 9 हुई, 9 हुई. It's
तो
not 10
10th ही
just
होगी
yet.
ना भाई. तो क्वीन एफ
But
सिक्स
10th
तो
के
10th
बाद,
होगी ना.
10th के बाद निकालेंगे h6 and then I'll be safe and bring the queen out.
अच्छा 10th में बोर्ड्स हैं इसलिए.
अगर क्लासिक होता मैं अभी उठ के आता बट ब्लिट्स है तो आई कांट गेट अप सो लेट्स फोकस ऑन द गेम. बाय द वे, bishop takes e3 by the way. Gukesh could have a slightly better position and but of course I'm hoping he converts but okay अभी देखते हैं. Sej bhai, what do you think about this position right now in front of you? Who is better, white or black?
Equal. I think tablash for now. Let's take on e3, take on e5 as well. I don't like these pawns for Gukesh though. But besides that, I think the position is more or less fine. Yeah, it does give him the option to play rook b8 and take this pawn though. He goes for it. He takes on e3, rook e3, and he takes e5 on the board.
Somebody said, NM Sahil, namaskar to your commentary. Please be normal. Bro, I am normal. How am I not normal in commentary? What does that even mean? I have questions. By the way, we have an endgame already on the board. I see doubled pawns for Gukesh, but I also see that white is not developed. Which side would you choose, Sahaj, if you had the choice,
Now
white
I
or black?
Now Gukesh has a very big advantage, and that's probably because this open file, and also there is some pressure on the b2 pawn as well. So if
Hmm.
white goes knight b2, firstly you have to guard rook d1 check, right? So you have to play knight d2. The moment you do this, I am gonna play a5, bring the bishop to a6 to control this diagonal, bring the rook to b8 to attack this, and the knight jumps to f4, and suddenly it looks like black is doing fantastic.
Hmm. Knight d2
So
played, by the
start
way.
with a5 because if you played rook b8 first, and yeah, he knows this, but rook b8 first could allow b4.
Yep, nice move. And of course, allows the bishop to potentially come to a6 as well on a good day. Rook b8, such a strong move. It's not easy for white to defend that b2 pawn, of course, especially with both the files under black's control, the b file and the d file. However, Sahaj bhai, it does feel like if Gukesh doesn't do something active here with his rooks, then long term the structure could be just broken and he could be worse in this endgame. So he has to create active chances.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Active chances. But knight b3 could be that. Whenever you go for active chances, you have to sacrifice something. So I'm thinking of what can he sacrifice? I mean, maybe the b2 pawn, yeah, knight b3. Oh, he goes b3. Okay.
Ooh, interesting choice actually, allowing b4.
But now it's not so good, no? Because I can play knight f4 and knight e2 check at some point with bishop a6 incoming. So I'll start with bishop. Ah, no, bishop a6 would allow you to play g3 and block this. So knight f4 first. And if you played g3, then I bring the knight to d3 perhaps. That
Yeah,
looks really dangerous.
that's a tempting square. And thanks for drift by. And very important now because the pawn on a4, if it comes to a3, whenever you grab that a2 pawn, I am basically just winning. And the bishop on e6 is perfect for that, actually, Sahaj by a3. And your rook on a1 is forever tied to defending a pawn.
Wow. But you can play a3
Hmm.
instead. Because if black plays a3, that's a big problem. Oh, he doesn't play a3 actually. None of them are playing it. Maybe a3 allows bishop b3. That could be a problem.
I would still play a3. Yeah, I don't want to keep my rook on a1. That feels horrible. Like maybe bishop b3, yeah, also controls d1. So it's a tough choice for white also. Which problem does he want to face? He plays knight f1, but where is this knight really going? Yeah, I'm not really sure. Maybe rook e1, knight e3. Still not convinced with that plan for white. Gukesh clearly better right now.
Knight c8, that's a slight error from Gukesh. Knight d3, knight c5. Oh, I think he could have missed this. Because knight d6, knight c5 is a tempo.
And also controls the b3 square now. Now a3 for white becomes very easy to play. Oof, Gukesh missing, yeah, something there. Gukesh
Bishop
better,
c4,
but
okay.
can't convert. वैभव भाई बोल रहे हैं सहज भाई. Do you have any words for वैभव भाई?
वैभव भाई क्या बोल रहे हैं भाई?
Gukesh better, but can't convert.
सुपर चैट करो ना वैभव भाई, उसके बिना मजा नहीं आता. सुपर चैट करो भाई आप.
Just be as relaxed as Sahaj.
I
Bro,
don't
I
see Vaibhav
can't be
Bhai though.
relaxed, bro. I'm panicked 24/7. That's my personality, bro. Can't change it overnight, but I'll try to be 90 instead of 100, let's say. By the way, knight b7 is the only move.
90 instead of 100.
Yeah, in terms of the
मतलब
anxiousness.
still like not advisable for beginners, yeah.
Yeah, true. By the way, he found knight b7. Quite impressed that he found that move. And the knight on a5 is a great piece because it blocks the rook's path towards the a3 pawn, attacks the bishop, and when you move the bishop back at some point, I can just go c4 and pick up that a3 pawn. Sahaj bhai, Gukesh could be in trouble here long term.
So, but what if I go rook d7? If you played knight a5 now, then knight b6 is possible.
You will
ये
not
मर रहा
give
है.
me. Hmm.
This is hanging, but supposedly it's still very good.
Hmm.
Because
Okay,
knight c4, knight
I
c4
like
is always
this.
going to be good for black, no?
I like this. I like this. Yeah, I can't allow c4. I can't allow you to play c4. He plays rook e8 though. Maybe still knight b6. Oh, he doesn't go knight b6. Knight. Oh, he forces bishop f7. Ooh. Now c4 is incoming at the right moment. Not right now because there's rook b8 and the b4 pawn could be hanging. Knight b3. Oh, by the way, amazing. We have the Sindarov board now, chat. You can see Sindarov's game now. It's dead
Nice.
equal against Radoslav. So we have both the World Champions game and the World Championship Challengers game.
And now knight a5 he plays, controlling the c4 square. Knight c4 possible maybe?
Knight c4, interesting.
Knight c4, bishop c4, knight a5, and bishop e6 I was thinking, but just I don't want to lose this. Computer keeps saying that this is okay to lose, but I'm not so sure if it's so simple. By the way, Gukesh once again has double the time of his opponent.
But
Well,
that's the
had.
point. He somehow doesn't hold on to it. Yeah, that's the problem here somehow. In fact, it just went down 36 seconds for Fedoseev for some reason. I think that's an error. But I don't like. Oh, he plays your move, knight c4. So he realizes that the c6 pawn can be sacrificed.
It's very logical, I think. And now bishop e6 is difficult though. That's the thing. Pawn ऐसे फालतू में sack करना is very difficult, I think.
Yeah, don't play bishop
Oh,
b5,
he
by the
does
way.
it. Let's go.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Badhiya. Very nice.
Great call. You have to find rook a6 now. Plays it as well. Wow. So
And if
Gukesh playing some.
b5, then rook b6 and rook b1 is not possible because a2 was hanging. Okay, but yeah. And knight a5 mein rook d6. Now let's bring the rook to d2.
Okay, Gukesh finding some great moves in the endgame, by the way, in time pressure. Good chess by Gukesh, but can he continue like this? Apparently, the best move is rook a8. Wait, what? I don't understand. Rook d6 makes a
c5
lot
का
more sense
कुछ
to
तो
me.
plan रहेगा आपका.
Possibly. But I like rook
Also,
d6. Let's
no.
take the d file.
Tiku bhai, the plan is to stop white from playing c4. Oh, that was a mistake. c5 was a mistake. Gukesh is now a bit worse. Takes के बाद the pawn on a3 is under attack.
Okay,
अरे भाई
still
मुश्किल है
okay.
तो बचाना.
Really?
मुश्किल है बचाना, हाँ. रुक एंड के मुश्किल है थोड़ी.
अरे Okay, rook b6, by the way, only move for Gukesh to maintain equality. Rook a7 is also okay, but anything else, he's struggling. Plays the best move, will take on b4, but the a3 pawn will now vanish, and Gukesh is fighting for a draw essentially.
Yeah, but why not bishop h3? I like bishop h3 a lot. क्योंकि rook c4, rook c2 के बाद rook c8, and you could
Yeah,
always put pressure here.
yeah,
I
he
like
should
bishop
have played
h3
bishop
so
h3.
much.
Yeah,
That was such a nice move.
okay.
So
Now
that
white
was
is
missed, but
better.
very, very difficult. Yeah, only one move, rook c8, and it's not easy because I have a4, which is an automatic move for me, and then you cannot really justify why you played rook c8 because you cannot attack the knight. He
He
does play it,
plays it.
and now a4. Another only move incoming, which is bishop e8. Bhai, very difficult for Gukesh to find bishop e8 here. Very,
Chat,
very difficult.
the blitz is off, but Sindarov, by the way, is better now against Radoslav. So he could win his game. Can Gukesh do so? I think winning is almost impossible, but can he hold this? Shipir played, nice move. And now, if you play a5, there is rook b5, attacking the pawn and the knight. By the way, very interesting. Best move for white is g4. I love that move. Yeah, completely
Wow.
stopping any bishop h3 ideas long term, also gaining space, but hard to find that, I think. Maybe king g2 is something he might consider. Let's see what happens. Other
Why,
15
but still
seconds.
very impressive that he found bishop e8 here. If I
True.
go a5 in this position, then rook b5 is the plan, yeah? He plays rook a3. And now, okay, somewhat of a blockade here. If you played a5, this has a very deep idea in this position, which is ki a5, a6, a7. There is a variation in this position where white can play a5, a6, a7, and black has to take this knight. And this bishop on e8 defends the from queening. It wasn't doing it from f7 क्योंकि ये pawn रोक के बैठा था. It's just happening so fast that hard to explain. But yeah,
There it is, by the way. We got the
let's
pawn. We
go
got the pawn.
draw.
And look at this tactics coming to the aid of Gukesh. If you took on a5, he would take on c3. And this should be a draw. Although knight coming to d5. Let's stop that one with bishop somewhere. It doesn't stop
Yeah,
that one,
knight
Sahej.
d5 check. And now rook
This
a7.
is
Repeat ही करेगा ना तो no he plays on because the knight is slightly superior maybe because the pawns are on one side
yeah.
of the board. Some practical chance. Knight e7, knight f5 perhaps.
Who plays it?
Knight
96
e6
incoming.
check का
Bishop
threat.
Bishop d7 played best move. King f2. King coming to g3.
3
bh4,
seconds.
h5 as well. 1 second he played his move. 1 second he played his move. I hope he doesn't lose on time, Sahej. Totally possible here.
Oh, this is a dangerous situation. Here you could
Oh,
get
this
in a
is very
mating
tough.
attack idea. Gukesh, oh, king e6, and then you could be like exactly. Yeah, Gukesh realizes king e8 is much safer. King e6 was a very dangerous square
Bye.
there.
g5 is a
Oh,
nice move.
f5, beautiful.
Ooh.
f4 is checkmate, by the way. Wait, that's a blunder from Fedoseev. Rook d3 was winning
Wait,
for
what?
Gukesh. Why rook d3 check was winning for Gukesh?
Bhai, now white might be winning. E7 check. Wait, what?
King takes, no? What's the problem? Knight check, king here,
Okay. Fair. 93 now, yeah.
and rook d3 or something. Check. Khatam.
Bhai, that was a crazy game, yeah. Okay, still on, by the way.
Yeah. One chance you had in the game, I'll just go back and show, but it was actually good defense from Gukesh there overall. But yeah, that would be his first point of the day.
Yeah, it's gonna be likely a draw, but Fedosi wants to play on. He's like, no draw, okay, just yet. He wants to play this endgame, Sahej bhai, and he's fighting on with a knight against the bishop.
Okay, 95 could happen, but right now it's a check. But he just cannot avoid the situation where black can just give a bunch of checks because the
Yeah.
king doesn't have any cover. If king f4, then there could be. I mean, I do have rook d4 check, of course, if I want to make a draw. But I'm just saying rook h3, and suddenly now your pawn becomes loose, and then you have to start giving checks.
Hmm. Wait, what just happened? Why is the clock stuck
I think it's because
on
of the
0?
move number.
So move number chat. I see two digits ahead by one is 6 and one is 7. Like, is it
Yeah.
some special number like 6767? Is it a special number, Sahej bhai? in any
I
way?
don't know. I don't know. Is it? That's. I mean, I'm just saying that's when they stopped. That's when the game stopped, and that's when the repetition happened. They stopped at this. So that's all I'm
Oh,
saying.
very interesting.
Yeah.
Is it like a
50-50.
tribute to Hikaru, or what's happening here? I don't know. Like, why did they
Yeah,
stop?
yeah, yeah. It's a tribute to Hikaru, indeed. 50-50. Let's go.
Wait, what just
Never
happened?
mind. It was a lag. False alarm, chat.
Why he played G6? Knight could now come to F6 potentially.
Wait,
Okay, he
wait.
takes
Is
that.
Gukesh? Wait, Gukesh is putting pressure here. No, he's a pawn up.
I mean, Knight on F6. Not really.
Check, check, check.
Yeah, he's drawing. He's drawing.
No,
Oh,
no,
he
no.
now he
Gukesh
plays
will
on.
play. Extra pawn. Let's go. Rook G5. Let's play this.
Why? What was that? Oh, he's playing on extra pawn. But oh, wait, what? Bishop.
The moves are so
Ah,
fast that it's. Oh, it happened in a
okay.
draw.
He's not gonna lose this at least.
ये
That's
भी
gonna be
खेलो
fine.
भाई वेलेडोर
खेलो 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 खेलना चाहिए फिरोजी
ब्लिट्स है
खेलेगा
भाई
हम भी
खेलो
खेलेंगे
सब खेलो
हम भी खेलेंगे ऑफ कोर्स खेलेंगे भाई
Okay,
Gukesh
95.
doesn't want to push. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
By the way, there was a
Sure.
moment after bishop f5. In this moment, there was rook b8 check, king e7 and knight c6 check and Gukesh could have lost like this. Like
Oh
it was
wow.
possible. Like the wonders of blitz. And another moment when I want to mention is that this the whole game Fedoseev is putting pressure. 8 seconds on the clock. Plays f4, rook d3 check, king h2, f takes e4, and pretty much Fedoseev can resign here. So
F
both
takes
players
c5.
gave that winning chance.
Oh,
F
knight
takes
hanging है,
e5,
sorry.
rook
Knight
d5.
sorry, knight hanging
Basically,
है,
you
sorry.
move the knight, I take this as well. Thank you for the 2 points. So both players
Wow.
could have won essentially, and this is the wonders of blitz. Yeah, anything is possible. Anything can happen.
Somebody said this is so unsigma to say 6-7. Brother, I just said the number of moves. Now the moves are 95. So yeah.
It's not 6-7 anymore. That's what Tiku
Yeah.
is saying.
Yeah.
It is 95 now, not 6-7.
So chat, that means that's a draw for Gukesh. What happens in that game?
Sindarov, I will take a quick look.
Also
By the way, he
drew.
plays against Wesley. Sindarov is, wow, drew against Radek.
By the way,
तो
Gukesh.
राडेक तो करेगा अब हेल्प भाई गुकेश को
Somebody said, no, it's Sigma. I support Salva. Thank you for
Yeah.
supporting my contention, for being the Sigma of this stream chat, because you are clearly not the Sigma, at least not that guy who said unsigmastic or whatever he said. So you are the real Sigma by who called me a Sigma. Thank you, brother. Meanwhile, Gukesh
Please
is
stop saying Sigma, bhai. Please stop saying Sigma.
by Alpha, Beta, Sigma, like it's well known, Saj, by, I mean, maths terms.
Do you know the Greek alphabet?
No.
अरे 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 क्या कूल मोमेंट होता भाई अभी आप पूरा वो बोलते साहिल सिग्मा बॉय लेट्स गो
By the way, हाँ जी, सहज भी सिग्मा जी ही हैं. By the way,
माफ करो भाई
Gukesh is now playing the tournament leader, actually. And
या
that is
वेस्ली
Wesley
सो
So. So this game is not going to be easy. And if he wins, he can actually, stop the tournament leader while he gains some points. So very important. Gukesh, by the way, jumping to 6th place from 7th place now. So gained a rank there. Very important.
या भाई show score but so standings I'm not sure if we can show but
we
to go by but is it possible
we can.
Samay bhai to
We can. We can,
have
I think. I
standings
think we have it there, Samay, on the results page. There
Sahaj,
should be
you're
a
a
way.
GM. Thanks, bye. We're doing our best. So, Tiku bhai, what is Gukesh's standing right now?
So Gukesh chat
What is Gukesh's
is
standing? And I just randomly, what is MVL standing right now?
so Gukesh is tied with MVL, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah, they're
that's very
tied with
important.
MVL. Yeah,
So
yeah.
Gukesh and MVL are tied, and his rank is one more than 5 and one less than 8. So Gukesh and MVL are tied for 2 places,
And
one
just
more
so you
than
know,
5 and
they
one
are
less
the
than 8.
Only people on the same set of points, 9.5. Coincidence? Let me check his ranking. No, no, we're just pulling up the standings very soon for your chat, so it will come up. And yeah, excited. Let's see. Why Wesley So was, I think, going into the match, into this event, Wesley So was also kind of a favorite. Would that be accurate to say, Kuwai?
I mean, one of the top three for sure. Maybe not the favorite. Like, it's very hard to predict, right, in these events because he has so much experience. We also have MVL with experience. We have Fabi with experience, but we have then youngsters like Hans and Gukesh and Sindarov, of course, making us claim to the contention as well after that amazing candidates over the board chess, right? This is next over the board event after candidate, so technically he could be called a favorite. So it's very hard to choose
Jadu.
one player, though. It's very hard to choose one player as a favorite here. When Magnus doesn't
You
play, the
can
choice is
if
difficult.
the match starts at 9 a.m. Like there is a very clear favorite here.
9 a.m. by 12 p.m. 12 p.m. The sun is right above you, by the way.
Yeah, that's true. That वो तो फिर मतलब that would be unfair, no?
Hmm. He can
तो
channel his
pieces
inner
खुद से ही
Jadu.
चलने लग जाएंगे.
And we have the
Um,
standings, by the way. There you see a chat. So Gukesh in in one place more than five, and in one place less than eight. I
Because
hope
I'll
you
just
can
be right back. BRB.
figure out the numbers. So, and Sindalam in eighth place, by the way. So both the players not having a great event, but the tournament is still on, chat. It's still on. Let's see what happens. You never know where the tournament standings can get spicy. So yeah, let's go back to the board. Meanwhile, chat, we are 7 minutes away from the liftoff in the next round. The pairings are Gukesh versus Wesley So, and it is Sindarov versus MVL. Both Gukesh and Sindarov have the white pieces, so ideally they should push in this game and try to gain some points. Sahil, love your enthusiasm and knowledge, and Sahaj is super smart and insightful. Thanks a lot, Vijay. Really appreciate your kind words. Uh, I'm just glad to have so many people interested in chess. Watching. Of course, we usually commentate in English, which is a mix of Hindi and English, but we're doing it majority in English because we also have people joining across the world purely because not enough people are covering these events. So we want to make sure everybody has a place to watch these games if they want to watch. Yes, Hans is number one, by the way. Indeed. He is proving a point that, you know what? I'm going to reach the top. Also, let's not forget, it's not just Rapid and Blitz. He's also world number 12 in the classical rating. So it seems like he is going to be one of the elite players. He already is, in fact, one of the elite players in the world. I think the only place where Hans has struggled is similar to Arjun. He's not won the events which matter the most. For example, like the World Cup or the Grand Swiss or like in these events he kind of struggles. He had an early exit at the World Cup as well. So similar to Arjun, great on rating, great on Rapid Blitz, but somehow not winning those like top like most important events in terms of the World Championship cycle. Wesley Hans joined first. Yes, indeed. A test for Ukesh. How well can he hold up against a great blitz time control player like Wesley So? Win or loss, not so important, Ukesh, compared to how well he successfully attempts to hold. I feel like, you know, I I asked this question to Gukesh myself, I think, in 2024 when he was not the world champion. And the questions went something like, do you like playing chess more or winning more? Not exactly this, was something to that level. And basically he said it's much more easy to enjoy chess when you're winning. And I think that's true for majority of players. If you ask them, that's what Magnus would say. That's what any top player would say. So for them, winning is really important. Missing analogies exactly because this is English. English में the same analogies don't hit the same. Yeah, कुछ हिंदी में analogy बताता हूँ. हिंदी में you could say
नहीं
अब
नहीं
आया ना
आप
ऊंट
हिंदी में
पहाड़ के
करो भाई,
नीचे.
हिंदी में करो. मेरा कॉम्पिटिशन नहीं बनेगा.
नहीं, but let's say अब आया ऊंट पहाड़ के नीचे. You translate that to English. Now the camel is under the mountain and it makes no
No,
sense, Sahaj bhai.
I've actually tried doing. अब होगा दूध का दूध पानी का पानी, like that also but
I'm
yeah.
not going to translate that. Sorry, that sounds too risky.
स्टिको भाई स्मार्ट तो है वैसे.
Just like VD, by the way.
स्मार्ट तो है भाई, स्मार्ट तो है. I've tried this before with a friend of mine and but yeah.
Yeah.
But excited by the fourth round incoming. First three rounds not the best for the world champion. Of course, half out of three is never ideal. I think even in a blitz match, it's never ideal. I think if we look at this event from a match of three sets, because no round है three sets के हिसाब से अगर हम सोचें, next three sets we have, well, Gukesh has MVL, Hans and Sindarov. This is, I would argue, maybe one of the more important sets of the tournament, Tikubai, for Gukesh.
Agreed. And I think in terms of sets, I think maybe it's a bit different than the rapid though. Like you don't have a fresh mind. But I think the last game was a draw for Ukesh, so at least he has points on the scoreboard now in the Blitz. And let's not forget what happened in GCT Zagreb last year. Ukesh scored 1.5 points out of 9 on the final day. So he really, I think Blitz is the format where he can improve the most. I feel, and he could see the if even if he scores like 4 points, 4.5 points today, he could be really happy with this progress, right? I mean, because Blitz is definitely not a format where he's performed the best.
100%, 100%. And by the way, I was looking at the chat earlier and someone was saying that I hope I see a brilliancy move. And, I was thinking about this for quite some time that uh, what type of brilliancies actually happen? Like, which piece does the brilliancy the most? And I think we very rarely see brilliancies by the king. So, question for you, chat: what was the last time you saw brilliancy by a king? It wasn't very long ago. And Tiku, why? If you don't remember, then a question for you too. I
मेरे को
think
भी
you
याद
will
नहीं है.
remember though. Your memory is very good. I think
नहीं,
it's
नहीं, I
it's
don't
it's
remember.
it's by the way your favorite player. Don't say the name. Let's see. I'm seeing Virat versus Magnus. I don't remember that name off the top of my head, but that's not the game I was thinking about. It's the game of Anish at the candidates. Exactly. Yes, that move King H6. You remember Tikubai at the end when he sacrificed
Ah,
that
yes,
bishop
yes,
and
yes,
then
yes,
there
yes,
was
yes.
E4 and that king was getting trapped in G4. And also it was
Ah,
in
nice.
classical. Like maybe you see brilliancies by the king in Blitz, Rapid, and other format, but classical is extremely rare. Yeah.
Actually, thanks for reminding me about that game. That was a beautiful game and beautiful analysis by Anish. Yeah. So we'd love to check that game out again. Maybe make
Have
like a
you
short
seen that
form review on it.
video? Have you seen
Yeah,
that
yeah,
video?
yeah.
Bhai, I have
Yeah,
also seen that video of that 3 hour interview of Anish Giri where he talks through the can. I mean,
Oh, I've
I
not seen that. I've
cannot,
not seen
first
that.
of
I've
all,
not seen that. I've not
Bhai,
seen that yet.
I have seen, Bhai, hats off to Anish, Bhai, and of course, hats off to Sagar as well for,
Hmm.
having, after candidates playing everything, 3 hour interview, and he explains his thought process of each and every single one of the games. I mean,
Oh,
such
wow.
insight you get, yeah, from a candidate level player is, I mean, we are very, very lucky to have this.
I think I'm going to check that video for sure. Chat, do recommend that highly because I think Anish is somebody you can actually listen to for 3 hours. Yeah, most long videos I don't watch because it's very hard to, because it gets boring. But Anish, I can easily listen to for 3 hours. By the
But
way, why playing
exactly,
all is,
exactly,
yeah.
literally same. And of course, like the flow of the conversation. I mean, he's also making jokes, from time to time. So it's not like it doesn't feel very long. But I just put it on, and I was just playing some blitz, and I was doing some other stuff, and it's very very informative stuff. Highly
By the way,
recommend it, Tiko bhai.
good question on the chat. Why playing hall is not coming on the screen? Sahaj bhai, any reason
Like
why the playing
Gukesh
hall is
is
not coming on the screen?
that Gukesh's play that picture. I mean, he's in the playing hall right now. You can see him wearing the purple shirt with the Waka logo. That's him right now.
Hmm.
He's
Hmm.
concentrating. So difficult to make moves. Sahaj,
Yeah.
bhai, why you root for Magnus when he's playing with Arjun? Bhai, like I feel like this question, it's everyone says like different things, but definitely wasn't rooting for
Chat,
anyone, bhai.
see, it's simple, yeah. If you root for Arjun, then half people will say, "Oh my God, you're biased for the Arjun." If you root for Magnus, then half will say, "Dryers root for Magnus." I think
Yeah,
at the end, we are streaming on Chess 24 India and Chesscom India, so we will have a slight preference for Indian players. So we might root slightly for Arjun, but at the end,
look,
we're
I
rooting for
mean,
chess. And by the games have begun. Let's go,
look,
Sej bhai.
Look, that's of course a great point, and of course, but at the same time, like not rooting for one player doesn't mean you're rooting for the other player. You're just rooting for chess, and
Huh.
that's basically the intention there. But like
By
in
the
this
way,
moment, it is really cool that Gukesh has played b3. Like this is
yeah,
what we're rooting for. Like it's not about the results, more about seeing different ideas, understanding what type of strategies that the world champion level players would employ in their games. That's what's fun. By the way, he goes bishop f5. Tiku by e3 or g3?
D3
I'm
by
still asking that question.
D3.
I'm still asking that question.
G3 by G3, 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 I think now.
Good
Um,
answer.
and now I think bishop g2 castles. So Gukesh playing it very, very safe. Of course, long-term plan is to go c4, I think. Oh no, e4, sorry, my bad. Tongue of slip. So rook e1, e4 maybe is the plan now. Attack the bishop. It will come back to h7, of course. And then long-term, you want to play e5, open the bishop on g2. I mean, a very solid start by Gukesh. Not basically trying to avoid opening theory, yeah?
No, no, he's not avoiding opening theory. In fact, this is Vincent Keimer's variation. This is what he played in Grand Swiss penultimate round or the last round against
Wait,
Arjun.
what?
This
Knight
move, knight
d2?
c3, and the only difference was this b3 bishop b2 wasn't there. So it and Vincent was Gukesh's second, no, in the world championship. So it could be like some work there. But yeah, this
And I'm not sure exactly. This feels like a mistake already. And I like this move knight c6, not playing d4 and basically giving white a free hand with knight e2, f4, knight f3, launching an attack. So maintaining the tension in the center gives Gukesh no chance to launch an attack on the king side.
but he can play f4 now, no?
Yeah, but still, I think the tension still remains. No, like it's not easy to start
Why
launching an
f4
attack.
g4? Oh, he got takes on d5.
By khatam attack by attack
No, no,
finish.
no. Attack is there, Tiku. Bhai, knight d5, knight d5, e d5, queen g4, for example, is attack.
Without the okay,
And
that
if you
makes
go
sense.
pawn takes d5, then look, knight d5, knight d5, queen g4 is direct attack in the position.
Hmm.
Okay, he has bishop f6. Oh, but then the d5 pawn hangs. So takes, queen g4. If you played bishop f6, then take, and d5 is hanging.
Yeah, I'm
Maybe I
glad he
should
said
show
take
that.
on
So
it two
okay, he goes
times.
knight e4. Never mind.
Yeah, so he doesn't go. Okay, question mark. By the way, f5
Arre
is the
bhai.
best move.
I know what he missed. I know what he missed. He missed f5, knight c3, and bishop f6. Oh, but Wesley also missed it. Position is equal again.
By Wesley, by the way, repeated the game against Ukesh in the rapid section, so he clearly has a lot of respect for Ukesh. But I think sometimes having too much respect can also spoil your chances, Sejbhai. Just like everybody has against Magnus, sometimes they don't play their best chess if you have too much respect for someone.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, I was right before I joined, the stream today. I was watching this interview of Noderbek. I'm not sure from which event it was, but it was published one day ago, and it was like basically Noderbek kind of introducing himself and his achievements and all of this, and very very nice interview, and he spoke very well, and but there was a segment there where he says that when you play against Magnus, there is no psychology. You just show up and it's him and you. So it kind of supports your statement that against him people don't really play, they don't employ those psychological things because it's Magnus. Yeah, you just sit
Hmm.
there and let him. Basically, the words were that you sit there, he tries to beat you, and you just hold something
And
along
let him
those
what,
lines.
Sejbhai?
Sorry.
You sit there and let him what?
Like he
Defeat you, yeah?
tries to like defeat you, and then you hold basically. So like
Hmm.
something along those lines he said, and it was but yeah.
English is a tough language, child. It's a tough language. By the way, 93 played by Gukesh. So I love these knights, in the center. By the way, this dance from all the four knights on the board is quite interesting. And at first glance, feels like c3 should win a piece, Sajwai, but there is knight takes d3. And if queen d3, knight f3 fork, and Gukesh could lose his queen, just like Arjun lost yesterday. So I think have to be careful there.
भाई ये पूछ सकते थे chat से. It was a beautiful
My
tactical
bad.
moment. Knight takes d3 and knight f3 check. Knights are very tricky pieces, but of course the world champion sees it. He plays a3 and kicks a knight back to c6. However, still Wesley has a very very good position here. Both of these knights on c6 and d4 are doing a wonderful job of securing the center, blocking the bishop, and I feel some problem for Gukesh here. Optically, I'm choosing Wesley, I think 10 out of 10 times. simply based on the fact that this knight on d4 has to be at some point kicked by the pawn with c3, and the moment you play c3, I will put my knight on f5, and then these pawns are going to look horrible. Goes
Yeah, I
knight
think
d2.
this is ending in a draw, Sej, but I feel like both players are hesitating a little bit to put
You
pressure.
think so? I think Gukesh is in
Yeah.
trouble.
I think this will be a draw. Chat result prediction. What do you think? Gukesh, win, draw, loss. By the way, I like this move, bishop f6, utilizing some sort of tactical ideas against the bishop on b2. So Gukesh defends it instantly. But now look at this move. If you trade bishops, knight c3 could be almost a queen trap.
Wow. Yeah,
Almost.
this just looks really, really sad.
Somebody
The
said, I'm
quickest way
watching.
to trap your queen would be to play bishop f3 and bishop c1, by the way. Knight c3 and the queen
Yeah.
is trapped.
Somebody said, I'm watching this like a cat because I'm too low in, ear to understand this. That's why we focus on the emotions and less on the calculation. So don't worry, enjoy. Let's see what happens. Will Gukesh win? Wesley win? And by the way, it's a tough challenge for Gukesh, of course, because Wesley is leading the event right now along with Hans Niemann. By the way, knight coming to d4. Sej bhai, moving the knight towards the center, always a good move, especially when it opens up your file of the rook towards the queen, but he doesn't play it. Queen d4 instead.
Yeah, queen d4. And if you dare to go into the end game, I'm definitely capturing back with the pawn. And look at this pawn on c2, bhai. I think Gukesh can still hold this, but difficult, no? Very difficult, I think. He plays a4 and now knight c3 is a very strong move. Even takes and just knight bd4 is also very good. Optically, I think it's just not looking very pleasant for Gukesh so far.
By Sindarov is dead lost, by the way, against
What?
MVL. He's dead lost against MVL. If you look at that game, it is
Okay, very
all
quickly
but
pulling
over.
it up. This is the position we can. Oh, we can see the bar as well. It's a bit of a bigger board, but wow, this is dead lost. A free pawn on a7, and also some mating attack ideas on the king as well. Cannot move the rook from the back rank. Oh, Sendarov also struggling
Bhai,
so
I'm
far.
telling you, chat, don't be the world champion. You're 400 euros good. Good, good. Stay happy, stay happy. Queen scholars made, get scholars mated every night. Wake up the next day with confidence. No world championship for you. Chill, brother, chill. And so going back to Gukesh's game, look at the knight on c3 and the knight on d4. Yeah, they look like completely dominating white's dark squares right now. I feel like Gukesh is definitely worse now.
Yeah, for sure. F6, E5 looks so tempting in this position. And I think, by it's not about like the weight of the ground. It's more, I feel, like you just want candidates. I mean, you are basically the star. वो एक hunger चला जाता है आपका. You are not as hungry. You're not as I think to keep that motivation up, I think only Magnus is able to do that again and again and again. Or maybe he's just that much better, you know. But that, yeah,
As he
two
says,
possible
no.
explanations. But besides him, he's the only exception here. But besides him, people struggle, I think, when they get, um, the title.
As he says, no, like sometimes his dad, I think, mentioned this one or tweeted this once, I think. In fact, Magnus tweeted this. His dad said that something like, even his B game is enough to win an event at the top level, right? Like, and basically that's what you're saying, that he's so strong that his B game, even when he's doesn't have the same hunger, he's not in the best shape, he's not played for the longest time, he still plays his B game and still wins. And that's
Yeah.
enough to beat all these players. So Magnus, just another level.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I don't think this by any sense means that Sindarov is bad, because I think to judge whether a player is good at rapid or blitz, I mean, world rapid and blitz is, I think the benchmark for this. And I think Sindarov finished top 10 in both rapid and blitz, and this was before he won the candidate. So I think the difference is that I think maybe it's that drive, yeah. But जब उसके बाद you win everything, and then वो hunger थोड़ा सा कम हो जाता है आपका, and that really affects your play.
Be
But
hungry,
I could be
chat. Be
wrong.
hungry. That's the only lesson
Yeah.
there. By the way, should Gukesh take on d4? Because my intuition tells me no, because it's going to open the c file. But I'm also tired of looking at that knight on d4. Yeah? It's a tactical nightmare, Sahaj bhai. I would love to remove it if possible.
Is your intuition light version या फिर normal वाला intuition?
No, the reason why I said is if knight takes d4, c takes d4, the knight will never move from c3, Sahaj bhai, ever.
There were layers to that, yeah. I'm not sure if chat got it, but
Oh, no.
layers to
Oh,
that.
that was a mistake. That was a mistake.
I'm not sure why it's a mistake. You can still play e5 technically. Chat में कोई लिख रहा है WGM intuition.
Why WGM intuition is very strong, yeah? Very, very
Of
strong.
course,
Don't
bhai. Of course.
underestimate WGM intuition, especially if you miss it by 25 points. And by the way, Rookie 7 played, I feel like all the four knights are chilling. They found like a beach penthouse and just don't want to move anymore, Sahaj bhai.
Wait, sorry to cut you off, but knight takes b6 was hanging here, and Gukesh missed it. Queen b6, queen c3 was a free pawn. Wow. Okay, but
By
still
the way,
better though, still much better. Bhai, queen trap हो रही है.
Huh, he's trying to trap the black queen, I think. Very interesting. Oh, that's a mistake. That's a mistake, I think. C3. Oh, C3 you ask. What can we do? What can we do? What can we do?
AB5. कुछ
Knight
तो
A5?
है उधर.
Knight A5?
Knight A5, yes, and then C3 traps the queen.
No! Rook A5. Pawn. Rook A5 है क्या? I
No,
think
that's
it's rook
after
A5.
queen b5 भाई. वो
हाँ,
intuition थोड़ा light
हाँ,
version हो गया.
गलत हो गया.
Intuition नहीं था भाई, vision था वो.
नहीं भाई, इस बार तो इंजन ही था भाई. Rook A5, Queen B8. Wait, C5 is hanging.
Yeah. Okay, now I think Gukesh is completely winning.
But does he convert, Sahaj bhai? That's the
Of
question,
course,
right? Does he
you
convert?
this you should convert, yeah, 100%. King
Knight
G1
H4.
yeah, King G1. Just let's put it away. Is he afraid of Knight G3?
Oof.
Is Knight like that's what I think Wesley should do, because only 22 seconds. I mean, this is where you just go. Yeah, exactly.
Wow. And this is GM intuition by he like realizing that the things are going south. You have to sack now. But Gukesh could now win this. He could now win this and beat the leader of the event. That's going to be a boost in confidence, Sahaj bhai. Super crucial game for Gukesh.
No, but Queen E3 is just super simple. I think if Wesley maybe had one more move, he could create something here, like Rook D4, Rook H4, something like this. But he just gets in time with Queen E3. You have to go Queen H4, and now basically the coordination is broken between the two pieces.
By the way, Sindarov has lost this game, so this could be the chance for Gukesh to rise up the rankings. 5 seconds for oof. Queen trade. This should be completely winning. Chat, do you think Gukesh converts this now? I think this one he does. Without queens, very hard to create counterplay.
I mean, it is impossible. I think that Gukesh doesn't convert this.
Impossible.
Like, I think 100 out of 100 games. No,
Don't
100
say
out of 100.
impossible, Sahaj bhai.
Come on.
You know.
5 Sukha piece. Like, we still have to remember 2700.
I know, but Blitz hai bhai. Sindarov Milton 1 miss kiya.
Okay, yeah, fair. But okay, that's rare, no? When something like that happens, it's an exception.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, look at this F3. Complications.
Okay, but not much. The rook is passive, yeah? You need the rook somewhere.
Just keep pushing, keep pushing. King F2. King F2 is simple. B5 is also
B5,
good. Rook E1, King F2. Let's play this. Or maybe just B6. Yeah, King F2 is fine.
Rook B1 maybe, stopping the pawn.
Just B6, B7. ये तो फटाफट. Yeah, B7 also quickly.
Oh, wow.
And then Rook
Bhai,
A8 and
pawns
B8.
are coming. Bhai, G3 incoming.
भाई
G3
मेरी
check
queen हो
incoming.
गई. मेरी queen हो रही है.
अच्छा हाँ, true. Yeah, it's too late firstly, I think.
Oh, look at this King E3. You don't even take the queen, yeah? This is how you complicate. Some King G1 में F2 check, some problems there maybe. No, you can even play Knight F5 check, and you could have taken this as well. Take on G2
this
and
is
King
over,
F2.
nah? Just
Yeah,
take
this is
King
winning.
F2 resigns. Wow, so King G1 and Gukesh Dommaraju will win against Wesley So. A crucial win here, I think, for the world champion. Let's see, can he continue the trend? By the way, resigns for Wesley. That's a huge win. And I think, of course, some people will roast Gukesh when he loses, but he deserves some credit when he wins. So Gukesh up in the chat. Let's go. Nice win, yeah, at the end against Wesley.
Yeah, and also he was the tournament leader as well, Wesley. So that's a big win for Gukesh, but still, he's still at 6th place, but he's getting closer overall.
Yeah.
And Sindarov का क्या हुआ भाई? Sindarov lost to MVL.
Yeah.
Hans defeated Fabi. Wow, Hans is also like extending his lead there, and Fedoseev defeats Jadu, and then Alireza ka bhi he wins against Radek as well.
So can we have a look at the standings now? Because Hans is now leading in first place with 15 points, and Gukesh is now in still the same place, seventh place with 10.5. But now he's closer to Hans with a 4.5 point deficit. Sej bhai, I hope he continues his winning ways. Yeah, the momentum should not stop. Blitz may you can really build up a lot of momentum. You can really win on a trot sometimes.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Again, I'm thinking of this in sets of three. So first set is complete, and now second set is about to begin. Second set starting was amazing, but it's the big matchup is incoming. Bhai, I think it's back to back now. Basically, he plays. No,
And
he plays against Fabi. Yeah,
Fabi, he plays
yeah.
against Fabi, the guy whom he has a great record against. So, chat, he did defeat Fabi in the rapid. Can he continue in the blitz as well? Is the question, chat. It's going to be crucial match for Gukesh. If he wins, he will also stop Fabi, who's in fourth place, right? So he will join him on 11 and a half, and this could be a huge game for the standing, Sej. By I feel like if Gukesh loses this, there is no his chances for winning the event are over because then Fabi runs away, Fedoseev, and it's too tough. This is, I think, he has to win this game if he wants first place. Like if there's a hypothetical chance as well for first place, which seems too distant right now.
I mean, I sure, but I think before we think of first place, I think again we have to have top three, top five. I mean, those are probably like more reachable right now, and also taking down Fabi is also going to give him a big boost. Yeah, Fabi is also on fourth spot right now, so 1 point difference between Gukesh and Fabi. If Gukesh wins this, he would be in top five, confirmed, and then he has Hans literally in the next round, so that's the tournament leader.
So I
Golden
think it.
opportunity. Two games for with the black pieces incoming. By the way, back to back for Gukesh. So double black मिलेगा आप Gukesh को. But okay, it's blitz. White or black hardly matters here.
Yeah, I would argue it's awesome for him because he can stop people who are ahead of him right now. He can beat Fabi, he can beat Hans, and of course he can beat Sindarov soon. I think these three games would be important. So genuine chance for Kesh. Of course, that was a win, but he has lost today as well. A couple of games before that, so very hard to predict. But it's very clear, chat. When Magnus is playing an event, for example, when Magnus was playing GCT Zagreb, he just ran away with it in the blitz. If you remember, do you remember, chat? Gukesh was leading the rapid. Gukesh stops winning. Magnus wins on a trot. On the last day, he just won on a freaking trot, winning every game back to back. Nobody in the chess world is able to even forget replicate, like even come close to replicating the same wins that he can do.
Yeah, absolutely. वो Magnus की तरह से हिलाना. I mean, and now yesterday I was looking at the game of Magnus and Erdomas, and I was looking at that Bishop versus Knight endgame, and I was thinking to myself, but it looks so drawish. It looks like such a big fortress for black. Like, why is Magnus continuing this? And there was a moment where it was just a complete like a dead fortress. I actually tried, analyzed, and couldn't find a way like to break through, but it's just Magnus. Just even in those situations, he finds a way to continue with the smallest of advantages, and it's like somehow people just break.
Hmm. Agreed. Agreed. It's tough. It's tough to play Magnus basically, and we saw it against. By the way, Magnus studied an into yesterday in that end game, and that's why I think Magnus got some chances. If a Dogmas had played a5
Yeah,
and
A5 was
not
over.
allowed Magnus to play b4, then Magnus would have taken the draw. So that was essentially it. So one move, one random pawn move, and that's the position we had in the Dvoretsky endgame manual as well. So crazy that Magnus sometimes luck also goes his way, but he deserves that luck because he is simply the best. And wow, man, what that tiebreak, of course, was insane against Arjun. So you can never ever count out Magnus Carlsen. Basically, there was World Rapid once ahead, Magnus 0-2, lost two games in a row in the World Rapid, was sitting on board number one because there's a camera setup for the Norway telecast, and he has to sit on board one because of that. So 0-2 pay, he's sitting on board one, and still ends up winning the World Rapid from 0 out of 2. So you can never, you know, say Magnus is out of contention for any tournament he plays, but that's not true for anybody else.
Yeah, yeah, agreed.
And I love
But
what Mr.
Magnus, it's
Random
always
Commentators,
different, bhai.
yeah, what Random Commenter said. He said there are two types of Super GMs, Magnus and the others. I think I kind of agree there. Insane guy.
But yeah, वो A5 was such a like a big moment I would say for Erdogan. At just one move and Magnus खुद ही बोल रहा है कि I was looking at that भाई A5 के बाद there is no way to break through, but just somehow he found that B4 A5. I'm guessing that the same situation happened with Magnus himself against Jordan when there was King Rook pawn for Jordan and Magnus had King Knight and two pawns. I feel like if the position is extremely drawish, sometimes you might lose your sense of danger whatsoever. And then you could play a couple of hand moves, and then it leads to a situation where you have to make a bunch of only moves. And you don't realize it because in your head, you're still making hand moves. And I think Magnus also lost exactly like that, right? Because he just like how Erdogan didn't play A5, Magnus also could have played that knight d5, knight e7 or knight d5, knight f6 and it was dead draw, yeah. But वो हल्का सा continue करना, like in just making that one king move made it, a little bit more complicated because I'm sure Magnus also thought ये तो I can play anything in this position and it's a draw basically.
Agreed. And Chad, कई बार हंसी आ जाती है भाई तुम्हारे कमेंट्स पढ़ के, while we are
क्या
talking,
पढ़ा
but
भाई?
कुछ challenge for the commentators: don't mention Magnus till the next round. By the way, the next round starts in exactly 8 to 9 minutes from now, and it's going to be crucial. So in fact, I'll be just back in 1 minute. Yeah.
So basically the only way that he could accept your challenge is by just not being on the stream basically. Roop bhai, so well done on that. But yeah, when will it start? I think it should start soon. We know that there is a half an hour break between the games and then the games last about 15 minutes. So I think in about a few minutes the game should begin. We have Fabi versus Gukesh, of course. Then there is Firouzja playing against Sindarov, MVL going against Hans, Fedoseev versus Radek, and then Fabi Gukesh, and then Wesley versus Duda as well. मैग्नस इज अच्छा मेंशन चलो मैं तो हार गया ये तो मैं चैट पढ़ रहा था सो इट्स अ बिट डिफरेंट Said, what's with Wojtaszek defeating Gukesh twice and losing to everyone? I think it's a bit of a surprise. But I think Wojtaszek is a very strong player in that sense. It's a bit surprising that he actually, has not performed well against other players. That's a bit surprising to me because he's very, very strong. Don't count him out ever because he's been 2700 for a very, very long time. And of course, against Gukesh, maybe because he has been working with Gukesh, he understands Gukesh in a different way. Maybe also ऐसा भी होता है कि if you work with someone, then it's very hard to play against them. At least it was like that with me. Like I have one player who I used to work with pretty much for about, let's say, more than like about 10 years or so, and it was very, very difficult for me to play against him um, each time. So yeah. Gukesh win-win. Yes, bhai. Let's go. Let's go. Who's afraid? I don't know who that is, bhai. But yes, Sahaj games start every half an hour. So 7:30 p.m., not 8 p.m. Yeah, yeah, I know, I know. So it should be in 7 minutes or so. Yeah, pretty much. How much weightage do you think preparation has in contributing to success in World Championship? A lot. I think very, very big part of it. I think preparation, of course, chess-wise and also mentally and also physically. And yeah, it, of course, a lot. You need a very strong team, I think, these days. Sahaj, can you win? भाई ये कैसा question है भाई? Of course. Of course, bhai, but that's not a fair question. That's not a fair question. Can you explain how chess tournaments are like an open event, like a normal open? Actually, I will be playing an open event after a very, very long time in Germany quite soon. Um, so yeah. But besides that, no other plans like this. But let's see. Who is भाई मैं क्रिकेट उतना देखता नहीं हूँ but if you watch basketball you can kind of compare him to LeBron James. Like actually you can really compare him to LeBron James because he still is able to perform like at his best while supposedly his peak has passed. So I can't really say for cricket in that sense. Why is Sindaro fumbling here? He had a great tempo since last year. We were talking about it earlier. I think it could be the fact that he's preparing for the World Championship. एक pressure आ जाता है. Plus he has also won so much that हल्का सा I feel hunger भी चला जाता है. But I think most importantly do not compare classical with blitz or rapid formats. To me, they are completely different sport altogether. Like the type of openings you play, the psychology you have, I think everything is kind of different. So I think it's pointless to compare the two in that sense. So rating difference between world number one and number two is 50 elo, and number two and number 10 is 38. Yeah, I know, I know. It's actually, you are saying that right now that there is a big difference between Magnus and, the number two player, but the difference was actually much more about 10 years ago. Like there was a moment when Magnus was just completely ahead of everybody else. And there was this stat once I remember on 2700 chess where they were comparing from 1 to 2 and then 2 to 20 was like more narrow than 2 to 1. So that's how crazy it was. But that was Magnus's peak, basically.
So I thought we are not doing the Magnus challenge then, yeah? Because I heard Magnus literally in the
नहीं नहीं,
first
आप तो
line.
छोड़ के ही चले गए भाई. आप क्या कैसा चैलेंज? आप तो
So
conditions
let's
were
do
not
challenge
met.
now.
So
For until the game starts, no Magnus mentions. Are you okay, Sahej bhai? Let's see. Done. Are you in?
I'm in.
Sahej bhai is using.
So
I'm
so
in.
so Carlson का next tournament कौन सा है?
No, no, you can't mention his name at all. No Magnus, no Carlsen.
I didn't mention his name, no.
You did
That was a
Carlsen बोला था
surname,
आपने.
but I said surname.
नहीं सरनेम में नहीं कर सकते. गोड भी नहीं बोल सकते.
Hmm.
चैट जो वो बंदा पीछे तुम्हें दिख रहा है, उस बंदे के बारे में क्या ख्याल है तुम्हारे? भाई इसके बिना मुश्किल है भाई. We can't really stop talking about Magnus. It's like the biggest the day Magnus retires, I think the chess ecosystem suffers. Like I would love to see him play forever if possible. And some chess players do that. Yeah, they will play for decades and decades beyond what would be traditional retirement age. Like Bronstein, was it right, who played till like literally 70s and 80s, if I'm not mistaken.
Bronstein? What do you mean by
Yeah, he played till his 70s. No, I think like late in his career.
think so. Could be. Also, Korchuna is a big one, right?
Korchnoi actually, not Bronstein actually. You're right. Maybe Korchnoi it was.
Korchuna is the big one, yeah. Yeah. I actually saw him myself in London Classic giving a simul at the age of some 80 or something like this. He was
Yeah,
giving
yeah,
a
yeah, yeah,
simul to like
exactly, exactly,
20 players.
exactly.
Ridiculous, bhai, it was. I mean, मैं खुद देखा था अपनी आंखों से भाई. Like he was giving a simul to 20 players, which was ridiculous.
Yeah. And also Ivanchuk is a great example, by the way, who can literally beat anyone on his day. Like
Did
even
you see
Magnus is
that
not.
stat, by the way, of Ivanchuk? In the last
Yes.
33
Yes.
days, he has played 32 games, 32 classical games in the last
He's like a
33 days.
hardcore chess fan. Like he just loves to play chess, basically. You can't take him away from chess. Kuch bhi kar lo. And I remember that moment, yeah, when he lost in the World Rapid and Blitz, and also later when he lost one game at the Tata Steel Challengers. Like you could see him crying when he lost that game. So that's how much chess means to him.
Yeah,
Sahaj bhai, which
exactly.
Indian GM you were? And Sahil, which Indian WGM you were? The next one. WGM क्या होता है? GM का बताओ सहज भाई. Which number India's GM you were?
29th, 29th, bhai. So
Missed
it's
by
been
4.
a long time.
Yeah. Fun fact. Radoslav only won against Vikesh till now and lost to other or draw. Interesting. We saw that already. Please update when Vikesh is. So, chat, we have seen 4 games today. We have 5 more games. And Gukesh versus Sindarov is the second last game. So, 8th game of the day. That's Gukesh versus Sindarov.
And of
Meanwhile,
course, we're reaching the midway mark
yeah.
with the next game because it's round 5 and total there are 9 rounds. So very soon we'll have Gukesh Sindarov. I feel like a lot of us are waiting for this moment. Um, where because Gukesh defeated Sindarov in the rapid section, and I think Sindarov will be looking for that revenge. Bhai, it's very important. I think for chess players to even the score, yeah, especially if you play against someone in the same event. So Sindarov, I think, will be looking to go for that win 100% today.
Oh yeah, I mean Sindarov would love to get back, right? Because Gukesh won the first time, and when Gukesh was doing the fist pump, Sindarov was not meeting him eye to eye. He was looking at the pieces and just, you don't want to be there in that moment. So there's clear rivalry, regardless of whether both players say. They know they're thinking about each other. They're thinking about these each other's games. By the way, let's go. The games have begun. Knight F3, C4 by Caruana, A6 by Gukesh, keeping it solid, and D4, an ambitious choice.
Yep, trying to go for some aggressive lines. He's plays knight c6, so avoids this c5 move. And instead, whenever you do this, you want to play e5 instead. But
Hmm.
Gukesh, ये knight h6 कुछ नया लेके आया यहाँ पे with the idea of knight f5. But I'm sure e5 will happen at some point anyways. d3 played to put pressure on h6 and he goes knight f5.
Very interesting knight f5, because why would you put the knight on h6? Of course, you play knight f5, defend the pawn on d4, and so on. And also, like after e4, when I take with the d pawn, how are you capturing that Sehajwai? Because ideally, you might take with the bishop, but now you can't. You have to take with the pawn.
No, there it is. Fabi answers the question for us, FET. And
Yeah.
look at that. Gukesh plays h5 to launch an
Bye.
attack on the. What? What?
What? What?
वेट भाई ये
Bye.
कैसे हुआ और फाबी इतना जल्द भाई for does wow Fabi
Bye.
knows
Fabi
this he
knows this.
crazy
Wow.
that he
Both
knows
players
this
know this. Bye. The
there is
best for black is knight b8.
no
It's
no
knight b8.
the best move is pawn takes and knight e5 chat I am the one making these moves by the way knight e5 this is the best knight e5 bishop d6 tikku bhai knight f3
Bye.
bishop f5 black is a piece down but so much compensation on the board.
मैग्नस रिटायर होना हो, मैं आज ही रिटायरमेंट अनाउंस कर रहा हूँ चैट. सो यू नो व्हाट, सेंड मी विशेस. व्हाट इज दिस भाई? दिस इज नॉट चेस. How can people calculate like this? And these are top. This is how good you have to be to become an elite chess player. If your dream is to enter the world top 10 someday, you have to calculate all of this over the board. Man, this is insane, Sahaj bhai.
I don't think this is calculation, but I think this is preparation for both of them. Like
No,
there
but
is
if let's
no
say this
way
was
Fabi
classical.
plays this much. Classical
हाँ,
में for
but
sure, yes, you would have to
हाँ, you have to,
calculate this, but
let's say आपको नहीं पता, आपको calculate करना पड़ेगा. You have no other choice, otherwise you're lost.
yeah, exactly. And Fabi is actually very tricky with these things. Yeah, we also remember that 9 move game. I think it was against Firouzja, where
Yes.
he like had sacrificed 2 rooks. And chat, if you haven't seen that, look it up. I mean, you can just search Fabi 9 move win
Bye. Come
against
on,
Firouzja.
95.
It's beautiful.
Absolute cinema. Come on, 95. Absolute cinema. Come on, brother. 95. Piece that Gukesh. Come on, do it. Just do it. You can do it. Knight. आगे चलो E5 पे भाई कर दो knight piece. Come on. I want to see a piece sack, Sahaj bhai. I'm
I'll
very excited if.
I'll translate that chat. Basically, Tiku wants Gukesh to play 95 in
हाँ.
case आपको नहीं समझ आया तो yeah.
So, yeah.
वो एक एक पार्ट थोड़ा मैं थोड़ा कंफ्यूज हो गया जब आप बोल रहे थे व्हाट वाज द थोड़ा
There
फंबल
was
हो गया
like
वहाँ पे
knight C2 E5, basically.
ah okay knight c2 I see knight c there is knight c वाला e5 पे chat as
हाँ.
opposed to the knight that is off the board that's
Off the
gonna
board.
jump to e5
Yeah.
yeah
Yeah.
मतलब गुकेश नाइट वो बोर्ड वहां से उठा के रख नहीं सकता दैट्स व्हाट टिकू भाई सेइंग
Exactly. And by the way, Gukesh has taken a lot of time. He has 2.5 minutes compared to 5 minutes Fabi now. So if he doesn't know this, then we are in huge trouble.
I would play 95 here for. I mean, I think this is the only thing you can think of because something sharp is happening. But I'm guessing Gukesh's preparation ended after d5 and Fabi is still in. Ooh, no ways. Bishop h4. That's a mistake. Choti si mistake because after pawn takes knight, bishop takes rook, queen takes queen check is important, and then uske baad knight takes bishop, and endgame aa jayegi. And Fabi has maybe, and I mean, he has one extra piece, objectively speaking. So I think this would look very promising for Fabi there.
But this is basically lost from the opening, yeah, which is the worst case for you because um yeah, I mean bishop h4 looks logical. When you have no other option, you play this move because you get the rook at least for the 2 pieces. But as Sahaj mentioned, like without the queens, this is basically saying goodbye to any winning chances, and any drawing chances you have are basically minimal. So It feels like Gukesh could be going down right of the out of the
Then
opening this time.
after pawn takes c6, I was just checking. By the way, he does take on c6. Bishop e1 does happen, and now queen takes d8. Yeah, played. He could be going down. Yeah, this looks very very bad. Maybe not lost, but borderline lost. Yeah.
Chad, if anyone is wondering why am I dancing, it's because we don't have cameras, so we need some drama at least. But the drama on the board is clearly in Caruana's favor. Just calculate the pieces. By the way, Black has two rooks and a bishop. White has a rook and three minor pieces. Sahaj bhai. So that's yeah. I feel like this is just gone.
Yeah, basically two knights for a rook. Yeah,
Yeah.
essentially. बाकी सब same है. And two knights से गुकेश जीता हुआ है पहले. Um, but he has not been on the other side of it. But so yeah, some Olympiad memories here.
Why Gookie did this? I think he just didn't know what to do. Chat, usually when, let's say, you're caught in some opening preparation of your opponent, which is very sharp, you have no idea what to do, then you have no option, right? Because there's no time to calculate. As we discussed, even while Gukesh was thinking, in classical chess as a top player, you would have to sit down, think for 20 minutes, and come up with a solution. But in Blitz, I mean, you only have 5 minutes, so you can't really do that. So Gukesh went for the move he thought gave him some chances to hold, and that's true. On paper, he has, let's say, 5% chances maybe to hold this. But I mean, it's just a miss from the opening. Great opening preparation by Fabi again.
Yeah. And now Gukesh has to decide whether to take the pawn. I mean, I'm not sure if there is any other solution here besides taking the pawn. This is pretty. You surely are not going to allow pawn takes b7 here. Oh, he allows it. That was a
But
mistake.
why? Why would you allow
And you
that,
could
Sahaj
have
bhai?
taken, yeah, yeah. Maybe he's looking for some activity. Oh, he also just takes on g2, gives him the option to take on c6 again.
Because
I think it's
either
high
you
time
play
you take this.
b6, either you play b6 and take with the bishop,
Yeah, or
or
the
you
rook
take.
and
Allowing cb7 did not make much sense to me. So at
but
least he
okay,
takes
it's
now. Yeah.
yeah, it takes it now. b3, he's planning for bishop b2. This is still under protection by the knight, so it's not really a problem. And rooks need open files. There is only one open file on the board right now, and the king is on it. So maybe king e7 or king c8, king b7, and then bring the rook to d8 could be
Hmm.
useful. We need the d2 square for any kind of activity.
Yeah. And I think, okay, f6 is not bad at all because bishop might come to b2. So you're blocking it also, complementing the bishop on f5. So not a bad move, but it's also not the most urgent thing in the position. Maybe Sahaj by I would move the king somewhere and make the rook active. But f6 kind of a, it's almost as if he's saying, okay, there's nothing wrong with that position. Yeah. With f6.
Yeah, but it's golden pawn, so I mean, you are still solidifying this bishop ka view nahi hai g7 pe goes king c8, but okay, by the position is dead lost though.
Or knight f4 is a nice move. You can never play king b7 now. Rook c1 is incoming. The bishop is also defended. Bishop d4 can literally block out any counterplay you can ever have. I think this, like, if I was such my honest opinion, if I was playing as white against anybody, I don't think I'll lose this. Like, I won't lose this against anybody in the world. Very tough. This is so solid, man. What do you do as black? There's no play.
There's always this knight c5 check ideas which are very annoying, but still early. I mean, also time difference dekho bhai, 2 minutes for Fabian, 31 seconds for Gukesh. I mean, that's a bigger worry here.
Yeah, bishop d4 played now. What do you do about the a pawn? A6, knight c5 loses the pawn there by a fork. And a5, then there's always bishop c3 ideas or rook c5 ideas loses the pawn. So goodbye to the a7 pawn, anyways. And feels like with 15 seconds, no chances of Gukesh.
Oh, that's it. Knight c5 check now, and this is also hanging. Also, I mean, in general terms, like in positional terms, you should always take on e4 here because you just turned your knight, like two knights for against a rook into a knight bishop versus a rook, and bishop is definitely in this sense a superior piece. Whether it's dark or white, it doesn't really matter.
And
King
somebody
F2.
said we need ability, not confidence. I have to disagree for this game specifically because I think this was just opening. Yeah, this was just
Hmm.
opening preparation. I think.
Then Gukesh
Fabi
tried that
was,
H5, H4 hope. I mean, he maybe
yeah,
thought Fabi doesn't know it, but Fabi actually knew it.
and he knew it better
So,
actually than Gukesh. So
yeah,
never try to outpair Fabi. Yeah, I mean Sindarov got away with it, but you have to be very careful when you do that.
100%.
Both sides have passed pawns. Actually, nobody has passed pawns right now because passed pawn means when you have a pawn which cannot be stopped by another pawn. If white had a passed pawn or black had a passed pawn, they would be already pushing it. So, but there's potential to create one very soon. But the knight c5 fork threatened.
The same reason why there is not a single open, like there is one open file here, but there's the bishop is on d for blocking it. So basically the pawns are scattered in such a way. I mean, this is of course Fabi is doing this on purpose to not give any open files to Gukesh's rooks, essentially. By the way, Tikubai, e4 was winning
Oh wow!
instantly.
Actually, yeah, because the rook. Oh wow, that was a nice move. But okay, these doesn't need it. Yeah,
He's
he
trying
can
to
play
trap
anyone.
this rook, I think. He's gonna play a4 next, and then e4 traps the rook.
And a5 actually helps white in that regard.
Yeah,
So
because rook यहाँ नहीं जा सकता. So let's play a4 maybe, and then rook e4 next. It will trap the rook.
don't be triggered when Gukesh is. Oh, absolutely not. I think criticism is great because you learn from it. You know, I don't want to reveal too much, but I think everywhere I think criticism is great. I just got some criticism from my Chesscom team. I think everybody got it across the team. Yeah, like we got this feedback, and it's eye opening sometimes. Oh, I could do this better. I could do this better. It's so nice to hear criticism because you learn from it. But I think also like this was just the opening though. I think this is just that Hikaru thing, right? When he didn't know what to do after castles in that crucial game at the candidates, this is quite similar because this is Blitz and Gukesh simply did not have the time to figure out details. So, of course, not nobody's fault, but just Fabi's prep was deeper. Let's put it that way. You have to go deeper, Sej, by always when you're preparing against Fabi, yeah? Oh, King
Bhai,
G6.
that's should not have gone there, bhai. But King G7,
Why, but
black plays rook e6,
I mean, if you're trying to outprepare Fabi, it's very tough, right? You have to like calculate deeper than Fabi, which is not easy. Was it 3 seconds
yeah.
of Gukesh?
And now e4, rook f2, anything is winning. Oh, rook c5 आ जाएगा उसमें rook f2 में. Never mind, don't play rook f2. Play a4 first and then rook f2.
A4 is nice actually. Oh,
ये
played.
rook c5, oh भाई खेल
Oh,
दिया उसने.
oh, Rook F8. Threatening mate in one, by the way. Threatening Rook F8 mate.
Yeah.
Wow, beautiful move.
Only nearly a perfect game, yeah, by Fabi, I would say.
Agreed. And by the way, Sindarov is drawing. So this one
Just
was
putting it
hard
up
for
as
him.
well because I think Gukesh has just resigned. I don't think it has registered, but
No,
he
he's
has
not
just
resigned,
resigned,
Sajma.
yeah.
It's gone. It's on. It's on. It's on. It's on. It's on.
It's on
It's on.
still here.
I
Why he
think
has not
so.
played?
Yeah, well, it must be the transmission error, yeah? Oh, okay. My bad. He resigned. Let's go to Sindarov.
Let's go here. So rook b2. Okay, they're just repeating as well.
Yeah. Fair
Tablash.
enough. I think we have still one more game on. That's Wesley against Duda. And as the sun sets, this is getting tougher for Duda to play. 2 pawns edge by. I mean, as long as you don't enter with FNH, if you're
Actually,
very
the
smart.
sun is setting by. I am in. I can confirm. It's उतना
Exactly.
powerful नहीं है. I mean, if you think about it, he won. He drew his first game. No, sorry, defeats Wesley, draws. जैसे ही सनसेट हो रहा है उसी के साथ साथ आई फील हिज स्ट्रेंथ इज गोइंग डाउन.
By the way, Radoslav defeated Fedoseev. The standings are becoming a bit muddy now. Um, very interesting. The people in the bottom half are beating the people in the upper half, opening up the event a bit.
Look at this chat, proper opposition on the board.
I'm surprised Buddha is still playing. Yeah, that's hilarious actually to me.
That chat,
Yeah,
I'll
he's
actually show you a very nice trick here. Generally, and it can work against, against some people, it can work. If you ever have a position like this, let's say, I'll just put it up like this. Okay. And you're playing as black, don't resign. Your opponent can actually go king f6. And with king f6, you can put up a trap here, which is that you can play king to h7. And now everyone plays g6 check here. If you play g6 check, because if you played king f7, I'll go king h8 and g6 is stalemate. So no one's going to do that.
Hmm.
So they will play g6 check, and this is now a draw because of king h8. But of course, this is a trap that, okay, very rarely happens, and not at this level, obviously, but it can work.
We did see Sindarov blunder mate in once, so anything is possible,
Mhm.
Sehjbhai, when you have 2 seconds on the clock. And the next game chat is Gukesh versus MVL. We are more than halfway through to day number 4 of the GCT Poland tournament and first day of the Blitz. Can you the standings once? Would love to check it out. How have the things changed? Hans is, by the way, on 16 points now in the standings, so he is unstoppable. Sahaj bhai, he seems to be gaining points every game. And dude, Gukesh still in the same place, 6-7. No changes there.
Yeah, I think Gukesh, I mean, Blitz has not gone well for him. It's only 1.5 out of 5 is a score overall, which is
Mm.
not the best. But by next match, or well, it's coming up. The big match is coming up very, very soon. That's what we're waiting for. It's MVL, Hans, Sindarov, and then finally the final boss, which is Jadu.
Yeah,
Because I'll
chat.
just be
So
right back in a minute, yeah?
या अगले राउंड बहुत क्रेजी होंगे चैट नाउ इट्स गोना बी एमवीएल इसके बाद हैंड्स द लीडर उसके बाद सिंदारोव जिसके साथ हैंड्स पंप किए रहे तो अगले 2 राउंड तो क्रेजी है आई रियली होप मुकेश विंस दिस वन ताकि थोड़ा मोमेंटम बने अगली 2 गेम्स के लिए going to be important chat by the way would love to know where are you guys joining us from chat let us know the city you're joining us from maybe country if you're not from India would love to know what are you eating popcorn yeah see Blitz cannot happen without popcorn. You need popcorn for Blitz, I think, because there are blunders everywhere. It's even lower. Okay, I don't know what that is. No, Gukesh Sindaro will happen, I think, round number 8. I think 2 games later. Navi Mumbai, very close to my place, by the way. I live in Panvel. Um, University, what? Chandigarh, nice, nice, nice. Gukesh is good enough in Blitz. I disagree, I think. Um, of course, his classical Blitz, there's a difference in level, but I would say let's just wait. Yeah, let's just wait and see. London, Netherlands. I've been to Netherlands. Amazing place. I think I had my best tournament performance in Netherlands. I played the Darren Open and the Leiden Open. Amazing tournaments. I would love to go there somewhere again. I'm watching from IRQQ. I know which place that is. IRQQ. Kochi. Oh, nice. Mukesh wins 1 game equal to GOAT, OP best. Mukesh one game isn't important. No, I mean, see, we just want him to win. So, of course, we'll cheer when he wins. When he loses, see, everybody's going to dunk on you. You want to be the guy who's still supportive in general. You want to be that person who's supportive to the people close to you. And Gukesh is very close to us, I think, because he gave us so much happiness when he became the world champion, the second one from India in the history of chess. And you have no idea. I want to share a story. Like, I literally watched a movie. This was Durandar. I know most of you must have seen it. I went to the cinema hall, sat down for Durandar 2, and you have these advertisements, by the way, that play at the start of the movie, right? You have these, okay, some sports cars, some gold loans, some random shit. And then suddenly I see Gukesh on screen. I'm like, wait, what? Wait, Gukesh on? Wait, do they, wait, what? I was in shock. Yeah, how did Gukesh come up on screen suddenly? And it was this Titan ad, the partnership with Titan. And there was this advertisement. And I have never seen that before. 33 years I've been alive and I've watched movies for at least 30 of them, maybe not, maybe 25 of them. I have never seen it. I mean, Vishy sir was there at the start. I remember some ads, but not in the movie theater for sure. And I have never seen that before. And now with digital media becoming so crucial to, these things, I feel like that was a eureka moment for me. It was so nice to see him actually, be there, as an inside an ad in a cinema hall. Never seen that before ever. So very nice to see that.
Let me guess, you're talking about Durandar.
Dhurandhar 2, the advertisement that I saw Gukesh, the Titan ad, right? So it was very nice to
Oh,
see that.
bhai, I saw that in Budapest.
Yalla bhai, told you
I
so.
saw
Told
that
you
in
so.
Budapest.
Sehaj
Like
bhai,
chat, literally, I saw that ad. Oh, Budapest we went to watch Durandar, and there was like a special screening. वहाँ पे there was Gukesh. Crazy. Of course, I didn't have my phone because it's not polite and everything. But I would have taken a picture, but he was there.
I took a photo of that screen. I took a photo of that screen. Sorry if I don't file me for piracy, but I did take a photo of that screen because it was so iconic. And I still have it on my phone and made me feel so proud to be associated with the game of chess, Sahaj bhai. It was like amazing. So that's what happens when you have a world champion from your country. So yeah, he's made all of us happy, and that's why we cheer for him. He deserves it.
My question: will Gukesh win against Radoslaw tomorrow or not? Bhai, we'll find out tomorrow. Of course, but I think today Gukesh has bigger questions to answer, if I can be very frank with you. And that question is coming up, I think, in the next two rounds that we are all waiting for.
Yep. And I think the next two rounds are crazy. So hoping he wins this one, a little bit of confidence can go a long way. And what if Sindarov takes Radoslav as second for World Chess Championship? I think it's not impossible, but as a second, you would first, of course, approach the guy whom you've worked with before, right? Loyalty is a big thing, and it pays off long term, even if in the short term it might feel it's not important. And I think from Radoslav's perspective, if Sindarov were to approach him and he's not working with Gukesh already, the first thing at least I would consider doing is talking to Gukesh. Okay, I've been approached by this guy. Just to understand the situation there, side. What would you do?
In which scenario?
If let's say you had
If
worked for somebody and you're not working with them this year, and let's say the opponent approaches you now to hire you for your expertise and the personal connection, whatever you know about the player, would you work with them directly or would you first contact the player you know, um, whom you've worked with before?
Well, depends. Yeah, if the person is my friend, then definitely yes. If it's strictly a professional thing, then okay, why should I let the other player know? If it's a
Hmm.
friend, then you have a personal connection. The guy is close with you, then of course then there is a courtesy there. But otherwise, I think
But
if
you're
it's
going to be a
professional,
friend
then go
likely,
for it.
no? Once you prepare for a world championship, you will be
I
some
don't know,
sort of a
but
friend.
I think the team, I think both of them will adjust their teams. I don't think it will be the same team as last time. Yeah, some core members will be there, but they definitely will need to spice up and change a few pieces here and there. Of course, Gukesh has learned a lot from the previous World Championship, and this is the advantage that Gukesh has. That Sindarov doesn't, because this is gonna be his first World Championship overall. So,
Wow.
um,
Somebody just said, how about starting a chess club in the Seawood Mall? Bro, that's where I go every second week. That's the only place I go to hang out. Not even making this up, because there's nothing here, to be honest. If I have to chill out, if I have to chill out, I go to that mall and that's where I hang out, by the way. Not even kidding. So I'm in for it. But you start, I'll join. Sorry, Salva. Continue.
amazing, amazing. And also, by the way, chat, I'm seeing that we have games going on for 15 minutes, and then we have this we don't have cameras, and we are just having a basically a conversation with you. And throughout these streams, I see a lot of chess related questions, that how I'm at this level, what books I should read, or what I should do. And feel free if you have any questions now. I mean, we do have the time, we do have the, we are waiting for the game. So feel free to ask any chess related questions that you have for growth or for entertainment. Yeah, like the door is open there.
And I like this comment. The world championship is 50-50, but Sindarov has more chances to win. But if he overthinks, then Gukesh demolishes the game. I think the world championship is going to be very, very close regardless, because look at historically what has happened. It's always been close unless you have one player who's significantly better. And even when that happened, when Magnus was significantly better, I mean, it was all the way till Caruana. Their difference was less. It was all the way till Karyakin. It was all the way, against multiple previous world championships. Only against Nepo, I think it ended a bit early. So I think when Magnus, in most cases, couldn't finish the world championship early, I feel like Sindarov, Gukesh, the difference is not that much. So I think because you are always scared of taking risks. If I lose the game, I am behind now, and my opponent just needs a draw and he's very well prepared. So the risk tolerance is very low. Once you lose a game, the risk tolerance goes up very high. So I would say that very likely the World Championship 14 game match, I would say it's guaranteed to last at least 12 games, very likely 13 games, and likely 14 games in total.
You think that there will be a tiebreak in the World Championship?
That's a good question. And looking at the current event, I have no idea who will win because both of them are struggling a little bit. Let's put
But
it this
okay,
way.
this like no. I don't think it's fair to say that about Sindarov because okay, Gukesh has had I don't think has an I mean also Gukesh and Tata Steel was pretty okay I would say overall. So
Hmm.
different ballpark, different game. I think of course for Sindarov we still have to remember his performance from candidates, from World Cup, from Tata Steel, from all of these events, and because this is rapid and blitz complete and before we reach the tie breaks, there's going to be 14 games that you have to go through. So Chad. Question for you, what do you think? Do you think the match will go into tie breaks or do you think it will be decided in the classical segment itself? And to those asking by how to develop positional understanding, I think the best way to do that is by looking at games as many games as possible. And it's a bit strange because it sometimes it feels like you're just watching it and you're not grasping anything, but this is something that takes a lot of time for it to develop because it's intuition, right? Intuition is always built. I believe it's not a 1 day process. It takes months, sometimes even takes more than that. So try to watch games of top players as much as possible. Essentially, that's the best way to develop intuition.
And you can do that right here as Ukesh is about to play his next game. By the way, chat, we are 3 minutes away from liftoff for his game against MVL. Question to both: what helps more, playing more games per day or fewer longer games per day? Because I get only limited time due to the busy lifestyle I live. I think it's more about, doesn't matter how many games. I would say, are you learning something from those games? Whether you play 4 blitz games or 2 rapid games, are you analyzing those games, learning something from them? Even if you learn one huge lesson a day, I think over a year, that's like 365 things you have learned, and that should give you a huge boost in rating overall. So I think it's
Yeah,
more about learning. You could play 50 blitz games a day and still learn nothing if you don't really look back at them and see where you went wrong.
correct. Correct. I see a question. Sahaj bhai, how do you evaluate position of Magnus versus Yagas, assuming he had played a5? So no jokes. After the stream yesterday, I was, of course, after I had my dinner and everything, what's the first thing I do? I was looking at the end game basically, and I was trying to analyze it myself, and I was trying to understand whether there was something that Magnus saw that and I had not seen this interview, and to this day, like I mean, even today, I have not seen the interview. Tikubai was the one who told me about this a5 stuff. I did look at a5, and I tried to push with white in many different ways, but there is no way. There was simply no
Hmm.
way. Like black can put the knight on e7, play a5, and the position is just dead. So Liages was literally, quite literally, just one move away from making a draw. And then it would
Yeah.
have been Yages basically who plays. No, actually, Arjun would have been just the
The
champion
winner.
then, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, Arjun
And
just one move away he was basically for that.
I think Magnus is so good, sometimes reality bends for him as well in these situations.
Exactly. I
Um,
just like I was thinking to myself that how can he still do this? Like how?
yeah.
I mean, it's not that we are like going negative or anything around this. I'm genuinely curious. What is the thought process behind this? Because it makes you think it's not like people don't know what Magnus's specialty is, right? He has done this against what he did against Yaz. He has done many times before. Most famously, he did it against Nepo. He did it against Karyakin. Where he wins in those long, long games. And okay, back then you could say people had not seen that play out at the highest level in chess before, but now this cannot be said. But still, people know that it's going to happen, and yet it happens anyways, which is I think very very yeah, I think interesting and fascinating to me.
Yeah, I think I would say it's almost like, the universe opens a path for somebody that can utilize it. That's how we look at it, Sahej. So, for example, if most people in that position, right, after let's say Magnus played b4, most people will not convert that in endgame as white, so the universe doesn't give them a chance. but the universe knows Magnus will convert that game. So he's the one who gets the chance. Like that's how I look at it. So if you're capable, I think you will get the opportunity. That's basically how I sum it up. And somehow luck does bend to Magnus when he needs it. So yeah,
No,
he's the goat regardless.
I mean, it's just that one. I mean, we can all agree that Magnus was not playing at his peak, in the event, but
Yeah,
yet
yeah, yeah.
Magnus second tier is still like good enough to like take
Enough.
some. It's just good enough,
Absolutely enough.
basically. Yeah,
Uh,
that's enough.
by the way,
Oh, look at this.
same opening by Gukesh again, yeah. And now we have Bishop
That
B2 on the board. Let's go, Chad. Let's see what happens in this crucial game. F6
that
planning
question.
E5.
That question for you. What is this opening known as with reversed colors? Does anyone know? Extra points for someone. Let's see if we have any opening nerds in the chat. What is this
Chat,
opening known
कौन है
as
nerd?
with reversed colors?
Who's the nerd in the chat? Let's go. Who's the nerd? Let's go. Hands up.
Yes, there we go. We have Benko. We have quite a few. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Love to see it. But right now Gukesh looks slightly worse. But chat, worry not, because this is preparation. I feel to an extent, and blitz में चलता है. By blitz में, like, I think it's okay to be worse. I think after move 5 or 6, because it's blitz. By it just changes
Yeah.
pretty randomly.
Yep, agreed. And now, Chad, I think after D3, of course, you want to play D3 to not allow D3 from black. In some cases, that can be a nuisance. And then, of course, black will pick up the pawn on C5. And usually in the Benoni, you play G3, bishop G2, castles. And then, of course, here already the black has the B file, though, Sahej. Bhai, काफी comfortable hai.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And
So,
opening कौन सी भाई विवेक भाई, this is actually Benko. It was Benko, but वो like जो black से खेली जाती है वो, but इस बार वो white से खेली गई है basically. And
hmm.
another fun fact for chat, like Tiku bhai, I'm not sure if you have mentioned this before, but I only found out recently that Benko was actually Hungarian. Did you know
Yeah,
this?
but you
I
told me
mentioned.
this.
I think I told you this before some
Yeah,
time ago, but when I when
yeah,
I
you told me
when I
this.
realized it, I was like, "What? That is so crazy."
Wait,
Benko
you
is
told me this a
Hungarian.
year back. You
Yeah,
told me
yeah,
this a
yeah.
year
I
back.
found out, like, okay, like when I think about my chess career, right? I've been playing chess for 25 years. I've known the name Pal Benko since I was maybe 5 years. Since the year 2000, I have known the name Pal Benko. And I did not know that he was Hungarian until I moved to Hungary. Like he was from this city, yeah, which is crazy.
Yeah, I mean that's insane, and I think there's a lot of stuff to learn about chess history. That's fascinating. I think if you are a history buff, definitely recommend checking out Gadmito's channel. You will learn some crazy stories there about how players used to do X stuff, Y stuff, insane stuff. Some of that I can't even say here, so do check that out. Meanwhile, Bishop B4 played Sage by attacking the rook. Knight D2 blocks it, and feels like this f6 pawn is somewhat of a problem for MVL long term, because I can imagine queen
Hmm.
b3, bishop f3, bishop d5, and the bishop on e6 being loose on e6, like some tactical problems for MVL.
Interesting you mentioned that, Tikku bhai. It's almost as if कुछ कोई rule है यहाँ पे, which we have talked about many times before. This whole F5 business.
Yeah, and the rule is, chat, as you know, धूप में धूला के साथ मत खेलो.
भाई वो तो ओपी था. The golden pawn rule, exactly, chat. Had the pawn been on f7, black could play queen f6, the bishop could be defended, and black would just have an easier time. Just because of this, also this entire diagonal is kind of less, loose. So bishop can go to d5, queen can go to b3 and provide some, or pose some problems to black there. So one move can make a big difference there.
Yep. And meanwhile, a3 played attacking that bishop. Usually, I would put it back, but yeah, that makes sense. Indians recommend bishop c3. Very weird move. Putting the bishop back, but now somehow I like Gukesh's position. I like the pressure on d4. The knight on f5 feels rather loose. I have a comfortable square for all my pieces, at least, for now. Rook b1 also feels tempting to get to the b file, so black cannot deal the bishop on c8 comfortably. He plays a4, uh, stops a4 from black, but gives the b4 square away. So the bishop maybe hops back now, yeah? Yep.
Yeah, bishop goes back to b4 and now bishop a3. Benko was born in France. Yeah, yeah, of course. I think he was born in France, but he lived his entire life, I think, in Hungary. And okay, he's Hungarian. I said though for Fabi also you can say no, like he was born in the US, but his I think his heritage is Italian. So should be, I mean, the same logic applies there as well.
We have
But in
so many
any
GMs in
case,
India. Why can't we invent a new modern opening in India? It's not about India or any other place. I think chess openings have been so thoroughly researched. You will have to go 20 moves deep in an existing variation to come up with a new idea, essentially. So that's why it becomes less common. Even if you find a variation, you will not get to play it often. So it's very hard to, invent a variation, so to speak, Sahaj, by nowadays.
yeah. Correct. By the way, Gukesh was a bit worse before, like out of the opening, but he was
Hmm.
had that minus point 0.4 or so. But looks like he has completely turned it around. And thanks to that golden pawn, being pushed as well in the last move with this beautiful bishop d5 check. Look at the power of these bishops
Ooh,
and an only move for MVL,
wow.
basically.
And he finds
You
it though.
No, I also want to say this, in during World Cup, I had the privilege of, having taken an interview of Levon Aronian, and I asked him that who is the most, let's say, naturally gifted player he thinks there is in the world of chess. And actually, Levon said MVL. Really, he said MVL,
Interesting.
and a lot of people, a lot of chess coaches also say the same.
And by the way, MVL recently mentioned one of the strongest talents he has ever seen is actually a dogmas in an interview he's mentioned
Wow.
recently. So it's like a loop. Yeah, your dogmas thinks like Arunian is the best. Totally possible. All these top players usually have the kindest words to say about each other. Apart from the documentary, meanwhile, Bishop G4 played attacking the queen, the only move for black by MVL, and now Queen E4 played, activating the queen, offering the queen trade by MVL. So I would say slightly better for Ukesh, but the black bishops so far, like they are a bit irritating. Let's just say, they're not making White's task easy.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for now, we cannot play, this logical move rook e1, for example, to put the rook on an open file. But I see a pawn on b7. And I also see this another possibility of capturing the queen and just kicking this bishop out of, this annoying square, like you mentioned. Both of them look very, very promising for Gukesh. But
Hmm.
what does not look promising to me is Gukesh has a minute left on the clock. Like, 2.5 minute ka farak is too much, bhai.
And he is also hesitant to go into the end game. See, I told you, like somehow he's hesitant to trade queens. I don't know where that comes from. Is it like his, feeling that maybe okay now he has to trade? But I felt that he's hesitant to find an advantage in the opening. He feels it might be harder than let's say keeping queens on, and that forces him to take bad decisions sometimes. So I've noticed it a few times. Maybe it's a coincidence. Maybe it's not something to look into. Meanwhile, bishop a6 only move played, and now the bishop can possibly come to b4. And of course, the c4 pawn is a passed pawn for Gukesh, so huge potential to queen it.
या फॉर श्योर बिशप f5 वाज प्लेड एंड बिशप d3 के पे थोड़ा प्रेशर c5 अच्छा लग रहा है देख के बट c5 से b5 का स्क्वायर थोड़ा लूज हो जाएगा
Hmm.
एंड देन ब्लैक कैन गो बिशप d7 टू टारगेट दिस एंड सडनली यू कांट प्ले बिशप b5 anymore so essentially what you are deciding is should you give up this pawn or this pawn and I think this pawn is maybe better to give away because that's an outside pawn and secondly यहाँ पे knight already block करके बैठा हुआ है.
Hmm. Agreed.
Anna Kramling invented the cow. I don't think Anna ने वो मतलब she popularized it for sure, but it was played before many times.
Hmm.
Same for the Alien Gambit as well. Like it's been played before. But okay, you get the name when you popularize something essentially.
Yeah.
Well, basically all the moves have been tried out, but it's about how, when you play it at a at the top level. By the way, that's a mistake. Blunder by
Oh
MVL King
wow.
F2 and Dukesh is winning.
Wow. I mean, one move, yeah, bishop e2, suddenly the bar went up like so much, and now takes. Wait, why can't I can't play knight e3, right? Because there is rook takes c3. I'm guessing that's the problem.
Okay, Rook D1. Oh, King E2 is the move.
Okay, has to be careful. There's no rook e8
भाई ये
check.
तो
Very important.
बॉर्डर लाइन विनिंग हो गई ना, किंग d3 पे आउट. द ओनली ट्रैप दैट आई वाज वरीड अबाउट इज रुकी 8 एंड रुकी 3 चेक. कभी
Hmm.
चेकमेट हो सकती है, बट रुकी 8 पे तो चेक ही नहीं है, देयर इज नो चेक.
Yep.
तो किंग d3 नाइट टेक्स d4, दिस इज जस्ट विनिंग, आई थिंक बॉर्डर लाइन विनिंग. ओके, बट 17 seconds, आई नो सम ट्रिक्स कैन बी पॉसिबल इन द पोजिशन, बट आई थिंक बॉर्डर लाइन विनिंग.
Let's hope so. He does win because if he wins, he will up his rank by 1 point because MVL was the guy above him. And Sindarov is drawing his game right now. By the way, Radoslav beating Wesley. Radoslav, after beating Gukesh twice, suddenly has a resurgence in this event. Is beating everyone back to back.
भाई दिस
भाई ये
इज
क्या
व्हाट आई
चल
वाज
रहा
टेलिंग यू चैट, दैट लाइक चैट इन ब्लिट्स, लाइक वन ऑन वन एनीथिंग इज पॉसिबल. एनीथिंग, लाइक आई थिंक ब्लिट, क्योंकि like it doesn't matter आपकी रेटिंग क्या, doesn't matter who you are. I feel like because it's blitz, यार 3 मिनट के अंदर कुछ भी आपको प्रोसेस करने का टाइम नहीं मिलता. You just play, that's it.
Takes the pawn. Great move. Now bishop attacks. You do something. I think you have to take because oh, it doesn't take. Okay, knight c5 check. Tricky, tricky.
Absolutely. And chat में रोबो अर्जुन जी पूछते हुए फ्री पॉन. भाई इट वाज नॉट अ फ्री पॉन. आई थिंक MVL gave it up on purpose. And by the way, that was a mistake from Gukesh. And now
Wait,
it's
what?
equal. Yeah, rook d3 check is now equal. I think he missed this move, rook d3 check. Rook d3 check, sorry. My arrow skills are a bit bad today. But check is just a repetition, and MVL is not going for it. Meaning MVL is trying to play on. I think that's because Gukesh has no time on the clock, Tikubai.
Bhai, I mean, this is so hard to trust. He just chopped off two of Gukesh's pawns, man, and now it's even slightly better for MVL.
Oh, by the way, knight e6 and knight d4 check hits both of these pieces, but he does not do it. He takes on a4 instead. Nice a move there, because still एक ही pawn बचा यहाँ पे, but there are two pawns remaining for black on the other side of the board. But still
Okay, Rook
equal,
a7.
still holdable territory for Gukesh.
Rook a7. Rook a7, crucial move. Threatening knight f6 and rook h7 checkmate in two moves. What does MVL? Bishop e5 maybe stopping knight f6. Played. Ooh, love bishop d7, preparing c6. Yeah, if I play c6, I cannot lose this game, I think. Maybe can I? I think very tough. But Gukesh is a pawn down, Sahaj. Bhai. I
Why?
think a
But why
missed
are we
opportunity.
talking about Gukesh? I think Gukesh can win this, no? Like
No, he
he's gonna
can, he
win
can.
he's gonna
But he was
win a piece here, and it's most likely gonna be Rook Bishop versus Rook. I mean, only Gukesh can win that, no?
Knight b6. Okay.
Exactly, c7. Bhai, Rook Bishop versus Rook. Let's go. Let's go.
Oof.
This is
Okay.
not easy, chat. Especially in Blitz,
Yep.
is not easy.
Okay. Bishop g8.
The first step is,
Ooh.
of course, for MVL to take that pawn away from g4
But
as quickly as he can, basically.
with connected pawns, it's going to be tough, right? King g5 says, bhai. And you take on h7, I pick up on g4. It's not going to be
But I'll
easy.
take with the bishop, na bhai. So I'll take bishop g6 as well.
Okay, 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 okay. Fair, fair, fair.
And chat, like just to like add on to this point, after king g4 and bishop g6, black is gonna be left with a pawn. And now I'm not talking about like oh wow, that's a beautiful blockade that, by the way, that MVL has set up. And I think rook g8 he could play, no? अरे यार,
Yeah, but I
that
think
that
he will
was
take
rook
since the
bishop versus rook
pawns.
आया ही नहीं board पे, but
Yeah,
just
yeah,
wanted
yeah.
to make a point, but I'll wait for the game to finish. Chat, what is this end game known as? Does anyone know? Anyone in the chat knows? This is the most famous end game, rook end game that there is, basically. The first name that you think of when you say rook end games, this is it. Does
And
anyone know the
the
name?
and the hint for you is look at the door in your room.
क्या?
Not Lucina, bhai. Not Lucina.
Exactly, not Lucina, bhai. Okay, the second most famous you can say, but I would still argue that. Chat, what do you think is more famous, Philidor or Lucina? Actually, it's an interesting question. क्योंकि
I
दोनों
think
हम we say both of them at the same time, but I think Philidor is more famous.
I think among the chess circles, Philidor is more famous. But I think among in the general public, I think Lucina is more famous. I think.
I see, I see. So, by the way, just to show this situation here, had he taken rook h7, for example, king g4, chat, let's just assume कि okay, bishop g7, bishop h7 के बाद king g4, bishop g6 आता है, right? Let's assume this is the position. Now, as black, um, the best defense here, oddly, is to give up this pawn as quickly as you can. And this is a hard decision, and I think most players would not do it because, of course, it's pawn, it's material. But if we think about the 50 move rule, for example, each time you push the pawn, that counter resets, number one. And secondly, this pawn becomes a big distraction because your goal is not to prove that the pawn is superior to the bishop. It's not. But the goal is to basically try and defend the king. So black should here play f5, f4, f3, f2, just try and promote it and sacrifice it and then try to defend the position essentially.
By the way, Sindarov drew against Hans
Oof.
Niemann, so gains half a point there. Can we have a look at the standings once? Because now two very, very important games for Gukesh. The next one is black pieces against Hans Niemann, the leader of the event, whom he lost to in the rapid. And the next one to that, Sahej is the match against Sindarov. So next two games, do not go anywhere. It's gonna be absolutely fire on the chessboard.
I think against Hans and Sindar, both of them I think are very, very big names. And dono black se hain, if I'm not mistaken, for Gukesh, right? So next round, I remember he's playing double blacks against both of these guys, if I saw it correctly. Yeah. So two games incoming, basically three more games remaining for today for Gukesh. One is against Hans, next against Javokhir, and both of them are double blacks. And after that, he plays against Jadu in the final round. So let's see,
भाई
but tough
जादू
road
मत
ahead
बुलाओ
for
यार.
Gukesh.
जादू उसका नाम नहीं है भाई. जादू
But I think
crazy.
अब अच्छा लगता है, like, because I think
अच्छा
it's
लगता है, हाँ.
because
True,
because
true,
of how well also it fits also the situation, yeah.
true, true, true. But okay, it's gonna be fun, chat. It's gonna be fun. Let's see what happens. Filal, Hans Niemann se match hai. It's gonna be fire. We can see Hans Niemann leading the event with 16.5 points. Gukesh on 11. So the easiest way to catch up right now is to beat Hans. इससे better मौका मिल नहीं सकता. Gukesh now in 5th place, by the way.
Oh, amazing, भाई. वो अब तो वो वाला जोक भी नहीं मार सकते भाई. So it
हाँ.
will be a bit difficult.
It's 5, 6, 7 now, technically. All three players. 5, 6, 7. So
That's not the doesn't have the same ring to it.
yeah, compromise. Sometimes you have to compromise in life.
I am
Meanwhile, chat.
नहीं भाई ऐसे मत बोलो भाई. I think Gukesh would. I think he's looking good, and I think it's Blitz भाई. Let's try to have fun. Of course, like I think जब हम Blitz के tournaments cover करते हैं या फिर हम उसको खेलते भी हैं, I think it's serious, but at the same time it also feels like you're enjoying the game. I think
Hmm.
that's basically why I enjoy Blitz so much. I haven't played
So
a Blitz tournament OTB in such a long time, Tiku bhai. Such a long time.
yeah, I've not played Blitz. I'm not gonna play Blitz because my rapid rating is already screwed. So I don't care. I'll play
I
rapid
mine
nowadays
too.
anyway.
My rapid, no, my blitz rating is really low. I think it's like 24-20 or something like this. Like last time I played a blitz event, I had this. It was Dubai Open, 2022, I believe it was, and I was playing with a rating of 25 something. Lost 100 points in one event. 100 points, and guess what, chat? The next month, FIDE announced कि जो K factor आपका 20 का होता है, now it's 10. So all the rating that I lost, 100 points,
So
if I performed the same way, I would only get half of it back.
So chat and me heard nothing of that story after you said my rating is very low, 24, 20 or whatever. So
Bye
chat,
for
it's like reminds me of that situation jahan pe, the topper says, that last topper, when you meet him after the exam, he's like, oh yaar, I'm not so happy, man. Such a bad bro. What happened? What happened, bro? Man, I lost half a mark, man. I didn't really
भाई बट
underline
लेकिन
the
अगर
answer.
पहले अगर आपकी
I'm
2500
gonna get
30 2500 40
99.5.
फिर तो कम लगती है ना. अगर आई एम नॉट कंपेयरिंग इट टू एनीथिंग. आई एम जस्ट सेइंग दैट बिफोर इट वाज हायर एंड इन वन इवेंट इट गोज डाउन 100 पॉइंट्स. भाई इमेजिन लूजिंग 100 rating points in one
True,
event,
true.
and then FIDE announces that there is no K factor of 20 anymore. I mean, of course, this was the rule all along, and so nothing wrong there, but it's such an unfortunate timing because if K factor was 10 while I played the event, I would have only lost 50.
True, true, true. I mean, imagine all the kids who were fighting from the rating of 1000 to 1400 and then FIDE announced कि 1000 वाले सीधा 1400 हो जाएंगे. I mean, so it's always, that's why I don't fight after rating, chat. It's just a
No,
number.
we don't fight for it. I mean, it's not really about that. It's more about being active. I think both my Rapid and Blitz have become inactive now because I haven't played those events in such a long
I
time.
agree, Sajbhai. I think this is just a number. And chat, we are all in sync. Sajjad, on a
Yeah, yeah.
completely off topic, so what's your next chess goal?
My next chess goal is to be happy. And that happiness and that happiness can only be attained with a 2600 rating. We are all in the same boat, Chad. We are all the same. We are all told don't think about rating. It's bad for you, but it's there. It's there. It's ingrained in our heads, and that's how we think in chess. Bhai. It's bad, but what can we do?
Far moment indeed. Rating doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Don't, yeah, it's a number. All of you give your rating to me.
No, but I
But
am
nay.
very excited to be playing a classical tournament now in June, right before Norway Chess. Bhai, I will play one. So I'm
Oh,
very, very
nice.
excited. Hopefully, I will join the stream while having a 2500 rating. Yeah.
Oof. Crazy.
I want 10
So
points away, bhai. 10 points away.
crazy, crazy, crazy. And then Saj will give us a party when he reaches 2500.
Arey, bhai,
That's
bhai,
going to be
bhai.
amazing. So, chat, the next game starts in 9 minutes from now. This is important. The game against Hans for Gukesh, the tournament leader. And the next one to that is against Sindarov. Crucial two games. If somehow he can win these two, I think nothing else matters, Saj. I think it's going to be something Gukesh is going to look back positively at.
For sure, for sure. I think so. Like starting was not great, but I think he's doing fine now. बट लास्ट के 3 राउंड भाई सेकंड सेट भी कंप्लीट हो गया तो फर्स्ट सेट में गुकेश के थे ही वाज हाफ आउट ऑफ 3 बाय द वे इन द फर्स्ट सेट सेकंड सेट में ओनली ही वाज 1.5 बेसिकली सो नाउ इट्स अ फाइनल सेट 3 आउट ऑफ 3 करना है भाई लेट्स गो
बिल्कुल तीसरा पॉइंट तो कंफर्म ही है ना भाई वो तो आ ही रहा है अपने पास सो
वो तो हाँ शाम हो गई ना
हाँ
हाँ शाम हो गई तो मुझे सब
चलिए आई
दिखता
बैक इन 5 मिनट या
Yeah, for sure, bhai, for sure. Take your time. Magnus would have perhaps drawn that game if it was not do or die match. He gained time advantage and then used time pressure, which made opponent to commit inaccuracy. Absolute conversion master. So I think I will agree with everything you're saying. Besides the first sentence you made, yeah, Magnus would have perhaps drawn that game if it was not a do or die match. He has refused a draw offer in a world championship match, even though he was becoming a world champion after a draw. Like it was not a do or die situation there, but he still did it. Like he does it every single time. That's what makes him so dangerous. Yeah. That's also why, if you think about it, like I would say one of the most popular videos. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Why? No worries. So, one of the more popular videos in chess is the one where Magnus offers a draw to Vidit on move 5. I'm sure a lot of people in the chat would have seen that video. I mean, it got millions of views if I'm not mistaken. But it was, of course, it's rare, but it was so rare coming from Magnus because Magnus White से 5 चाल में draw पूछ रहा है is something we had never ever seen in our lives before. So it was difficult. Can you live stream from playing hall on your channel? You mean when I play the tournament? I will try, bhai. Like I will try, but I'm not sure what are the rules and such there. But I did try to stream one event, but I think you need a commentator there, like to explain everything. But if it's just me playing the match, I guess it becomes a bit boring for the people. So if I manage to get get a commentator, maybe I could consider it. It's a good idea. Yeah, it's exactly. It was because of health reasons. I know it was for health, but it was still strange. Like it was still new to us, like unique because Magnus is the one offering the draw like this. I think another time I can think of this is when Gukesh and Magnus drew in that Berlin draw. It was one of the GCT events. I believe it was Croatia last year, but not sure on the details. But yeah, Sahil can be the commentator. But yeah, Sahil Bhai is also. I mean, Sahil Bhai is a very busy guy. So I don't think it would. Also, if he does, it would be 1 day, 2 days. So it's kind of difficult. But now I do have the equipment. I will definitely try it, bhai. Sahaj bhai, where does intuition works better for 2700 players? Is it at middle game or end game? where does intuition, I don't look, I can't speak for 2700 players. I can only imagine in that sense, because I've spoken with a lot of them about chess, but I'm not 27. So intuition, I think, is throughout your game, but I think it's probably the most prominent, not during middle game or end game. It's usually the vision you have from middle game to end game, like अंडरस्टैंडिंग के इस मोमेंट में ये एक स्ट्रक्चर आएगा जहाँ पे मुझे ये चाहिए और ये ठीक है, like that's, I guess, is would be the right way to put it. It usually happens in the conversions, like also anticipating the conversion. Like अगर आप एक पोजीशन है, कोई मिडिल गेम की पोजीशन है, यू कैन, इफ यू कैन फिगर आउट कि ये पीस यहाँ पे ट्रेड कर लूंगा तो अपोनेंट के लिए थोड़ा मूव्स खेलना इज अ बिट मोर डिफिकल्ट. So you're already anticipating the trade. That's where the intuition starts to form. And also, you can learn this. It's not like it is an, of course, to an extent, it's a natural skill, but you can learn, let's say, the majority of this intuition thing just by following games and, uh, uh, doing tactics, like watching all top games and doing tactics, essentially. Two things. Tej, nahi bhaiya, I don't think that, but let's also leave that conversation for this channel, yeah? But I don't think that, bhai. कितनी गेम बाकी हैं सहज भाई? 3 गेम्स और बची हैं बेसिकली, आई बिलीव, ओवरऑल. एंड आई थिंक द लास्ट गेम, sorry, the third last game, the one we are waiting for, is it should begin in 4 minutes from now, pretty much. Welcome back, Tiku bhai.
बस भाई,
When
खाली
will
बोतल से पानी
Gukesh
पीने का अलग ही मजा है.
When will Gukesh learn intuition? Bhai, Gukesh's intuition is good. I think it's good, but I feel like also but it's a, it's like sometimes it's very good, sometimes it's very bad. Like there is a moment when I think when Gukesh's intuition really showed, and if I try to remember the game, I think it was against Magnus. And I remember it was double bishop versus double knight type of a situation where Gukesh was playing with the black pieces and Magnus had some preparation on the board. Last year this happened, and at some moment Gukesh played this move h6. Now, chat, I'm not sure if how many of you will actually go back and look at that h6 move against Magnus. Go look it up if you have the time, of course, and you will see that h6 was a mistake at the time. But I think the whole point of playing h6 against Magnus was to completely throw him off and get a different kind of a scenario. And then Gukesh managed to get a good position. I'm not sure if he won the game, but I know he had a winning position for sure. So it's like intuition build hone mein time lagta hai, for sure. But like for Gukesh's peak, it was the calculation, like how well he could calculate, and the other skills that he had was much better. But now I think he's improving on that sense as well.
Yep. But I feel like
And people saying intuition is God given. Bhai, no, bhai, absolutely not. You can learn these things. I think, okay, for like Magnus also we think is like natural. Yes, that is true. But the amount of work that Magnus has done is also crazy. Like you remember that moment, Tiku bhai, when after that 160 move, 150 move marathon that he had against Nepomniachtchi, one of the reporters after the game went up to him and then said, this is the longest like game in a world championship match or something like this. And then Magnus का response था, भाई रशियन किसी सुपर फाइनल में 1965 में एक इससे ज्यादा moves हुई थी. So it's not just a God's gift, it's the ability to, of course, it's hard work, looking at, studying the classics, remembering them, and that's how your intuition is formed. It's also made. Like he has worked very, very hard for it.
Yep. And you can literally show him the pieces, the current position of any game from any year, and he will recall and tell you, ki, ye game, this is from this year, these two were the players playing, and who won, and what was the move, and he will instantly know. So I would say I think Magnus is definitely a talent and hard work, and it's a combination of multiple factors. Because of course, if you have to be the greatest player of all time, everything has to go your way, right? It has to be full, like one of the most talented players, one of the most hardworking players, one of the luckiest players, one of the players with the best guidance. It has to all come together. Only then you're going to be the best player of all time. So Magnus is a great example of what can be done. And of course, everybody else tries to um, do what he's doing with limited success so far. Meanwhile, Sejbhai, the game about to begin in 1 minute from now. Hans Niemann has the white pieces, two black games for Gukesh, but two very crucial games. If he can somehow win these two, he could have even a chance to win the event. How many points do you think Gukesh scores in the next two games, chat? Out of two?
Next three,
Hmm.
भाई.
नहीं थर्ड वाला तो आ ही रहा है ना वो तो पता ही है सो लेट्स लुक एट नेक्स्ट टू फॉर नाउ
दोनों ब्लैक से मुश्किल है भाई. I'm gonna be the vessel on this one, bhai. Look, I do think that in the blitz section against Sindarov, Gukesh has to be very careful because I think this time Sindarov will be very, very, very motivated and very hungry to beat Gukesh. And Gukesh ने just हराया उसको, so like I feel Sindarov is looking for that revenge. And any player who like goes after someone like that is very, very dangerous.
agreed you play like you have nothing to lose and that's a
Exactly.
dangerous man in all cases
Like
meanwhile
I'll give you an example, and chat might agree or might not, but like think of when Arjun played that e4 that against Magnus yesterday, when he played that g6 d6 e6 bishop g7. वो क्यों खेल रहा था वो? He had nothing to lose. Like he knew if he doesn't do this, then then okay, like it's gone. He had at that point white se हारने के बाद he was like, let's go guns blazing and I'm just gonna go. And that's when you become very, very dangerous, I think. But it's hard to fake that feeling, I think, because it's hard to pretend like this is um in that sense. But okay, yeah. Anyways, knight b2 played. Let's go to the games. Bishop e6, Tikubai, Italian opening on the board. And b4 played as well to gain some space on the queen side. What do you make of this position, Tikubai?
I think traditional opening, no, like very logical. B4 getting space on the queen side. Bishops have been traded off on e6. So black also neutralizing some of the pressure. Um, I think the kind of position where we'll see some maneuvering. Maybe the knight comes to g. Okay, he breaks with d5 instantly. The e5 pawn could be somewhat of an attack, weakness, but not really. I think black should be okay. The c5 square also feels tempting at some point to occupy but as of now feels dead equal. Where do you put the bishop on c1 though, Sahib? Is it coming to e3 to exchange off against a7 or is it just coming to b2?
I think e3 probably if you allow it. Oh, sorry, I will just go to the correct position. Bishop b2 is what he goes for. It was an
Oh, that's a
inaccuracy, but
mistake.
I'm not sure why. No, I think that's a mistake, bhai. That's like
Yeah.
not really an inaccuracy. Point three
Yeah,
se
exactly.
point
Understood.
one gaya, bhai. Not really a
So
mistake, yeah.
knight h5 was the move actually because the bishop went to b2. Now the f4 square was available and then you could have brought the rook and the queen very quickly into the game. But Gukesh plays b5, so he wants to stop white gaining space on the queen side. But maybe a missed opportunity, minor missed opportunity.
Minor, but I think still Gukesh looks pretty equal now. I like this b5 and d5. यही दोनों चीजें यहाँ पे ब्लॉक करनी होती हैं. तो भाई फ्लिप करना है बोर्ड. अच्छी लग रही है पोजीशन ब्लैक से ज्यादा.
Chat, do you want to flip? Yes or no?
Like in this scenario, I want to flip the board because I am so used to playing this for the black
We'll
side. Like it feels weird to see this with white. I don't know why. Like from
we'll
chess
only
perspective.
flip we'll only flip if we see a lot of yeses, otherwise no, because we've
Okay.
stuck to the white pieces, so I just want to keep it that way taki confusion now if possible because
A
then maybe
lot
if
of
it's
yeses, yeah, is what we need basically. A lot of
I'm checking
yeses. No,
Chesscom
but of
India
course from
also.
different people, yeah.
We see a
Okay,
lot
I'm
of no's
seeing a
as well
lot
now.
of yeses on
I'm
the
seeing
on the chess.
we can try
है
for
तो
this
भाई.
game. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes
You
for
wanna
this
try?
game and next game. Let's go by.
Okay,
Let's see.
we'll try flipping the board. Okay, there we go. Also, we can see on the bottom right corner of the screen, right next to our faces, we can also see the games from with the flipped version as well. So that I
Hmm.
mean, both are there. But black से बढ़िया लग रही है position नहीं है? Like look at the pieces, look at the queen, knights एकदम centralized, bishop बढ़िया. I mean, I don't know. It feels like black is doing a bit better here.
Yeah, black does feel comfortable. I think no major hassles for black. Of course, the C pawn maybe can be better placed, but I think we're all doing pretty awesome. Time wise, also, by the way, very important. Like, okay, seems to have an extra minute, and that's very useful. By the way, knight b3. So, white kind of opening up the bishop on c1 as well. Do you take on e4 here? Do you kind of neutralize the game, or what do you do as black? Because I've kind of activated all my pieces, but now I'm kind of lacking. I don't want to move the rook to d6 because my queen is on e8. So what's my next move?
You wanna take, you wanna play rook d6 or you wanna play rook d6 straight away. अगर आपको कुछ एकदम chilled moves खेलनी है तो bishop b6 is also very good.
Huh,
Bishop
I
bishop
like that.
b6 has like a very nice purpose. Even if you play bishop e3 na, I can just ignore it because you might take here and I can capture back with my pawn and suddenly I'm controlling the c5 square which you were talking
Hmm.
about earlier.
Hmm.
Oh, that's a mistake. Rook d5, knight d5 should have
Sahej
been
bhai,
taken, but Hans also made a mistake.
वो नाम उल्टे नहीं हुए. So let's flip the board actually because look, the hands के black है. Actually, hands
Arey,
is
arey, arey,
white.
arey,
So
arey.
so
So
let's flip the
Gukesh is
board.
playing with the black pieces. So I will switch the board back to the white side because the names were a bit confusing. So back at it now.
Hmm. Okay, by the way, Hans did have a slight edge there, but he didn't capitalize on it. But now it's again dead equal. I see a bunch of exchanges about to happen, Sahaj, and I feel like this might end in a very quick draw.
Why Hans doesn't make draws. I think Gukesh is very famous for not making draws. I think this game will be anything but draw.
Oof, 95, yeah? Avoids the trades, no
Anything
trades.
but draw, Tikku bhai. I will bet Maggie's bhai. I will bet Maggie's and I will give you 1:1 and I will pick draw. I will pick any other result you can. I think Gukesh has good chances, but I also think Hans has chances, but I'll say no draw.
So you already are -3 Maggie Sahaj. By how many will you lose?
भाई ठीक है भाई कर लेंगे नो 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 प्रॉब्लम
Chalo, let's go.
मतलब
I'll take
वी
draw.
हैव
And which result are you taking?
आप जब
Choose one.
बुडापेस्ट आओगे विजिट करने तो आपको बढ़िया से देन वी विल डू इट और व्हेन आई एम देयर डन
Done,
तो
done.
यू आर सेइंग
Chalo.
ड्रॉ
Yep. You can choose any
ओके
result.
आई से नो ड्रॉ 5 मैगीज लेट्स डू
Oh no, not only one by. You get two
3
results. Kya two? No, no, only one by. I'm happy with one.
चलो ठीक है डन चलो डन नाइट
Okay.
c4 आई थिंक बाय द वे लाइक if I had to pick a result I think Gukesh has good chances to win this one.
Okay,
By the way,
that
knight
move is
c5
not
is a
good.
mistake. It's already happening. Bishop c5, b c5, c6 is already good.
Ooh, nice. Okay, but I do see a the bishop coming to d6 at some point. Okay, there's a knight on c4. So it should be okay, I think. Fanta bets. Oh, brother just raised the stakes, man. We found a new idea. भाई
अरे भाई ये क्या बोल दिया तुमने
क्या बोल
भाई
दिया भाई
ये
तुमने
तो यार भाई चल टिक्कू तुझे
हमारा
फैंटा पिलाऊं
भाई ये तो आपने पूरा मतलब लाइफ ही चेंज कर दी भाई हमारी आपने ये बोल के यू हैव नो आइडिया व्हाट यू जस्ट डिड यू हैव नो
wait
आइडिया एक्चुअली
it chat में on the Chesscom chat I'm seeing people are asking what is Maggie chat do you guys know what is Maggie or or you guys have not had it before if not then highly recommend yeah this is basically
so
childhood food for a lot of Indian basically players and well all of us essentially by the way rook
I
f5 Tiku bhai
oh wow I think Gukesh
sacrifice wait let's time this
the book
sacrifice the
book rook
come
let's
on
go
do it
he has to do
sacrifice
it
the
I don't think he has a choice because
no
knight
no he'll do
e7
it
rook
I know
e7
he's gonna do it I know he'll do it let's go
come on Guki good chance for him to win the game would be glad to lose this Maggie actually. Come on, Rook takes f5. Defeating the leader would be huge for Gukesh.
sacrifice come on bhai it's 45 seconds now let's go fast sacrifice the
Don't tell me he
rook
has to make the thumbnail, brother. Hurry.
oh he does not do
Ah,
it
he wasn't convinced. Yeah, he wasn't convinced. He wasn't
yeah
sold on the principle, Sahaj Bhai. He didn't want the endgame, I think, because queens could have been traded off. That's why he didn't go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, probably. And also now 2 minutes for, by the way, the best continuation here for Hans is to go rook e7 and then go rook c7. But my question is, why not queen takes c3 here, Tikku bhai? And not, this is not for you, it's more for chat. Why, what do you think is happening after queen takes c3, chat? Free pawn,
Sah-
no?
Sahaj and Tikubai, at what age you become a GM? Sahaj became Sahaj, what age did you become a GM? Yeah, exact age क्या थी? 20.
I was 16, right?
Oh,
Queen
16,
c3.
crazy. Oh, he played Queen takes c3.
Arey, rook f5, golden opportunity missed.
अरे
Wait, that was a
mistake.
queen sack, bhai?
It's a brilliancy.
Yeah, but queen sack brilliancy. And okay, let's evaluate this. Okay, for sure, Gukesh is not winning this. I'm evaluating if Hans can win this somehow.
Wow.
Because the moment I go bishop f6, gf6, this knight on f5 is a boss. And I have
You know
two
what
rooks
the you know what the best move is? It's knight to d5,
and allowing bishop g7, yeah?
allowing bishop g7, which
Tough,
is
tough,
tough.
tough.
Almost impossible actually to find. And a beautiful queen sacrifice by Levy, by the way. Sorry, by Hans. I'm gonna just unsubscribe to Levy. Where is the unsubscribe button? Before he
Levy,
bans
my
me, I think
goat. Let's go.
before he
Definitely
bans me,
Levy.
it's
Levy
better if
कितना
I
बढ़िया खेल रहा
ban
है.
my.
Since when did Levy not stop wearing glasses? And cool shirt. Cool shirt for Levy. I've never seen Levy in a purple shirt before. Tiku bhai.
Yeah, and also he's reading the GCT now, Levy. Yeah, that's crazy. So let's see what happens.
Oh, that's funny.
Far moment, yes, far moment. Brother, please don't shout. Children get scared. Wait, what sort of statements is that? Who children are getting scared after my screams? That's crazy. I wish I could scare them over the chessboard. But anyways, by the way, Sej bhai, Rook E7 played. Do I have any chances as black? I do see some threats, maybe Queen F4 incoming.
So, chat question for you, like, are you picking white or are you picking black here? Queen is a queen, but at the same time, I have I feel like a lot of compensation for white here. Okay, who do you think has better chances to win? Let's forget who would your which color you would be. Black, yeah, black any day. Wow, big surprise there, chat. Because I think black's winning chances are like way less than I think white. Because white has a lot of activity here, and you can fall into some checks or forks with the knight. It's easy.
I think it
Oh,
depends
so
if I
many
can.
people saying black, bhai, crazy.
I am also on the chat side, Sej bhai. If I trade off a pair of rooks and pick up C5 somehow, like I still have hope here as
भाई ये
black.
कैसा लॉजिक हुआ ये तो मतलब मैं ऐसे
Wait,
तो
if I
if I just exchange the pair of rooks and I can win the queen, I think I can win ये तो
wait,
वो
wait, I
वो
feel
बात हो
like
गई.
if I trade the rooks, I will find a way to win the C5 pawn. Like that's what I'm
But
saying
at
myself.
that time I'll have checks, rook f8, rook f7, that can be dangerous, and you have don't have a lot of checks around as well.
See, rook C, queen C5 incoming, Sej bhai. How do you save that pawn?
It's a good question.
Oh, he takes on H5. The knight on F5 is now destabilized. Gukesh takes on H3, knight hanging,
Okay,
pawn
never
hanging.
mind. Yeah, never mind. Now I'm choosing black here any single day because that gh5 was a huge mistake by Hans. Now I think Mukesh has a
Oh, rook
solid chance and he's
D5.
winning.
Rook D5 is the best move now. Picking up the C5 pawn with F5 incoming as well. Gukesh could be winning this.
And now king g7 to defend the f6 pawn. But my still question is, how is black winning this? Oh, see,
Oh,
that's a
should
mistake.
not have given that pawn actually. I think he's going to take on G3, yeah, is my
Bhai,
guess.
still not easy. Still not easy. That's a blunder. Rook takes g3.
Oh,
Let's
that's,
go. Gukesh
oh, he
wins.
lose the rook. He lost the rook. Wow, Queen F3, Queen
Beautiful.
H6, and he's going to win the game. Let's go, bhai. Let's go! Huge blunder by Hans and Gukesh wins.
Amazing, amazing. So I think this is where Hans and he takes down the tournament leader. That too with black. Chat told you like
Let's
blitz,
go,
anything is
man.
possible. And Gukesh, of course, winning. I mean, finally waking up. Yeah, like right in the middle, right when it matters the most. And why the most important match is incoming. And chat, just a fun little addition here. In this position, imagine that if white's pawn on which is on h5 right now, it was on f2 and black's pawn was on h5. Okay, those are the only two changes I'm making in the position. You still get the rook. That position would be a theoretical draw because you can play rook e3, rook h3, rook e3, rook h3, and there is no way for white to make progress. So there were so many ways that white could have put up a fortress, but because he exchanged those pawns and basically the king has no protection anymore, this is now completely lost.
But yeah, I mean, that Rook C6 was a horrific move, yeah, by Hans Niemann. Very surprising.
Wow.
All,
Okay, but 8 seconds on the clock, blunders can happen,
yeah,
bhai. I mean,
yeah.
anything here would have, like, here h6 was actually working, but in your mind, you're thinking, by f6 pe bhi to rook is undefended, right? Just like it is on c6. So might as well just take the pawn and see what happens. But here, after takes, queen g3, king f1, the queen does not have any cross checks that can hit the rook as well. And this is very hard to sort of envision. And this is something you cannot do without calculation. This is why
And
chat calculation is so important in
Alireza
chess.
Sindarov is still playing. Let's go to his game. He's still playing, by the way, with the black pieces. Maybe a draw incoming
Oh,
here.
ये तो Fedoseev versus Sindarov, yeah. I mean, same coach essentially. Oh,
Yeah,
repetition.
it's a draw. And by the way, did you see Radoslav? I think won again, defeated Fabi. By Radoslav, what a check is, matlab, what a game, man. He's like not letting go, winning every game.
Exactly. It's Blitz. By Blitz, may anything is possible. Actually, in this entire day, I'm just checking his performance. So he defeated Gukesh, lost to Duda, drew against Sindarov, lost to Firouzja, defeated Fedoseev, drew to Wesley, and defeated Fabi. That's a spectacular performance from Radek there.
Agreed. And chat, after this win, first of all, let's have a look at the standings once. Crucial moment. Where do we stand with 2 rounds to go today? It's very important, huge win, I think, for Gukesh there against the tournament leader. That will help him to catch up a bit. Also, Radoslav doing a great job of not allowing anybody else to move forward. Once we have the standings, I think then it's going to be very interesting. By the way, um, Caruana also was on a roll. And look at the score Radoslav has today. 4 out of 7 is what Radoslav has scored today. And I think that includes like 4 straight wins or something like that. Insane play.
Yep, and by the way, we have seen the overall standings. There we have it in front of us. Hans right now is leading with a 1 point lead over Wesley, and then after that there is a big gap between Wesley and Fedoseev. So currently these two players, Hans and Wesley, are basically in the running. Remember, in Blitz you only get 1 point for the win. In Rapid you would have gotten two. So it's just between these two players for now. But Gukesh is slowly but surely clawing his way back at the fifth spot.
Yeah. And the best way to claw back is to roar like a lion, because then the enemy steps aside and his biggest match is right now. It is Gukesh versus Sindarov. Let's go. This is the moment we've been waiting for all day, chat. Let's have the board set up, Sahaj Bhai. It is the World Championship challenger with the white pieces and the World Champion with black. Sahaj Bhai, chat your predictions for this game. Let's go to that board, Sahaj Bhai.
Absolute cinema is my prediction. Whatever happens, it's gonna be fun. I have my popcorn ready as usual, for the games. And let's bring it. Another black. Last time also Gukesh defeated Sindarov with the black pieces. He was also pressing against Sindarov with the black pieces in their classical matchup in Tata Steel as well. Let's see what happens.
Yep. And somebody asked, why is Sindarov not doing well? I think that's a tough question. Again, like I think the pressure must be palpable for him right now, for his team. He is the challenger, of course. And of course, Blitz maybe is not, again, the format he's the best at. So only time will tell. Let's see what happens. After how many minutes the game will start? I think roughly 10 minutes to go, Seja. But the next game is indeed between these two guys. And if Gukesh can win, he can genuinely stake a claim still that he is in contention for first place. But if he loses, I think the chances go drastically down. And of course, right now, nobody is thinking about the standings. They are thinking about the World Championship and how much this game matters.
Yep, absolutely. And by the way, Tikku, I see
Yeah,
a comment in the chat. I see Duda for the first time. I'm not sure if this is the real one. I opened the profile. It doesn't look like a fake profile. Can you just check on Chess
which
24
comment?
India? By किसी ने Christoph Duda. I'm sure it's not real, but yeah. Another question in the chat says, by when does impulsiveness takes over intuition? I think all the time, like it happens all the time. It's not a like an exact science, obviously, because we're dealing with a lot of complicated things we don't yet understand. So many times it can happen. You can play a move too quickly while trusting your intuition, and it turns out to be a blunder. And many times it happens that the move is in front of you. You saw it in the first 5 seconds, and then you end up not playing it because you spent 20 minutes on it. It depends, yeah. And this is why chess coaching can never be. I think it's very hard to generalize chess coaching like that, at least at the advanced level, because players often have these problems that are on the complete different ends of the spectrum. So yeah, I hope that answered the question there.
नहीं नहीं भाई, वो दूल्हा नहीं है एटलीस्ट, नॉट द रियल डूडा, मतलब हिंदी आती है उसको तो हो सकता है, बट लुक्स अनलाइकली कि डूडा है वो प्राणी.
Dude.
धूप और डूडा does start similar though. That's very interesting.
Game start करो भाई. 11 minute to go. Intuition is always impulsive. It's just a question of whether it's correct. Yeah, exactly, exactly, exactly. But it can be trained. I think it can. I mean, imagine if you knew more about the games, if you knew more about the structures, then I think automatically your intuition will improve as it is. Um, Sahaj, do you think Dukesh plays better as black or white? That's a very good question. That's a very, very good question. I think he's like pretty much, it depends. I think if he's the type of player, I think if he's playing well, it doesn't matter if he's black or white. Like because I still have these memories that when I was in 2022, the Olympiad, I was not, a commentator back then. I was a captain for the South African team. But I remember this moment when Gukesh had 7 out of 7, and his seventh game was against Fabi and we beat him with black, and it was such a beautiful game in some Rosolimo it was. So I think with Gukesh, if he's in form, no color matters, I think. But if he's not in form, also no color matters in that sense. So it's good to be in form by.
Yep,
In
and
form,
he scored.
Gukesh is very dangerous.
Yeah, he scored 3 out of 7, but he started off with 2 losses. So I think the comeback is kind of nice.
Also,
Uh,
Tiku bhai, like
hmm.
we have, I think, more or less enough data now to understand whether it was a good decision for Gukesh to kind of take a step back from, big events and try to have more chilled events where he can relax, try to enjoy chess. And I feel it's kind of working for Gukesh, or do you think it's too early to say right now?
Mm, I feel it's too early to say because again, like I think we kind of judge the process by the end result often, right? I mean, if you start a workout routine, did you lose weight? If you started a diet, did you lose weight? That's essentially how we can judge whether it worked or not. I think so. What's the end result that Mukesh is aiming for? It's winning the world championship. So if he wins the world championship, whatever he decides, people are going to look back and say, okay, man, that was so smart. Yeah. He kind of took
Hmm.
that break, got that, confidence back, prepared a lot for the world championship, and now he's fine. If he loses the world championship, whatever he does, it's going to be criticized, right? Okay, I mean, why did he take a
Hmm.
break? How can you not play classical chess for a classical world championship? So I think we'll only know for sure. We can predict with certain accuracy, but to be 100% sure, we'll only know when the world championship happens.
True, true. But I feel like the games have more energy in them, like compared to Menorca for sure. I feel like there is a lot of energy in the
Yeah,
games,
that's
and
true.
I don't know. It feels like exciting chess overall, and the results are also speaking for themselves in that sense. He took down Hans, he took down Wesley, Firouzja, Fabi, in this event, which I think is really really nice. I mean, I get that it's rapid and blitz, but still, I think that has to count.
Agreed, agreed. It does count because even though it's rapid and blitz with less stakes, but your confidence does hurt when you lose a game. You do feel nice about yourself when you are winning. So, regardless, I think it might not show real world effects in terms of classical
Um,
rating, but of course, your own confidence gets affected. I mean, just look at how Gukesh reacted in the rapid game against Sindarov. If that game had no consequence, would you see that fist pump? Not really. So I think
yeah,
this game, if Sindarov wins, by the way, can we expect something as well?
we'll see. Why there will be fireworks for sure. There will be bhai. Fireworks तो होंगे भाई. Nikhil ji asking Sahej bhai, does it give Gukesh edge over Sindarov in World Championship title if it goes to rapid or if it's a tie break? And again, I want to reiterate what I was saying yesterday. Like, I don't think there are favorites in. But I think if it's more than two, I think it's 4 games. Yeah, if it's going to be rapid, if I'm not mistaken, World Championship में 4 game होते हैं, right? Yeah, yeah. There's 4 games. I remember with Magnus and Fabi, it went to 3 games and Magnus won 3-0. So 4 games, I think it matters more because there's more data. And I think for that, right now, I think overall, Sindarov is slightly ahead when it comes to Blitz and faster formats. Just look at his performance of World Blitz and World Rapid alone. So I'm not so sure okay, if it will benefit, but I think at that point, both of the players would have been extremely tired, and they would have. At that point, nobody has an advantage. You just go and you just play.
Also, by the way, 5 more minutes to go to the start of this game. So, chat, do like this stream. Let's get more people in for this crucial clash between Gukesh and Sindarov. This is the game we have been waiting for all day. Of course, we're going to have it tomorrow as well. The final clash. But right now, it's a revenge match for Sindarov because Gukesh did beat him in the rapid section. And of course, like there was a lot of tension. We could see the fist pump, we could see the nerves. And regardless of what people say, it's a crucial match between these two guys. They're not going to play many games, by the way. So they're going to play 3 games here. Then they're going to play, I think, 1 game, maybe like 30% odds in the Olympiad. And I don't know any other tournament where they're going to face each other. So I think these games, the effect, the psychological effect of these games will last all the way till the World Championship to some degree.
100%, 100%. Each game matters. Each move matters. So let's see what happens. भाई अब मेरे को पता आपकी फेक है वो, बट लेकिन पहले मैं आई वाजंट श्योर. आपने फंसा दिया था मेरे को भाई कुछ टाइम के लिए. एंड आई सॉ
Sindarov gets a game start by playing as white, but he was white in the game. He lost actually in the rapid. So white black does matter, but the difference reduces in rapid and blitz because the mistakes happen quite naturally for even top. Sindarov literally blended mate in one. So I think in that case, white black rarely matters. I feel so it does matter, but not to the same degree as classical chess.
या. Why are you so toward Google? I think we just want a very nice world championship match, right? It's the first time that we have a world championship match between two 20-year-olds, basically. And I think it's a big cultural moment for chess as well because we know that it's getting younger and younger, but we never saw it at such a global scale. It's going to be the first time that we witness something like this, and we want like it to be as messy and as complicated and as brutal as possible, because that's exactly what chess is about. It can get like that, and these two players bring that energy to the world championship because they are young and they can do that.
And also adding 2 minor points there. Number one, of course, the channel is Chess24 India, Chesscom India. So of course we want the Indian players to do well. But also we want Sindarov also to do well. The last thing, I don't know if you've seen this, anybody who's seen cricket, we saw the Cricket World Cup recently in a few months back, and India just demolished New Zealand in the finals. It wasn't an entertaining watch at all. I think what you want to see is a close match, regardless of the players. You want to see neck to neck battles. One guy wins, the other strikes back, the other guy wins, the second guy strikes back. That's the kind of world championship which is going to be fun. So we want both players to be at their peaks. That's what we really want. And then may the better man win. So let's see what happens. Meanwhile, 2.5 minutes to go to the match between these two guys. Super crucial. Said by chat, what first move will Sundarov play?
You asked like the final question, like something that I have to think maybe like 2 hours about, and then maybe I have an idea, but no idea. Why? I think it's Blitz. He will just choose something. Doesn't matter, but definitely not something that's going to be his play. I could try something where he wants to get a sense of if he knows the position or not. I don't know. Something like that is possible or not, but we'll see. Bye. Let's just try to enjoy the games. Get the popcorn ready, chat, because it's beginning very, very soon. 2 minutes to go.
Sindarov made Hikaru Fabi looks. No, I think that was a once in a decade kind of performance. What a crazy tournament for Sindarov. Will be difficult to replicate for him, I think, for anyone. In fact, Magnus's wife asked Magnus after the candidate's performance for Sindarov, have you done something like this?
And he has actually. He
No,
just didn't do it at the candidates. I mean, and then also he said not, probably not, but in that Nianjing 2009 he did that. Like he was up by like 2 points ahead, and I remember I can't remember which game it was, but I remember ये जो draw वाला incident था ना, where he refused to draw and continued to play. It happened there as well. Nianjing
yeah,
2009, I believe it was. I'm not sure if
I
the
think
year is correct, but I know the place is correct.
Yeah, D4 I am live in hall. There's always Aditya bhai है जो हमेशा सारे hall में live होते हैं भाई. He's always there. Like
Actually,
whatever the hall.
a question for chat, you know how chat we have like these I don't know if you watch basketball, but you know they have these stats like, you know, a team scored this many points, a player has this many points. What is the most impressive chess stat for you overall? Like you think this stat is untouched and no one ever for the next like 100 years is not going to be able to break it. What is that stat for you?
Hmm.
And Tiku bhai, what is
Lord,
that stat for you? Like same
I was
question for
about to
you
say
as
B
well.
stats, but okay, let me think. What's the most impressive stat? Chess stat. Tough one actually because there's so many, but there are not so many. Uh,
21 world championships. Yes, okay, okay. That's I think a very
for
good one.
for me, maybe
But
this is
like that
recent.
that's like very far across and spread across different formats. You would have to quantify that. Like something, you know, like
By the way,
whenever
let's
the
go.
game
The
got
match
began.
has begun. It is E4, E5, and Sindarov plays the Italian opening. Let's see. Knight C3 played, by the way. Very interesting choice.
Yep. You know, in the past, whenever people played Knight C3 as black, you would be like, wow, they just want to play for a draw. But because
Yeah,
of
yeah, yeah.
modern theory, this has become like more and more possible. And now it's actually one of the best ways to play as white. This is another
And
way
look
that
at
chess has
this.
changed.
A3,
Like
yeah. मतलब
chat, I
playing
used to play
pawns in the
E4,
corner.
E5 basically my whole life. Used to hate knight. कोई भी 2000 2100 के players ना अपन knight c3 बहुत खेलते थे like पहले, and I used to hate it so much because you can never play for a win after this.
And just look at the last four moves. A3, H6, H3, A5. Like literally the corner moves played by both the players. And now Bishop E3 played. So maybe you can go to A7, but maybe you'll just allow White to take on C5 at this point, yeah?
Exactly. Either you allow bishop takes c5 or you take on e3. By the way, there is a trap in this position which I think I have fallen for before, but my opponent luckily did not see it. A move like bishop e6 is actually very bad here, Tikubai, because white can go takes, pawn takes, and bishop b5, and this threatens the pawn on e5, and you're forced to go something like queen d6, where I take,
Ah.
and you're fixed with these three pawns here, which is a horrible, horrible situation. But of course, Gukesh does not fall for it. He moves the bishop back. No more bishop c5 on the board.
Yeah, and now white simply castles. Both players castle, keeping your king safe, number one priority. And at some point, I expect white to take on a7 because the knight or the rook will have to move, and that's a free tempo for white. And of course, rook e1, and white's plan, as usual, is to play pawn to d4, put that extra pawn in the center. He does it instantly.
Ooh, so this gives me an interesting idea now. So what if I was to take, knight takes and knight comes to e5, and then some bishop takes h3 on the cards, Tikubai?
Ooh, very interesting. Very interesting, actually.
Bishop h3 is
Maybe,
looking juicy.
hmm, maybe it's not going to work though. Looking tough, Sej, bhai, no?
By it doesn't have to work. It just the idea of it is gonna make Sindarov, I think,
Hmm.
play a bit more defensively, I think, there. And what other option
Also,
do
I
you have?
think
You have to take, right?
But also, I feel like both players, what did Sindarov do wrong in the last game is when he sacked that piece and he felt like he had to attack. So maybe just, when the tension is so strong between both these players, just playing safe can maybe just win you the game. Yeah, your opponent might just over push, especially Sindarov, who just has to come back, right? He has to win this game in his mind.
Yeah, for sure. And by the way, 95 was played, and
Why?
you are right, by Sindarov is, I think, more pressure right now in Sindarov in that sense because he lost. And
Yeah.
I think now he's gonna be like, okay, कुछ भी करके मुझे बस जीतना ही है भाई. अगर गुकेश ने
Gukesh,
ये मैच हराया ना सिंडारोव को, आई थिंक ही हैज एटलीस्ट सम साइकोलॉजिकल एज ओवर सिंडारोव. आई थिंक दैट्स गोना रिमेन देयर फॉर अ लॉन्ग, लाइक ही विल बी वेरी कॉशियस.
cannot
या
agree more. Cannot agree more. And I think यहाँ पे C6 के बाद already black controlling the D5 square as well. White doesn't really have anything concrete so far. Maybe the bishop on A2 is of course a good piece, but knight on D4 also looking solid. But what's White's next move? I'll ask you, Chad. For example, even like the engine is struggling. The moves are king
भाई
H1 and bishop B3.
exactly, and queen d2 would be a blunder, Tiku bhai, because there's bishop takes h3, pawn takes h3, bishop d4, and knight
Oh,
f3 check. So
wow.
some tactics on the cards. This bishop h3 is a very, very dangerous move here that Sindarov has to think about. By the way, the only problem right now is Gukesh has 1 minute less in comparison to Sindarov, But position wise, I think it couldn't. You cannot ask for a better situation to try and play for a win.
Absolutely, that too with the
Looks
black
very
pieces, the
pleasant.
rook on e8 opposite white's queen. So that's also a tactical nightmare. However, rook on d1 opposite the queen on d8. So this pawn break at some point could be very, very interesting to see who suffers more. By the way, where do we put that queen? Maybe just block it with bishop d7 or queen c7 or queen e7 he chooses.
No, knight f5 is a blunder, bhai. Knight f5 wins the game for Sindarov. That was a
What?
huge tactical miss by Gukesh. And I was worried for this actually. Bhai, I saw this earlier because knight f5 was there, and I was thinking queen c7 pe rakh sakte, but it looks illogical.
Said by,
Oh, he finds it.
oh,
He finds it. He finds it. Sindarov is close to being winning, close to being winning. Still, that outside chance for Gukesh, if he plays, let's say, the next five moves correctly, it's still really bad, but not losing. But he has to be accurate. Like for example, knight f8 is what he has to play. He plays knight e5, he's lost. He plays knight h4, he's lost.
oh man, this is tough. This is really tough. I don't think because the d6 pawn is falling. Yeah, basically, I think. And the rook on a7 looks absolutely the worst rook in the world. Yeah. I mean, Levy would just sacrifice it and I would not even complain. Just give it away. It's just absolutely useless. And Sindarov finds that move quickly. And I mean, I kind of feel there was nothing tangible there for white, but Gukesh kind of just went through my thought process. Yeah. The queen on d8 felt weird. I have to move it somewhere, but he chose the wrong square.
Yeah, queen c7 maybe knight b5 आ रहा था by the way.
Oof.
But इधर पता है best move क्या था? And this is what I was talking about, that maybe it's not that easy. You had to play bishop b8 to get away
Ah,
from this knight b5 wala idea, and then put the queen on c7, play d5 and try to attack here. That would have been a beautiful move, but it's a little too late now. Let's try to think about recovery. So knight f8 is the way to play. Only move. You are losing a pawn here by force. This one over here. After knight f8, after all the pieces have been traded, and Gukesh just has to try and defend that.
yeah, I mean, you can't hold this edge, why though? I mean, I find it hard to believe you'll hold this, no? Like bishop on
भाई
a2,
सिंडारोव ने
nice.
अगर अभी फेस चैट में लिखा है किसी ने किसी if सिंडारोव does a fist bump it would be crazy, yeah.
Why?
Knight f8 played, by the way. We
Absolutely.
are seeing that line.
Okay, I like the fact that he played knight f8 though. Like he's thinking in
Yeah.
the right direction. Whether he holds or not is a different question now, but at least he's thinking in the right direction now. And how do you get the rook out from a7 edge? Where do we put it?
To e8 most likely. Rook e8 looks logical. But right now, it's an endgame. Play king f8 first. Get away from the spin. And also king should be close to the center. It's an endgame.
And chat,
Um,
very important, these are double pawns for white. So that does give Ukesh some outside chance, right? That he can hold in some endgame. Because it's
yeah.
not easy sometimes to convert with double pawns. Of course, he's winning for white, but at least there is
No, no,
that
no.
glimmer of opportunity.
Not winning, I think. Not yet it's winning. I mean, with correct play, I'm not so sure if it's winning. I mean, maybe on a higher engine it's different, but I think both sides will make mistakes. It's 1.6, yeah, like borderline winning basically.
Wow. But
If I
as of
was to
now,
trade the rooks, is it a draw or is it worse? That's what I have to figure out here.
I think it
That's
must
what
be lost.
Gukesh has to
Bishop,
figure out.
you also have the bishop on a2, right? That bishop on a2 is such a strong piece, stacking f7.
Why? But it could be a
White has,
fortress also. Like I could play f6 as well and exchange the knights. Something along those lines is what maybe he should go for.
yeah, but the knight d5
No,
plays.
knight d5. I don't like. Bishop takes d5. I mean, I think he should have kept the bishop. Bishop d5. I think should be winning now. Yeah, that doesn't feel like that didn't feel
Huh.
natural to me. Knight d5 was not good here.
Yep. And basically, the time doesn't offer any hope as well. Sindaro very likely to equalize the battle against Ukesh. And then tomorrow could be the finale of this little mini match. And but of course, like this was like a one move thing which really hurt because when Sindaro sacked the piece, it was a calculated risk, right? He wanted to sack the piece, he missed something, but this felt like a hard loss of Ukesh somehow.
ये तो blunder था भाई, I think.
Hmm.
Okay, happens. Blunders happen. You can't really control them, bhai. Knight f6 back, golden opportunity, bhai. Bring, yeah, please. That's amazing. This knight f d5 I really didn't like here, yeah. Okay, he corrects the
Okay,
mistake. Okay.
I mean
h4. No, no, he
h4,
can still save it, bhai.
g5.
He can save it. It's savable still. Okay, I know it's lost, but mistakes can happen still.
You know, It's happened before. Sahaj Bhai has said he's been the only one who said it's savable, and we've not agreed, and the player did save it. So I'm gonna be with Sahaj Bhai right now. I'm hoping it works out.
Okay, like
Does
out
look
of
very
all
tough.
of the times I've said this, this is not like the most confident I am about it. Yeah, I just want to put it out there. Out of like, there have been moments when I was way more confident, but I think there is still some venom here left. Still something left. Yeah, I don't
Okay,
think it's
C4
over.
attacks the knight. Where do you even put it? Yeah, because knight C7 there is C5 maybe even, and knight F6 there is G5.
भाई नाइट ये कितनी बार नाइट D5 6 जाएगा भाई. Like in this position, he played it once, then he played it again. 4 moves that was.
By the way, best move C5 in the position right now played.
And of
Knight
course,
D.
if you go knight C8, then there is G5, and then this square
Right,
is
knight
gone. Bhai,
D5
this
there is
was,
G5 as well, right? You lose the game on the spot.
yeah. This is
It's
why the
over, I
knight
think.
on C7 was better, bhai.
Yep, this is over, I think, chat. G5 played. You move the knight. I take on D5. Win another pawn actually.
Yeah, this is gone. Basically gone. Knight H7 you can try as the your last resort, but white will take on D5 and then play F4 to defend this and then take on D5. Simple. I think he can resign now. Yeah, this is lost.
Wow. Gukesh losing to Sindarov very likely. He plays knight D7. Maybe he's aiming for the C5 pawn, but white has just B4 at the right moment. Don't see Sindarov messing this one up. King E7. Trying to use the king. But just B4 maybe. Yeah. Okay, B4 maybe he doesn't need to hurry also because rook A8 might be some counterplay. Knight D4 he plays.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful position this is.
Yeah, Sindarov is vibing right now, I'm sure.
No, no, he must be
Catch it.
very, very happy right now. Also, it was a clean game from Sindarov. You have to give credit to Sindarov. I mean, he played exceptionally well. Also,
By
just
the
a,
way,
I think a very, I wouldn't call it a simple one because it's
Sahaj
not
bhai,
as simple as it looks, but okay, it was.
Sahaj bhai, so Gukesh is losing. Can we check Sindarov's game?
हाँ सिंडारोव्स गेम हाँ भाई लेट्स डू इट इंस्टेंटली लेवी का चेक करते हैं ना पहले गेम लेवी का रुक सैक्रिफाइस पहले चेक करते हैं भाई
And he resigns. There it is. Gukesh loses to Sindarov and it is one each in their individual battle. But this was a crushing win for the World Championship challenger who absolutely demolished Gukesh off the board. Now, will this pinch Gukesh too much, Saj? What do you think?
भाई आई वुड लव टू नो इफ देयर वाज एनी
No, no,
फिस्ट
there wasn't.
बम्प और एनीथिंग
There
लाइक
wasn't.
दैट
None.
देखा आपने टिक्कू भाई
Yes.
ओ आपने खुद देखा भाई क्रेजी क्रेजी टिक्कू भाई यू डोंट मिस एनीथिंग या अमेजिंग बट
Why
या आई
not?
थिंक इट वाज अ
I
गुड गेम
won't.
बाय गुकेश but Tikku bhai, I'm not so sure if you'll agree with me with me on this, but it felt incomplete. Like I felt like because the blunder happened so early on, like whoa, it wasn't even a game. It didn't feel like a game.
I By the way, we can jump to maybe Fabi's game, but I kind of disagree with this. I feel like Gukesh lost one
Arre
game out of the opening against Fabi, right? Like he just got crushed out of the opening. Yeah, and I see that.
bhai,
And I don't
what?
E3.
Like I would like to know all like like the life story of this knight, like what hardships this knight has gone through to achieve this type of dominance in life. This is insane. Look at this knight. What a boss.
No, yeah, there it is. Although there was only one move for Fabi, I think it was enough. Duda's game still going on. Who's beating hands, by the way? Maybe the sun is at its peak somehow. Maybe those red sunset rays.
ना अभी वो जा ही रही होंगी तभी वो खेल रहा है भाई okay he will convert this so rook e8 oh rook d5 simple that's the cleanest way play b5 next put the rook on b1 and okay it will be win somehow so rook g6 chat does this move remind you of a certain world championship winning move maybe rook g6 how many of you actually know your chess history is the question does anyone remember this exactly it was Ding versus Nepo in their tie breaks when Ding self pinned on g6 and won the match
I recently saw that clip, by the way. It's hard to see Nepo there, kind of
Hmm.
heartbroken, but this is game over, resigns for Hans Niemann, who loses two in a row, by the way. Kind of stopped in his tracks by first Gukesh and now Duda. So very interesting, Sahaj bhai. This was a turnaround round. Yeah, nobody expected anything. And Sindarov now wins. By the way, that was his first win of the day, in fact, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow. Wow,
Wow,
very, very
first win
impressive.
of his day, actually. So he defeated nobody apart from Gukesh today. He won the game that mattered, basically.
By Radek ka bhi yahi tha, but Radek then went on this like streak after that. Um, but yeah. By the way, in this blitz, in on the round 8, basically we are just before the last round, and just one more round to go. But all results, Tikubai, in this one. MVL
Yeah.
defeats Radek with black. Fabi defeats Firouzja with black. Duda defeats Hans. Sindarov defeats Gukesh, and Fedoseev defeated Wesley So. Very, very, let's say, dynamic round overall.
And Gukesh now drops to seventh place because MVL and Duda both won. But the difference between the leader and the others has reduced, as you can see, because Hans has lost two in a row. Now, Sindarov also only half a point behind Gukesh now. And this is turning out to be much closer than we thought. So, crucial round
Yep.
for Gukesh now. If he can win, and if Hans doesn't win, the difference will only be 3.5 points. That's a huge difference, but at least something he can possibly cover up tomorrow. Crucial game Sahaj by, and he has to beat Duda if he has to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, not the best news for, I mean, I guess chess fans in general, but basically, we were looking at the overall ranking over there. But of course, there is a rapid ranking and a blitz ranking as well. And in the blitz ranking, Sindarov is second last and Gukesh is last right now, Tikubai.
Wow.
So that's it. Just maybe it's weight of the crown, maybe it's the pressure of playing world championship, but Tikubai, you might be onto something that something happens. Yeah, something happens to players when they just get close to the title, or I don't know, but it just they don't play like themselves. And let me remind you, Sindarov, I mean, for sure is in I think in World Blitz he was seventh, yeah, something like this. So finishing second last is not really normal for him either. And of course, Gukesh last also not.
Yeah, also I think like it's also because they are younger than normal world champions, so the experience is not that much compared to somebody like Magnus or even Ding. Ding had other issues, of course, health issues combined with the lack of experience of playing outside of China. So I feel like the lack of experience really matters a lot for 20 and 19-year olds, and also of course, heavy is the crown, yeah. And I think for most world champions, like if you look at Magnus as the world champion, Gary as the world champion, the players whom they played must have been kind of half scared, right? I'm playing Magnus today. It's going to be very tough. But against Gukesh and Sindarov, they still feel they have a chance. So they are even more motivated than normal to beat them because if they beat the world champion, that's national news, if not international. But if they beat somebody like who's not a world champion, it's not a big deal anyways, right? So if I am, let's say, from Uganda and I'm like a stronger master and I get to play Gukesh or Sindarov, I beat them, I possibly get to be in the news and it's a bigger deal than defeating somebody else. So there's higher incentive for players to really chase that win. We saw Fedoseev play in that two-pawn endgame versus Gukesh because he knew if he wins, he defeats the world champion.
Yeah, exactly. Nicely put there. One more game to go, 12 minutes, and that's it. Tiku bhai, what do you, okay, how was today for you in that sense? Do you think Gukesh versus Sindarov, the match we were looking for? I mean, they didn't go our way, but are you happy with with how the game went? Of course, the result didn't go our way, but overall thoughts.
I think I missed the cameras, of course, but overall, I feel like the day was decent. Like the games were sharp. Maybe the results could have been better for Gukesh and even Sindarov. Um, but in terms of, I think what hurt the most is basically the kind of games Mukesh lost. First was out of the opening itself against Fabi. Then, of course, that Rook F6 blunder that he missed against one of the initial rounds, right? The first or the second round, I think. He should have
You
taken with the
mean
Queen F6. Queen F6 he had
Oh,
again
you're
to take the
talking
pawn.
about the game against Nordirbek in Tata Steel.
No, this game where he played queen, rook, pawn takes F6 and then E7 and Radoslav ke sath game jo thi
Yeah,
against
yeah, 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 yeah.
Radoslav.
Of course. Yes, yes,
So
yes.
Queen F6, like this is the kind of move that Magnus would 100% find, and that's what we want him to find as well. So yeah,
But I think, blunders we can't really. I think for a player, it's basically impossible to not make a blunder. I feel like everyone makes blunders. We can only limit them to an extent. And Blitzmate, everything is so fast and so much. I feel like some specific training has to be done for this. Just to get better at something like this.
I feel like Ukesh is although avoids the end game somehow. I get that feeling like if there's a queen trade, he'll continue playing in the middle game even if it's slightly worse. So I don't know if that's my understanding or if it's actually true, but that's what I feel at least. So very interesting to see how it goes, and of
I
course, final date tomorrow as well. So 9 more games. I think it's anybody's tournament right now. Yeah, and also thanks for informing Sarvai, our producer. Basically, tomorrow the games start early, so 2 hours early. So we'll start at 3:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, and of course end 2 hours early as well. So सहज भाई ready होगा जल्दी उठने के लिए?
भाई जल्दी मतलब it's gonna be at 3:30, right?
So 12 हो गया ना I think so for you.
मेरे 12 ना. हाँ भाई, it's complete. Even for yesterday it was the same, no? Same timing.
Yeah.
So yes, go भाई. Early morning.
Sahaj and Tigwai, what is harder winning the candidates of World Championship? I think many against Carlsen. Oof, I would. That's a tough one. I would say winning World Championship against Carlsen is tougher because I've seen people win the candidates. I've not seen people win the World Championship against Magnus. So I'm going to say maybe the second one is tougher.
What was the question again?
Which is tougher, winning the candidates or winning the World Championship against Magnus?
No, winning against Magnus for sure, no?
Yeah.
For sure, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking Karyakin was pretty close, but yeah, उसके बाद जो कार्लसन ने जो 6 घंटे का गेम खेल के उसको तड़पाया था भाई, वो I'm still. That's the only like contender I had in my mind, but yeah, I probably beating Magnus in a match would be like insane. Like again, chat, don't confuse. I feel like this is also where the confusion was happening yesterday. Like when we say a world championship match, that's a set of 14 games. Like that's where if you are stronger than someone, it's gonna show there because it's 14 games. In one game or in 2 games, in a set of 2 games, anything's possible. Like because I was also thinking about like Magnus ने कितने World Cups खेले हैं? Like he has played so many, right? He has played in 2017, I believe. 2021 he played, and 2023 he played, and I'm sure before as well he played. 2011 I think he played as well. It's like 4 or 5 World Cups he has played, and I'm guessing 3 or 4 were as world champions or well world number one, and he's won it just once. Because 2 गेम में कुछ भी हो सकता है कभी भी किसी के साथ, मैग्नस के साथ भी.
How many points you get for a win in blitz? You get 1 point for a win in blitz, and you get like 2 points in rapid. So rapid is, of course, less number of rounds, but worth 2x the number of points. Sejwai, do you think Gukesh is coming back to his form?
I think yes, to an extent. I think more energy in his play, but I don't think it's translating to blitz yet. I think rapid may, yes, I see it. I see more energy there, but there were moments still which were kind of confusing. But I think it's getting better for sure. Yeah. And you are right, Tiku bhai. ज़्यादातर I think end games में वो नहीं जाता because I think Gukesh's like biggest strength to me is just complications, calculations, and yeah, playing this extremely dynamic style while being solid at the same time is his style. Yeah, so basically he will avoid end games in that sense. Magnus has never lost a world championship match. That's actually not true. He's actually lost quite a few. You mean game, not match, of course. He has lost multiple games actually. By even Vishisar has actually defeated. Vishisar was I think the first one to defeat him, no? In a world championship match in 2014.
Yes. I think he
19
won
move
a
का जो
game.
game था.
Yeah. He won a game and he had chances to win more as well. I think he missed those.
Yeah.
But yeah, would have been a completely different timeline.
Then Karyakin
Interesting,
also
man.
defeated him.
Yeah, interesting.
So two classical losses. Is that really true? So only two classical losses for Magnus in five World Championship matches. You're kidding
Yeah.
me. That's an insane stat, boy.
But okay, I mean, Fabi has never lost in a World Championship classical match as well. Yeah. So, I mean, if he played five, maybe his score will also be two.
Okay, but that's okay. No, bhai, you cannot say that. That's completely different. Completely different.
When will Gukesh's next classical tournament be? It's Norway Chess that starts from 25th. So we'll have Gukesh Magnus in the same event. I mean, the best thing Gukesh could do is just win Norway Chess ahead of Magnus, a feat which I think very few can even dream about doing. I mean, that's the kind of performance he needs to basically get his mojo back. Otherwise, it's not easy because um, it's just not gone his way. And the sad part, he's not playing classical chess, the format he's good at. So, where does he get the confidence back from, Sahaj? He doesn't have many events. He has Norway chess and the Olympiad. That's it in terms of
For
classical chess.
Gukesh, I think the answer is simple. Yeah, I think Norway chess, of course, he will try to, repeat what he did last year. That I think is he all basically you beat Magnus, your confidence is there. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, true.
And of course, Olympiad is another catalyst, I think, for it as well because it really boosts his confidence. But I would be very, very, very interested to know which board order we are going for because this is not easy, I think, for the coach.
Who is the
बाय द वे
coach,
कल
Sahaj?
कल श्रीनाथ भाई आए थे कल चैट पे बाय द वे आई थिंक हमने
हाँ,
मिस कर दिया. आपने देखा होगा
हाँ,
शायद मैंने भी देखा था कल वो आया था.
हाँ. He
सॉरी
said
भाई इफ यू
King
आर वाचिंग.
B6, King
किंग
B6
सी
निकालना
फाइव
बड़ा
वाज टफ
मुश्किल है.
वो भी बचा रहा था
हाँ,
मुझे भाई बट मैंने देखा
हाँ.
नहीं. But yeah, how many more matches of Gukesh? Just one more भाई. It's him against Duda, him playing with the white pieces and that is it. इसके बाद भाई 9 round हो गए and then we have 9 more rounds and that will be the final day of this event. And then इसके बाद I believe we are gonna have Norway chess, right? Bhai, we don't have anything in between, right?
Yeah, I think the next event will be Norway chess after this, and I think we have something, but that's not like our broadcast. It might be something else, so it will be restream maybe for a couple of days. But yeah, for us, I think the next event will be Norway chess, and of course, we will also have Divya and Humpy playing in the women's section there. So huge prizes. I think Norway chess is the only event which has an equal prize fund for open and women's section. So it's an opportunity to win. I think the first prize is around 73 lakhs, right? Something like that. So a chance to win a huge prize fund, regardless of the section you're playing in. So yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing actually. So let's see, and so in between, so Norway chess is going to be on the 25th, and then after that, of course, June is pretty good, GCT
Yeah.
events and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Norway
When
chess
is it?
Cup hai. We just told you, brother.
Olympiad Olympiad team ki announcement. I mean, chat, the top three players. I mean, the top four players at this point. I think Nihal is basically in as well. Fifth, I'm not sure who is it gonna be. I think Vidit ही होगा. I think हमारे five players I think fixed ही है ना फिर तो.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. But board order is the question. That's a very good question, Mai.
Olympia team announced. I think if we know the rating qualifications, basically April, May, June for Indian team at least, that's the 3 months I think whose average rating will be taken, and it's going to be interesting to see how it turns out because open section, I think Gukesh, Pragarjun are automatically in. Then Nihal is also automatically in, and the fight is for fifth place. And as of now, Vidit seems to be the one who's likely going to make it.
Hmm.
Women's section, of course, I think it's gonna be, we know the four names, right? It's Harika, Hampi, Divya, Vaishali. And then the fifth name, however, I'm not sure who's
Tanya. But Tanya so
Tanya
also is
didn't
not
play the
playing.
games, no?
Tanya didn't play the
I mean,
games,
she
yeah.
has time, but I'm not sure if she's
No,
playing.
no, it was end of April, bhai. It wasn't end of May.
But
I think
Vidit is
it's
playing in
already.
June, right? Like
Sorry?
I was guessing that's the reason why he's playing in June, because basically he gets to complete his qualifications of the games and then he also has the same rating. I don't know, maybe that's wrong then.
Tikubai said that, oh, sorry, Tanya said that, said Tikubai said, so Tanya said that it was end of April.
Okay, maybe then it is just playing for the sake of it, yeah, some other event. So okay, interesting.
Arvind also could be one as well, yeah. For fifth board, bhai, you don't know. Like, I think पहले player select करो फिर उसके बाद decide करो कैसे because I don't think it's that clear who's going to be board 1, board 2, board 3 this time around.
Yep.
Or Vantika, yeah. There it is. By
By
the
the way,
way, 1 more minute to go.
I just checked the ratings, by the way, right now, the published ratings. So after Harika, we actually do have Tanya. And if she had the games, she would make it. But if she doesn't play, then the next is Savita Shri, who has a published rating of 2374. And then it's Vantika, who has a published rating of 2367. And then it's Padmini, who's 234. Okay, the game has begun.
2, 3
But yeah,
what?
likely to be Savita right now. 2341.
2,
I
3.
think Padmini is a bit
उससे
behind.
पहले
Vantika and
वंतिका
Savita Shri.
वंतिका
I
कितनी
think
रेटिंग थी? By the way, look at the
26.
first move. No ways. And by the way, chat, for a question for you, what is the name of this opening called? ये जो आपने बोर्ड पे देखी, because यहाँ पे कल्चरल चीजें हो रही हैं चैट. Because the more chess is discovered, players are like, मैं ये भी खेल सकता हूँ, मैं ये भी खेल सकता हूँ. So let me play something from my own culture. This opening is known as the Polish defense.
You know what this reminds me of? When Magnus played the World Championship against, I think it was Karyakin, he played the Trompowski in round one, and that's when I think Trump became the president. So he played the Trompowski, and some people said that he did it because of that. So very similar.
Could be
Polish
why.
number one in Poland playing the Polish defense.
Exactly, yeah. For the culture. For the culture. Because also, I remember in World Cup, Lorenzo Lodici was playing Italian all the time. Like every single game, he was playing Italian. And he's from Italy. Yeah? He's Italian number one. And he also made it to the quarterfinals of the World Cup, Tikuba, if I'm not mistaken. Or it was right before the quarterfinals of the World Cup.
Yeah,
And yeah.
93 क्या move है भाई?
भाई क्यों मुझे फालतू में ट्रॉमा दे रहे हो भाई? Knight a3 मतलब it's usually
अच्छा
a
भूल
bad
गया था
move
आपका.
knight a3 but it works out well for the player bhai. I have lost enough games with knight a3 to know that chat, and if you know you know.
Yeah, damn. By the way, D4 played. Gukesh does seem to have the center in his control, but there is pride at stake for Duda, no, to win with the Polish defense. But I mean, Polish defense, say, yeah, but the Indian openings are not really Indian, no? Like it's not like it's based on India. Is my guess.
King's Indian.
Is it based on India? I don't think so, right? It's not like it was like the opening was invented
Old
by an
Indian
Indian.
Benoni. No, King's Indian is called King's Indian because जब चतुरंगा होती थी ना तब पॉन दो घर नहीं चल सकता होता था. तो प्लेयर्स यूज टू प्ले ऑल द मूव्स यू विल सी जहाँ पे पॉन एक घर चलता है उनको इंडियन ओपनिंग्स कहा जाता था. तो किंग्स इंडियन डिफेंस बिकॉज इट्स नाइट एफ
Ah,
सिक्स G6 बिशप G7. तो पुराने ज़माने में लाइक आई एम नॉट श्योर इफ इट्स चतुरंगा और इफ इट्स लाइक एन ओल्डर वर्जन ऑफ चेस जहाँ पे आप एक घर पॉन को चलते हो आप कास्टलिंग नहीं कर सकते तो वहाँ पे ये सब लाइंस बहुत खेली जाती थी इंडिया में दैट्स व्हाई दे आर कॉल्ड एटलीस्ट
very
दैट्स व्हाट आई
interesting.
रेड या
Very
ट्राई
interesting. So
कुड बी
some link to India there. That's basically what I was fishing for. And by the way, Bishop E4 played. Apparently the best move is DC5. Not something I would even consider. Uh,
बट
but
D5 is possible that's even crazy.
oh wow. Oh wow, D5, sucking a pawn.
D5 is
Interesting.
crazy, I think, bhai. Very, very crazy. Duda can
Best
make
thinking,
his
by the way.
record 6-1 in against Gukesh and Blitz. Bhai, if that is true, that is insane. If the score is 5-1. But you mean from from the match? I see. वो जो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप बनने के बाद he went to Poland, no? Gukesh.
Yes, that was crazy. He got destroyed by Duda there, right? If I
Bhai,
recall.
that's where it started if you think about it, yeah?
Hmm.
Like Gukesh like started okay, wo jo like Gukesh didn't look like Gukesh since that match. And also if you remember Tiku bhai, like for Magnus also after that 125 unbeaten streak was broken by Duda as well.
Yeah.
So कहीं ना कहीं पे जाके ये प्लेयर रोक देता है प्लेयर को.
Yeah, and I remember like, but yeah, okay. Let's not go there. We let's play. Look at this move. But the bishop h3 played by Gukesh now, so kind of avoiding the trade on g2 for the bishops. Now I can even move the knight without trading my bishop. Also keeping an eye on the e6 point. It could be soft in some cases, if especially if he's playing d5. And time wise, Ukesh is way ahead right now, almost 50-second lead for the world champ. So feels like Ukesh doing okay so far.
By Gukesh, I think looks a lot better to me. And now knight g5, this is basically the idea of taking the bishop away ताकि bishops यहाँ पे trade ना हो सके. And he makes a blunder. Bishop takes e6. By Gukesh, you will be a hero. Play bishop e6. Bhai,
Come
that's
on,
a
brother.
beautiful move. Chat,
Come
if
on,
you think
brother.
this is hard, let's
Let's
go. Let's
go.
go. Let's
Let's
go. What a move.
go.
Beautiful move. Also, this is again celebrating chess in that sense. What a move this is, Bishop E6. And also, chat, if you think this is a difficult or like unique idea, it's really not because in Sicilian Sozin, जो नाइट ऑफ के अगेंस्ट खेली जाती है जहाँ पे वाइट का बिशप C4 और B3 पे बैठता है वहाँ पे बिशप टेक्स E6 का सैक बहुत बहुत कॉमन होता है. इनफैक्ट आई एम श्योर एट सम पॉइंट इन आवर लाइव्स इफ यू प्ले द सिसिलियन सोजन you would have encountered that sack, you would have faced it at some point in your life for sure. Like I've played it at least like 50 times minimum.
आरुष भाई साइड फरीदाबाद फ्रंट रनर फॉर वर्ल्ड चेस चैंपियनशिप होस्ट. बिल्कुल भाई, मैं अपने गार्डन में होस्ट कराऊंगा मैच. तुम फिक्र मत करो भाई, कोई जीत जाए बस. बाय द वे, नाउ f3 एंड e4. लुक एट दैट पॉन चेन that could happen soon. a2 b3 c4 d5 e4 f3. Oh my god, like domination by Gukesh right now.
अरे भाई F3 and E4 ये also like generally आप एक piece down हो आप अभी right, but like in this sense what is this bishop's value? ये तो पूरा बंद गया ना. You have to move the queen, move the bishop, move the knight to get it active. Otherwise this bishop is not really a bishop, and this is why white can play slowly. कोई जल्दी करने की जरूरत नहीं है आपको. You can just build your attack because black simply has no counter play.
And played f3 e4. He finds the best plan, and you know what, that f3 move comes back to me a lot now after Vishisa mentioned that plan when Magnus could have played that f3 g4 plan in that position. But okay, now knight to e3 played, the knight coming to the king side, bishop e5 in the air. Sahaj bhai, this is completely winning. I would even consider queen e1, somehow getting the queen to the h3 square if possible. I don't know how do we get it there. f5 भी खुल
You
सकती है
know,
कभी ना कभी. सब बढ़िया चल
Hi,
रहा है
I
भाई.
was reading at the chat and someone said Bahubali formation. I was just laughing at that because that's hilarious. That's what a reference that is. But yeah, Queen H3 पे आ जाए तो भाई मजा ही आ जाएगा. But I think at some point he has to sack this pawn. I see a move here, F4, which was working okay, but unnecessary. Yeah, you can just take your time, bring your rook, play F4, put the knight away to G4, Bishop F6 भी मर रहा है. धीरे धीरे करके the position will just progress.
Very interesting. And of course, one of the moves that the Indian loves is h4 here. Just pushing h4, h5, kicking those knights back bit by bit. And let's not forget the bishop on b2 looking all the way to f6. That's a beautiful piece. And Chad, do you think Gukesh converts this game? Yes or no? Can he finish off with the win against Jadu? Let's go.
शाम हो गई भाई, शाम हो गई. देर इज नो धूप. जैसे मैं
शाम
बता रहा हूँ भाई तभी.
है. Come on, let's go h4.
मैं तो वो
Q1 के
आयशा
मैच में.
वाला सोच रहा था, शाम भी कोई. ओ G4 नाउ. मैं नहीं गाने वाला बाय द वे, इट्स टू लेट. G4 H4 is the way.
Jay Shah writing script of World Chess Champion. You're going to some source. नहीं नहीं भाई. Well, the next one we'll see.
Sindarov
By
का
the way,
क्या है भाई? Sindarov
Sindarov का
checking.
भी
He's a
screen.
bit worse against Wesley So, by the way.
Hmm.
By
We
the
do
way,
have tomorrow.
Alireza is just completely crushing MVL right now.
Wow,
Dead
nice.
winning he is. Like about to checkmate.
By the way, we do have tomorrow also 9 rounds, so the tournament isn't over yet. We'll be back tomorrow, but after that, we'll be back for Norway Chess. That starts from 25th. Do not miss that event. That is Gukesh Prague versus Magnus and Vincent Wesley to accompany them. It's gonna be crazy. We'll also have Divya, Humpy in the women's section, and Wenjun Ju, the women's world champion, playing. I mean, at this point, imagine if Vaishali was there. We could have like you know, it would have been an insane tournament. But yeah, it's going to be exciting to watch. One of the
Yeah, for
biggest
sure.
events of the year, actually, every single time.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, for sure. Sahaj bhai, how would chess change if castlings were to be removed? It's a very interesting question. I think probably like there will be a lot more emphasis on attack and like attack and protecting your king, because castling is the the single biggest defensive thing that you can do for the king. And maybe positional chess would like take a step back, and क्योंकि pieces would just be launching towards the king very very quickly like early on in the game. And I think this also means that players who are naturally like better at attack or who are more dynamic in general would have better success, I'm guessing. But it's all hypothetical, yeah.
Yeah. I think we won't be streaming GCT, Romania, because we don't have the cameras. Of course, this made sense. It's rapid and blitz. And also, we are streaming Tapest segment, but we won't be streaming that. We'll be back for Norway chess. And of course, June is also fully packed. July is packed. I mean, August is maybe a bit free, but the September, November, December, everything is packed. So, we'll be back for Norway chess next. By the way, Bishop 8 played, King G8 played. Black trying to use the Rook on A7 to defend along the 7th rank. But white can also maybe double up the rook size by every rook, a queen he brings to the h2 square, keeping an eye on the d6 pawn as well.
Yeah, and now look at this h5. I mean, it's just h5 is begging to be played, but you're just waiting for the right moment. एंड टिक्कू भाई, अगर इसी चीज़ पे एक बढ़िया सी एनालॉजी हो जाती तो भाई दिन सफल हो जाता.
दिल सफल हो जाता.
यस.
चेसकॉम इंडिया को ट्रांसलेट करोगे आप वो एनालॉजी फिर?
हाँ ठीक है, मैं आई आई प्रॉमिस. करो.
Hmm.
तो बढ़िया से. इट्स लाइक यू आर वेटिंग फॉर एच फाइव बट यू आर वेटिंग फॉर द राइट मोमेंट.
So,
किस चीज़ की याद दिला रहा है आपको
चैट,
ये?
व्हाइट ने एक पीस सैक दिया है. व्हाइट ने बहुत दिया ब्लैक को, ब्लैक ने बहुत दिया व्हाइट को, राइट? बहुत दिया वापस.
वाह वाह.
अब यहां पे देखो, व्हाइट ने भी मौका दिया ब्लैक को करने का, पीस सैक करने का, नाइट
हम्म,
टेक C4. नाउ द
मैंने भी
इवैल्यूएशन
दिया.
didn't change. Evaluation didn't change. सेम वे, जैसे पेरेंट्स हमारे लिए कितना करते हैं, हम कुछ भी कर ले वो कुछ भी नहीं है उसके बराबर, लेकिन स्टिल कोशिश करनी चाहिए करने की, जैसे यहां लुडा कर रहा है भाई, उसने ही पीस तक दिया, कोशिश करेगा चाहे, इवन दो इट कैन नॉट, ही कैन नॉट रियली गिव बैक द सेम अमाउंट भाई. सो ये था मॉरल लेसन भाई आज चेस.
भाई ये सुन के तो मेरा पूछने का मन कर रहा है, बेटा वो तुम्हारा कैमरा कितने का आता है?
कुछ और पैसे चाहिए होंगे
तुम्हारे
बेटा तो
तुम्हारे
बिल्कुल मत
लैपटॉप के
मांगना.
बदले आ जाएगा ना? No, come on, chat will know this. This is
Yeah. Oh, by the way, rook
chat. If you
f4.
don't know this, I'll be disappointed. Bhai. Takes. Let's go.
Okay, this should be elementary at this point. Just keep an eye out for the pins. You never know. H5 G6. What's wrong with that? Yeah, played. Nice move. Okay, takes. I mean, this should be rook f. Oh, H5 is hanging, by the way. G6. Oh yes, let's go. Nice move,
भाई
G6.
जो G6 एक चेक भाई, पूरा किंग खुला हुआ है, एक चेक भी पॉसिबल नहीं है यहाँ पे. क्वीन G5 now.
Looks like it's completely winning. Queen G5 played. Oh,
Oh,
best
there was
move.
a beautiful tactic. Actually, no, it wasn't working. Never mind. H6 now. Oh, H6.
H6.
H6 is working.
Oh,
H6 is
H6 is
working.
beautiful. Best move in the position, sacking the queen. Doesn't
Chat,
find
if
it.
you look at the follow-up, it's absolutely crazy. But he doesn't have
We'll
enough
show
time,
it.
so
We'll show
I'll
it.
wait for the right moment to show you. Like, let the game finish because it's winning anyways. But I'll show you the
Oh,
tactic. Why
oh,
it was
oh.
beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Okay, now you can trade queens because the pawns are kind of, a black's throat. So this is basically over. You can even unpin if you want certain pieces. No stress. 2 seconds, 5 seconds.
कोई
Mukesh
लिख
needs
रहा
to.
है धूप खत्म.
Uh,
भाई सवा छः हो गए अब तो. So yes, for sure.
takes on G7,
Queen
check,
G3.
Queen G3, Rook F2, King F2. Hopefully no repetition here. Doesn't feel like it.
नहीं H5 बचा हुआ है भाई. King H2 पे H5 बचा हुआ है.
King G2. Yeah, it's resigns. I think this is Queen F2 now. Yep, it's over now.
Queen G4, King H2. There is no check here.
Yeah, that's it. And there it is. Gukesh finishes off with a win at the end. So that's a good game from Gukesh's perspective. Defeats Duda because there is no sunlight. And Sahaj, he ends with a 4 out of 9 in day one of the Blitz.
I think more or less, I think decent performance. Just yeah, that game against Sindarov was that blunder. It cost him a bit. Also, the game against Radek cost him a bit. But I think overall decent performance. He's gaining some rating as well in the Blitz, and I'm not sure what his standings are right now. Oh, he's basically in seventh place right now.
Sindarov has drawn, by the way. Let's have a
By
look at the.
by
Huh.
Sindarov is at 6 and now Gukesh at 7.
Ooh, 6-7 again. भाई
Let's
कैमरी should
go.
have rook g6 move जो था वो
अरे हाँ
plan rook
हाँ,
g6.
let's go भाई, let's go. So this was the position. I believe h6 was कहाँ पे आ रहा था? नहीं, this
Move
was a bit earlier.
number 37.
37, yeah. So it was somewhere here. No, not here. Here, yeah. H6. So basically what was happening, chat, is that Gukesh saw Rook G6 and यहाँ पे Queen trap हो रही है. But there is a forced sequence of moves that is checkmating white, basically. अगर आपने कुछ भी और खेला तो white हार जाएगा. So this is why it's difficult to play this. Check, King G8, Knight check, King takes pawn forced, Rook check, King goes to H8, Rook check, King goes to G7, and Rook G8 checkmate. How beautiful is this?
Wow. I think
This
something you
can be
pull off in.
so beautiful sometimes, no?
Yeah, something Nihal would pull off in 2 seconds, but most people maybe will need like classical chess for this. And fair enough, occasionally want to calculate this. I think that's a practical decision he made. And by the way, all the games have finished. Fabi draws against Fedoseev. So let's have a look at the standings now once to see who are the players who are in the running for first place. Crucial day today. I think Gukesh had a decent day, nothing spectacular, nothing disappointing. The only sad thing from his perspective will be losing to Sindarov, I think.
Yeah, I think his overall rankings, he's number fourth now, and I believe he started off with at the seventh place in the overall ranking. So he has only improved that here. And but there is a sizable difference between number three and number four, which is 2 points, but and 4 points between him and the tournament leader, who is Hans Niemann. But let's see. Sorry, not 4 points, 3.5 points, as you can see on the screen. When in 9 rounds, it's still technically possible, but unlikely. But still technically possible.
Wait, Gukesh is on 13 and Sindarov is on 12, kya? How is that possible?
Because
Ah,
by
he was.
this is overall
Ah,
rankings.
all right. Oh, okay, got it. So that means Gukesh is in fifth place. Hans again lost. And he lost to
Yeah.
Radoslav. He lost to Radoslav. Radoslav on an absolute, winning streak in the second half today. And
Chat
that
में जो
means
लोग कह रहे थे ना भाई कि like Radek, like how is Gukesh losing to him? Like in the Blitz segment alone, he has finished third, only behind Firouzja and Fabi. He's finished ahead of a former world Blitz champion MVL, by the way, which is, I mean, it goes to show, yeah, Blitz में कुछ भी हो सकता है, chat. Anything is possible.
So, chat essentially, I think tomorrow, Hans is of course the favorite, but anybody, technically on paper, Gukesh is still in the running, but he will need something spectacular tomorrow, something like 7.5 or 8 out of 9. Tough, but doable. But regardless, even if he finishes in the top three, that would be a huge accomplishment because Rapid and Blitz is not his forte. And of course, that match against Sindar, the third game will decide who goes up 2-1. Sej, by any final words to sum up today?
No, I think Gukesh did pretty well apart from the game against wo Sindarov wala and maybe Radek wala. But I think it because Sindarov also, like, it was a bit like the blunder happened way too quickly and we didn't get a proper game on the board. That's what the sad thing about it is. But overall, I think he looks a bit better to me for sure by Gukesh. He looks more consistent, more energy in the games, and yeah, wishing him the best for the final day.
Chat, we'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll see you earlier actually by 2 hours. So we'll be here at 3:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. You can, and that's I think 12 p.m. CST. So we'll see you tomorrow. And of course, after tomorrow, we'll be back for Norway Chess. Do not miss that event, whatever may happen, even if your cat is sick. So we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, Sarah, for the amazing commentary, Sarah, for the amazing broadcast there. Flawless. And chat, thank you for joining. Without you, this would not be fun. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care and good night.